all this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are asking a platform for him who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonathan? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
Right. Good afternoon and welcome to this weekend's episode of Have Your Say 247. Coming to you live from the beautiful Kent in England. My name is Sho and I'll be your host for the next 4 hours. Dr. Damages is still not back for the lovers of Dr. Damages. Rudolph Okonkwo will be back shortly. Don't worry, he hasn't been picked up or anything. He's safe and he's fine. So we I beg your pardon. So we'll be holding the fourth while Rudolph is away, but like I said, he'll be back with us in a few weeks. So today we've got quite an interesting lineup. So many topics to discuss. As you all know, Keeping Up with Nigeria should be on Netflix, as I've recommended many times. But let me see if I can go through some of the topics that have been suggested by the team. So we'll be talking about the day 10 of the protest. I believe the protest comes to an end today. So today's the day 10. We'll be counting the gains and the losses. We'll be talking about Nigeria's poor performance at the Olympics, where Nigerians are winning medals, but Nigeria is not winning medals, if that makes sense to you. We have a few Nigerians, dual nationals, of course, who've won medals for their countries, but Nigeria haven't won any medal. And I believe the Olympic comes to an end today. I'm not too sure. We'll also be talking about the issue between NNPC and Dangote. So Mele Kyari said he would reveal the truth about what's happening in the oil sector at the appropriate time. So, you only want to ask, when is the appropriate time? He's been in charge for a while, and you would think the appropriate time was like 2 years ago, but he said he would reveal everything that's going on at the appropriate time. Another Tinubu top official, Wale Edun, the finance minister, said in an interview that Nigeria spends $600 million importing fuel a month. He said that because most of the fuel ends up in the neighboring countries, Tinubu had no option but to remove all subsidy. So the question that many Nigerians have asked is it because the government cannot afford to stop people stealing oil or getting it out of Nigeria to neighboring countries? Should the average Nigerian be paying the price for the ineptitude of the government? Because you want to think the ideal thing to do is to block the leakage and let the subsidy continue. But this, one of the major reasons is because neighboring countries are benefiting from it, so we have to make everyone suffer. Also, a news report says 430,000 Nigerians got the UK visa in the last 7 months. So we're getting more and more in the UK with the JAPA Nigerians. The JAPA syndrome is thriving. When will it bottom out? Well, with the recent events in the UK, if most of you have kept up with the news, you would see that, we have the UK Runu gang, where the, in quote, Patriots are now saying that, there are too many people coming in. It has to be regulated. There's been lots of riots in the UK. Some of the pictures, videos are quite disturbing. But in the last 7 months, we've had 430,000 Nigerians granted UK visa. Authorities in Abuja also discovered the body of a famous Abuja crossdresser called Area Mama. What does this say about Nigeria? This is the first time I heard of this person, and I know Bobrisky. I've heard of Bobrisky, but this Area Mama, I only found out, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago when he made the news that he was his life was ended and was dumped somewhere along the road. Also, we're going to be talking about The Patriot group, led by Emeka Anyaoku, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, they visited Aso Rock and they asked President Bola Tinubu to convene a National Constituent Assembly to draft a new People's Constitution for Nigeria and have them pass a bill that would provide for a referendum under which Nigerians would vote to approve the Constitution. Could this be a good outcome of the protest? Will the political class embrace it or wait until a serious crisis engulfs Nigeria and the UN will have to settle all of this for us? So these are some of the topics we're going to be discussing. I would share a few videos over the next 4 to 6 hours. I would share quite a few videos, but let me send out the link. I was going to have a monologue, but actually I wouldn't. I would just send out the link. I've not done this in a while, so please bear with me. Tokwe, I see you with this. I think that's the first super chat of the day, from a Remo sister to a, oh no, Uncle Alexander Gomez, you know, always on time. I'm sure looking like a billionaire. Amen to that. I need to work hard and smart to become a billionaire. That's the dream. Tokwe saying all ill Remo land. Sure, we're so Molare. You can call me, you know, Remo's finest. If you don't want to call me Show, I'll be happily, you know, I'll happily answer Remo's finest. You can call me that. Remo is home for me. Show, are we always interested in analyzing? Well, but why? The name of this channel is, or of this show is Have Your Say 247. Just to remind people, it's a talk shop. People have the opportunity when it's their turn to prefer solution. No one is against preferring solution. You know, we want you to prefer solutions in the comment section. To the panelists who would join, please prefer solutions. We're not stopping anybody, but at the same time, those who want to analyze, you know, some people are just analysts. They just want to analyze it. They want to, you know, flesh it out so that more people will understand the gravity of what we're dealing with. So for those who want to analyze, please feel free to analyze. And for those who want to prefer solutions, please, you're welcome. It's a talk shop. We embrace all sort of topics, all sort of angles. You know, there are many routes that lead to a market, so you can come in from any angle. Come and prefer solutions. A lot of people say, you know, they're fed up of discussing the same problems all the time. They've called us names and all of that. But I've always said it, I don't have the answer to Nigeria's problems. I'm not hiding behind one finger. If I have the answers to Nigeria's problems, I would run for office, or I will be advising one of these, you know, top politicians. There's a reason why I'm just here with my headphone and a laptop talking to you, because I don't have the answers. Rudolph has said it many times, and I echo what Rudolph said, that this platform is an opportunity for like-minded people to meet, exchange contact, which has happened many times. Exchange contact, go behind the scenes, discuss solutions, create a website. These things are not expensive these days. Create a website, start a movement. When you have something tangible for Rudolph, for us, bring it. We would interview you. We'll have you as a guest on a Saturday, on a Sunday. You can tell us the progress you've made, the impact you're making, the inroad. Rudolph writes for the Gazette, he writes Sahara Reporters, he writes like so many papers. He's promised that he's willing to write articles based on what people have done so far. So to answer the question, analysis is what we will do, and solution preferring, if that's a word, is what we'll also do. We can multitask. You know, we're capable. I feel like talk is easy, Neo. Yeah, talk is easy. I agree. That's why I like talking. I like the easy stuff. But anyway, I've sent out the link for those who want to join. But in the meantime, while I wait for our panelists, please don't tell me this is frozen already. Please don't. Please don't. What's happened there? Yes, I'm not sure. Apologies to everyone. All right, I've got to reboot my computer. Something's happened. IT. Well, I'm sure you can all hear me now. I would carry on my phone and I would try and reboot the computer. So, as I was saying, I was about to play a video. Let me see if I can do that while I reboot the system.
His Excellency President Bola Tinubu has, by his most recent directive, approved a massive cost-cutting exercise that will cut across the entire federal government of Nigeria and the offices of the President himself, the Vice President, and the office of the First Lady. It will be conducted in the following fashion. 1, the official trips that will be undertaken within the country, that is, when Mr. President or the Vice President travels to any state within the country, the massive bills that accrued due to allowances and ESTA code for security detail coming from Abuja, going and traveling into those states, will be massively cut due to the directive of the President that the security outfits within states, whether it be police, DSS, or branches of the military, will frontline his protective detail when he travels to those states, a major cost-cutting initiative. That will affect the office of the Vice President as well as the office of the First Lady. Additionally, when any international travel is being approved, the following limits have been placed on all ministers of the Federation. 4 members of their staff, appointees and the like, will be allowed to travel with a minister on an official trip. For heads of agency, that will be limited to 2 members of staff allowed to travel on an official trip. Furthermore, the numbers that the President has now approved for official travel with him that will apply to his principal staff are as follows. On international trips, the President has directed that no more than 20 individuals be allowed to travel with him. That number will be cut down to 5 in the case of the First Lady. 20 for the President, 5 for the First Lady. Additionally, the number in the entourage on official international trips for the Vice President will be cut to 5. The number that will be limited, the number that will be placed as a limit on the wife of the Vice President is also 5. In terms of local trips, the President has approved a new limit of 25 members of staff to accompany him on domestic trips within the country. The office of the First Lady is now limited to 10 staff members to accompany her on official trips within the country. The Vice President will be limited to 15 members of staff on official trips within the country, while his wife will be limited to 10 members of staff on official trips within the country, the same as the First Lady. It is pertinent to note that there is a difference between the number of members of staff allowed to travel with the presiding officials to international trips and those that are allowed to domestic. You will find that the numbers on international trips are less than those allowed on domestic trips. This is because international trips are far more expensive across the board, and the President is determined to bring total sanity and prudence to the management of the Commonwealth of our people. As a result of this, the President has directed that every federal MDA, also including the office of the president itself and the office of the vice president, as well as the offices of the first and second ladies, are affected and bound by this directive of the president. From henceforth, the president is insistent that the notion of government wastage, the notion of recurrent expenditure being in excess, the notion that government officials will be allowed to conduct their affairs in a way that is different from what we are asking of Nigerian citizens with respect to prudence and cost management. Those days are over. The president is insistent that the prudence of government officials must reflect the prudence and efficiency of the Nigerian citizens. And this is the directive of the president.
Right. Apologies once again. I had a bit of technical glitch. The laptop just decided to die on me. But we're back now, and hopefully stays on for the rest of the show. So that was in January. I played that because I wanted, Nigerians to see the sort of promises that have been made. You want to ask yourself, has this happened? These promises of, cost cutting, as it happened, have Nigerians seen the changes made to their entourages when they travel? Because they made this promise in January, but it feels like nothing has changed in that regard. So whatever promise they make with regards to this protest, are Nigerians going to believe it wholeheartedly? Mr. James, I see you in the background. Just a moment, just to play a few videos from the last day of the protest. So if you protesters went to Adamawa State House or the office of the governor to protest, and this is what happened when they went there.
Tell Mr. President Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, it is only the basics when we say we want. It is only the basics. What are the basics we are looking for? It is only the truth, education, security, and the rest. But why are they denying our rights? Why? Please forward this to the governor of Adamawa State, Governor Ahmadu Umaru Fintiri, that if democracy means the will of majority, this is our will. The fuel subsidy, all subsidy, it is our own, not IMF or whatsoever. We don't care about it. We care about why. It is only the basics where we say we want. Please forward it. But if they say they are not going to bring back, we will continue doing peaceful protests without any violence. As you can see, we hold it holds in Adamawa State from day 1 to day 10, and we will continue fighting. We will continue. You see, when you are oppressed, you have nothing to do but to come out and fight for your right. And this is why we are here. It is only the basics where we say we want. Please, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, please, Mr. President, this is our demand. It is only the basics where we say we want, please.
Then the people who are affected by those policies should have their voices and their concerns also heard. I know that no government, even military government, not to talk about a civilian government, will want to inflict pain on the people. But maybe it is their own understanding of how to help the society. But now that our people have spoken, it is time for government to listen to the concerns of the people. On behalf of the governor, therefore, I want to assure you that your concerns will be presented to Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right. So that was in Adamawa, where protesters went to lodge their complaints at the door of their governor, and the representative of the governor went out and spoke to them and said, we'll take your complaints to Mr. President. It almost seems, they make it sound like the president isn't aware. He hasn't been told of what is going on. So they've promised to go and tell the president what exactly is going on. So, Mr. James, welcome to the show. Good to see you. the question I would like to ask you is, today's day 10 is the last day of the protest. In your opinion, do you think we've made any gains, the Nigerians, Nigerians, have we made any gain with this protest? You're muted. Oh, can't hear you. Try again. Still can hear you. So if you drop off and come back in, I've just sent the link. I'm not sure what's happened there. Right. So the question is, have Nigerians made gain with this protest? Do you think the government would yield? And also, to tie into this, maybe we might just do that while we're on this topic. They call themselves the Patriots, led by Anyaoku. They met with the president. Let me see if I can share. Oh, Mazi Prince is ready for 101B. I see you, Mazi Prince. Just one moment. One moment, please.
Meeting with the president. We, the Patriots, and I believe you know what the Patriots are. The Patriots are a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians. Some call us leaders of thought, who are committed to the unity of our country and good governance of our country under a legitimate people's democratic constitution. So we came to convey this view that Nigeria needs a people's democratic constitution. Nigeria, we affirmed to Mr. President, is a pluralistic country. And you know that pluralistic countries exist all over the world. Those of them that addressed their pluralism by having true federal constitutions have survived. Example is India and Canada. But those pluralistic countries that failed to address their basic challenge of pluralism through federal constitution have ended up disintegrating. Examples of that are Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, and here in Africa, Sudan. These countries existed, in the case of Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia, for about 100 years as one country, but they eventually disintegrated because they could not manage their pluralism through truly federal constitution.
Have you ever used a surveillance camera that doesn't require electricity?
Right, you get the drift. So they went to visit President Bola Tinubu, and there's a picture that they took. And when I looked at the picture, I thought to myself, they called themselves the Patriot. And I started to ask, do we have any young patriots in Nigeria, or are all the patriots in their 60s and above? Let me see if I can find that picture and show you to get an idea of what I'm talking about. Good to see you, Jagun.
Thank you, my brother. I wanted to say good hello to you. I haven't seen you for a long time.
I know.
And it's great to see your presence there, my brother.
Same here, my brother.
Yes,
so, take a look at this picture. These are the Patriots with the president. And I'm saying, you know, Shehu Soni, I'm saying Mike Ezekome, I'm saying what's the NSA guy? Nuhu Ribadu is probably the youngest of all. You know, you begin to wonder, so these are the Patriots, where the young Patriot, but those are the guys who went to meet with the president. So in light of all this that I've shared so far, Mr. James, let me come back to you. Have we made any gains with the protest? Still can't hear you. There's something definitely wrong with your mic. It's not been friendly to us today. And we could hear jargon, so it's definitely not anything to do with the setup.
Can you hear my voice?
End. Oh, okay, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. No, I'm not James. I'm Xero.
Oh, Xero, yes, Xero, we can hear you. Mr. James, still cannot hear you. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. You want to reboot the computer, the phone, whatever device you're watching us from, please reboot. Maybe reboot it and
what about me, so can you hear me?
I can two hands in the air only for you. Oh, me G.
I did your backyard. I did your backyard. Train I go enter.
Now, so all right. We can hear Mr. James. So let's go to Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince. So the protest is coming to an end today. What do you think we've achieved, if anything at all?
Well, let me start with the discoveries. With the protests, the government, you know, it's very clear to everyone now that the government are always the ones who plan, the ones that disrupt protests. You know, it's very clear. And I'll give more kudos to those in the northern side. No matter what, those guys, I feel they are being liberated right now. You know, they've been subdued for a very long time, and that's what we get for subduing these guys, subduing their voices, suppressing them, and all that kind of a thing. Yeah, pretty much, I would say it's a success. You know, protest is not a success when things are being destroyed. No, but for the fact that the fear was created, and the fact that a lot of discoveries have been made, it's a big success. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi Prince. Mr. James, let's try one more time. No. Okay. We still can hear you. We'll go to, I'm not sure who came in first. Xero. I'll just go that way. We'll be with you soon, Jago, anyway. So Xero. So the Patriots, they went to Aso Rock to speak to Mr. President. I'm not sure if you had my opening statement or my opening, monologue, where they made their demands known to the president, and he said they would, he said they would look into it. What they've asked for simply is, let's have a new constitution. What do you think that would achieve?
I've been on top of the news for this period. In fact, that's one of my job entails that I monitor the news regularly. So I analyzed it, before the Patriot visited President Bola Tinubu. I already had my analysis, and then the Patriots visit to the Aso Rock further confirmed my analysis. To me, I think something is about to give. No doubt, something is going to give. The initial trust between, before Bola Tinubu became president, there was an initial kind of quagmire. Even he himself said it when he said the Emile Kyari statement. He knew they didn't want to let him become president because I think they saw all this coming. They saw his mental or physical frailty, and they knew he was not going to be able to stand the test, or so they thought. So That's the reason why they had so many presidential candidates. I hope you have time, so I just up to this moment. So finally, they gave it to him because, for my analysis, they gave it to him because they knew he was going to cause the division of the country, because that man has influence over the Southwest, and the Southeast has been at the receiving end. And the North, I'm speaking politically now, the North knew they had to align with one of the two, but they couldn't align with the Southeast because they knew what the Southeast was: a zero tolerance. So they had to assuage the Southwest by giving that position to President Bola Tinubu. That was what happened, from my analysis. Now, coming on to this moment, that trust has been broken. First, Bola Tinubu, being a man who is being a man of his kind, knows those who were not by his side or who didn't want him to become president. So he already had these trust issues with some of the political heavyweights. Now, further compounded by this, at this time where he was trying to do some policies that don't favor. Don't forget, he tried to move the central bank and some other things he tried to do, and the North were seeing it that they were losing the gains. So there was this internal wranglings. Up to this moment, a lot of water has passed under the bridge. So there's no longer trust. There's no longer trust, and the man had to play his political cards. What are these political cards? He had to use regionalism and constitutional review as a card to mellow the North and to remind them of, it's either you be on my side or we go this way, because there are two games at play, but one will give.
Okay.
One will definitely give, because the man knows that his 2027 is now at stake. So so this is the card he's playing. So this Patriot visiting him now, he would have done it behind closed doors. What's the essence of us seeing this in the media? It's part of the political gimmick, because these visits would have been done behind closed doors. You know how many times the Southeast governors and heavyweights have visited Bola Tinubu in respect of Nnamdi Kanu? Nobody sees it on the media. But now these guys are coming to visit him because of constitutional review. It's now in the open. Don't forget that there was a constitutional review brouhaha before now. And in the Senate, they were discussing openly grazing for a solution to open grazing, which was not done openly before. Who dared the senators dare not? Maybe one or two dissenting voices will shout that we should go into proper grazing, but they will mellow them down. But these days, you find those voices are louder and they are giving more space to talk.
All right.
I see that as a political gimmick. The man is just playing his cards.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know. Someone else might.
I mean, it's your opinion. It's what you think is going on. That's fine. I mean, just to not buttress what you said, but just to show, in case some of you missed this, we have the first contestant for 2027 election, and it's the Bauchi Governor Bala Mohammed, who's declared in the last few days that he will be running for office in 2027. So the race has started already. But Jagun, I'll come to you. Oh, Mr. James, you want to try again? No, still can't hear you. I'm not sure what's happened. I would have loved to hear your opinion.
Nah, Gambia telecommunications don't happen.
We'll say Gambia happened to him. Keep trying, Mr. James. We'd love to hear from you today. So, Jagun, I've seen Pansat's comments. I've seen two of his comments. He said, based on the first video I played where Ajurin Galali was saying they're going to cut this, cut that, cut this. That was from January, but Pansat is saying, imagine when Nigerians really hit the street, like full effect, like majority hit the street, that we can achieve much. He also said, how do we compare our protest to Kenya? How does it compare? Weighing on this.
Well, I want to come in at this from slightly different angle.
Go for it.
I appreciate really seriously, my brother, show that you are here moderating this at this point, because I believe that this show over the last 2.5 weeks needs some balance, especially from the point of view of the moderators. And whilst we have great moderators, don't get me wrong, sometimes we're not always balanced from the point of view of the moderator. So I appreciate you being here right now. I've missed the show, and I've missed the show based on the fact that so many things have happened. And I think the show needed to address certain issues over the 10 days of these protests in Nigeria. We can see the whole world really going up in smoke, including where we are here in the UK. And we can have an understanding, deep understanding of the confusion that is at stake within the protests that have been taking place since they've been protesting Palestine and Israel. Now, given the Nigerian aspects and how we're looking at these things, I really have to applaud Nigeria, firstly. I don't think we in the diaspora have an appreciation of what it is in Nigeria to have a protest at all. We are not a people, we are not a nation that have a good history of protesting, even though we have so many things in our land, in our country to protest. So firstly, I want to applaud Nigeria for being able to come to the consciousness that they too need to protest. I think just in that, it's a success. Just in that, there's a movement. Just in that, there is something in the air that gives people a consciousness of not just saying enough is enough, but protesting that enough is enough. So that's the first thing I want to underline. Where we go from this, because me personally, I would want the protest to become a revolution. I would want the protest to not stop in today. I would want 1 million men to come out and march today as the last day. This is what I want. I want people to go back and redress the situation, think, and come out again with another 10 days of protest. Because you see, we don't seem to understand that we have held an APC government for 9 years. And under Buhari, we completely wasted 8 years. Nigeria cannot afford to waste time. And we have watched 8 years of Buhari, basically Buhari sleeping. And then we've watched Tinubu come in. He said that he's going to hit the ground running. And what he wanted actually to do, his first assertions were to take away the subsidies without a plan, so it sent the economy sideways. And then he wanted to create war with our brothers in Niger, and he wanted this to be an acceptance as to his governance. Really and truly, the guy should be taken by the neck and thrown out of that office, he himself. However, what I want to see in that place called Nigeria is a total dismemberment of the system. And I don't think we're going to get any sense unless we do that in that country. I'm of a man. Nigeria's economy right now, let me just break it down like this. Nigeria's economy right now is 286 billion. From what it was 10 years ago, 500 billion, which is still a pittance, because Nigeria shouldn't be trading any less than 8 to 12 trillion per annum. The country that Nigeria is, the wealth in the ground, the strength of the people, and even with the level of capacity to manage our affairs in Nigeria. So the way I really see, what needs to happen with the praises and the plaudits that I will give Nigeria standing up as it has, I think we need to see more. And I think we need to see more before there's any 2027 election. I really don't believe in any 2027 election based on the fact that we are propagating the status quo. If it's the status quo that we are propagating by 2027, I want to be here to declare with my own weak opinion that there should be no election 2027 if we're going to have the same rot and rubbish that we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jago. Well articulated, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with your sentiment. I've got Righteous Man is always driving these days. Is it? Have you added Uber to the hustle? Because I can't bring you on. I can't bring you on while you're driving. There are certain rules that we have to abide by. When I say that you're packed, I'll bring you on. A few of the basic rules: driving, eating, argument, not even argument, abusive argument. Those are some of the basic ones. So that I remember from the top of my head. And you're wearing your sleeveless. You want to come and steal people's wives? This man. When you're ready, I'll bring you in. So many things are going against you. Mr. James, try again. Let's see.
Sure.
Ha. I've been watching these shows the times I've not joined. I've had Mr. James speak in fact, you were a special guest of electricity last week. I heard you. So what's changed? Honestly, it's not just me. Can anyone hear Mr. James? No. We'll keep trying. Kristen, I see you. Okay, Maga.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
My brother, good to see you.
Good to see
you. Thank you
too.
for leading on the panel today again. It's always good to see you here.
Always a pleasure.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'm meant to answer your question, right?
Before you answer the question, let me see if I can find one of the videos as well. So this is in the north today.
Yes.
لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك لك لبيك اللهم.
So you have the protesters.
Was that Buhari's head being stoned?
No, that's Tinubu's picture. And you see the baby protesters in the north throwing stones. I believe from a family of Christians and Muslims, I believe that's one of the rites they perform when they go to Mecca, where they stone
the devil.
Satan, yes, Satan. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's what they're trying to, replicate. But, there you have it. So carry on.
My take on those two videos that you just shared now is seeing the Muslim ladies or women coming out to protest against bad leadership. I think is a good development, very welcoming development. These things, years back, we don't see them from the north, but it's an indication that political awareness is going up there, and much of education as well. And maybe, largely, their effort to begin to question some of these, their clergymen, the imams, that always lie to them that it is an aram to, protest against government. But it wasn't an aram to protest against Goodluck Jonathan. So seeing these changes coming out, from the north It's a good development. It shows that Nigeria is moving to their permanent site, you know. But this is it. There was a protest in 2020. The North, the Southwest especially, came out and protested against Goodluck Jonathan. At the end of the day, I mean, the theme of the protest was end SARS, right?
Yes.
A lot of Nigerians, innocent citizens, were butchered on the street in Lagos. At the end of the day, nobody was apprehended. I mean, the culprits, the killers, none was arrested, none was charged, and nothing happened till today. Those lives wasted. And at the end of the day, what happens with the NSAS? They rebranded it, gave it a different name, and they're still operating with a different name and offices. Nothing was achieved in 2020. And today again, 2024, another protest. The theme is End Bad Governance. Nigerian youths came out to protest. Some were on the street, some were at home eating insala soup as a form of protest. Their shops, businesses closed down. Others were on the streets, especially up north, protesting. At the end of the day, what happened? Good number of citizens were killed. None of the killers, I mean, perpetrators, has been arrested. None has been charged to court. And believe me, none will be charged to court, and nothing is going to happen. At the end of the day, what happens? Those lives also will be wasted. Their demands and the grievances have been, made known to the government. The question is, will the government act on them? No, because this protest, the government notified, the protesters gave a notification to the government. I mean, weeks before the protest commenced. If Nigerian government is a genuine government that cares for the people or for the citizens, they should have genuinely begin to address some of these grievances that will, at the end of the day, maybe deter the protesters from coming out, to protest. But what did they do at the end of the day? They pull out armored tankers, pull out military personnel on the street to combat against the protesters. And that shows that they are not ready to address any of these demands. They are not ready to address any of these grievances, and they will never be ready. They will never address any of this. At the end of the day, what happened? They fashion out their propaganda machine, machineries, tribal their bigots to come out and start to accuse an ethnic group being the cause of the failing of Nigerian government or the failure of Nigerian government. And some idiots from the Southwest are also demanding that the Igbos should leave Southwest or leave Lagos State. I don't know where the kind of water that these people drink. See, gone are the days when Igbos are scared of the possibilities in Nigeria. We are not directly descendant of after the war. What we have right now, we don't really care who your papa is. If you want us to stay in peace in Nigeria, we stay in peace. If you don't want us to stay in peace, we dabaru the country. Everybody find his papa house. So as far as that country is concerned, nobody has the right to ask another to leave until you maybe divide the country. But if the country is still as Nigeria, you don't have such right. In as much as they try to use the state might to clamp on some people. I mean, the Igbo people precisely. They have no such right. We are not scared of all these things. So for the protest has come and gone. Nothing. The demands are made. The grievances made. Government, they heard it. It goes through this air. It comes out from the other one, and it's gone. Nothing will change at the end of the day. So until the citizens, how they fashion out the militaries and all that with the armored tankers, on the citizens come out with equal and opposite reaction and might, nothing is going to happen. Do me, I do you. By a citizen, by whomever that by the citizen, That is the only way to bring solution to that place. When the protest started, what did they do? All of them flew out. They all left the country. After the protest, they're coming back. They'll be coming back one after the other. Nothing's going. Nigeria is dead and gone. If you really want to take over Nigeria, the citizens, if they want to take over Nigeria from these criminals, they must be ready to do them exactly or even more of what they do to the citizens. If you buy me, I buy you. That is the only way to take over this country. If you want to do peaceful protest, sometimes, like whenever I hear them saying peace, it sounds like imbeciles. What peaceful nonsense? What peaceful nonsense are you talking about? You are not you are not the first to start. When they start buying you buy them back. There's nothing. There's no. You don't beautify fight. There's no aesthetics in fighting. If you do me, I do you. That is it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you for your submission. Mr. James, we'll come back to you again. Let's try before we go to Christian. I wish I had a magic wand to make this work. I'm really sorry.
Hello.
It
Hello.
just hasn't worked. Yeah, wait. I can hear you, Christian. Christian,
Okay.
before you weigh in, I just want to play a video of a famous. I think if there's anyone who's defended this president, I don't think anyone has done it as much. I don't want to say as good as much as Mr. Onokpasa, that Rufai Hussaini made famous, and he kept shouting, "Mr. Onokpasa, I just hear Mr. Onokpasa in my head like a million times. The man goes on every channel that would have him, and he just makes a fool of himself. He's a lawyer. He's an elderly guy, but honestly, when he speaks, you start to think his children. There's a level that you don't cross, but this man doesn't care. Now, to hear Mr. Onokpasa come out in the last 24, 48 hours to criticize or to start complaining, and I've told people who listen to this, let me play it before I tell you what I think of it.
Members, you see, Mr. President, most of us supported you because we know your antecedents, what you had done in Lagos. But you see what you did in Lagos. You mobilized Lagosians to fix Lagos, which is to be expected. What is more natural than that? However, you cannot mobilize Lagosians to fix Nigeria. You will have to mobilize Nigerians to fix Nigeria. So you cannot form a core of a team, okay, that is basically a Lagosian-based team to fix Nigeria. It does not. It is mathematically incongruous. It's an incongruity. It is expected that you will mobilize a team of Lagosians to fix Lagos. But then, to that same extent, you will just have to mobilize a team of Nigerians to fix Nigeria. You say these Lagosians you brought with you to Abuja to help fix Nigeria. With respect, they are useless. Useless. Starting with that your chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, the most useless amongst them. You will have to dismantle this team. With respect, my president, you will have to dismantle it and rebuild a true, genuine Nigerian core. It's not just a team in terms of appointment. There are these ministers. No. Your core team must no longer be a Lagosian team. It must be a Nigerian team. Otherwise, we will just continue like this. Most of them are just interested in making money. They don't love you. They're not interested in your welfare, your political welfare. They are not interested in Nigeria, in moving Nigeria forward. These guys have been parasiting you for decades. Let me even use our Delta Palace. They don't parasite you rich. Discard them.
All right, that's Mr. Onokpasa. For those of you who've never seen him before, if you're interested, just Google his name or type his name onto YouTube and you'll see a few clips. I personally think Mr. Onokpasa wants his fair share. He's defended the president more than anyone, and I think he's been sidelined. A lot of people are complaining about Lagosians. Even the APC from Ondo, Ekiti, they feel sidelined. It feels like it's the open
Where's my sellotape?
Your sellotape.
Why did you take it? Where's my sellotape?
Let me mute CM. It's looking for a sellotape. Okay. A lot of people feel it's the Lagos State and Ogun State branch of APC running the show. But Christian, what have you got to add to this conversation in 5 minutes?
Thank you for having me. Actually, I was following the protests, all this while. But one thing we must know about this protest is this protest against nothing. Okay, why do I say so? It's simply saying that we are hungry. Hungry. Why are you hungry? Why are you hungry? If the protest is about hunger, then it won't achieve anything. And when they say bad governance, it is also not the right thing they're supposed to protest for. Bad governance is a symptom. It is not a disease. I sometimes, when I listen to your programs, which I do most of the time, I don't come in. We always like to talk about the symptoms of problems in Nigeria rather than the disease, the problem itself. Because we deal with symptoms, like you have headache, you have stomach upset, you take paracetamol or whatever you take, it will just subside a little. Then after a while, it will come up again. So the problem is not protesting for hunger or bad governance. Is protesting for me, is protesting for nothing. I recently, just only, was it yesterday or the day before, the Patriots have just gone to, those who call themselves Patriots, have gone to see the president about discussing the real issue of Nigeria. So my concern here is why they have gone there to discuss with him about the restructuring of Nigeria, or selecting what is it called, constituent assemblies. I will employ this media, especially your media, to start using this opportunity to try to explain to people why the importance of classification, why the differences in Nigeria ought to be understood, and why we need to do everything according to those classifications, natural social classifications. People react differently or to different things. I always give example of maize, or what we call corn. We have corn, normal corn, and we have popcorn. If you put normal corn and then popcorn inside the popping machine, the popcorn will pop, the other one won't pop. So what you have noticed here, in that just has happened in Nigeria, is the Igbos largely did not think that they should protest, because protesting for hunger means nothing. The reason why it is well in the north is because the system they have there is called oligarchy, feudalistic oligarchy. You will think that those people on the streets just came on their own. No, I beg to disagree. The people came out on the street because those leaders, they started it from Sultan of Sokoto to all their different leaders. They were campaigning and campaigning and campaigning against the government of Tinubu or something. That because they didn't get what they are getting, to try to feed the people. Normally, what they do is the people in government get the money and give their people food, which is not normal thing in any society. It's not normal. It's not how society should grow. So now they are out of power. They are not able to get those things they do get when their people are in power, in presidency. And therefore, they are not giving people the money or the food the people want. So they subtly put them on the street to protest. Now, if you look at the Southwest, the reason why most of the protests are organized by the Southwest because they have the media. And the reason why it didn't take hold, it didn't make much impact there is simple. The elite there as well that are learning the kind of the feudalistic oligarchy that the North are practicing subtly through their media as well, try to make the people say, oh, well, this man is our brother. We need to protect him. And therefore, the protests didn't make any much impact there. But look, we must understand the problem is not Tinubu. And it is not about who he appointed, because the system is bad. If the system is bad, no matter who you put in there, even the Bishop of Sokoto, Kuka, once said that even if Jesus come down, and go to the Senate, and they give him 15 million, 20 million, will he reject? The answer is no. We have also found out that, the obedient who produce. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. I said if we can wrap up in a minute, please. So we
can okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up now. Yeah, so those who are here, so those who are who were put in there by the obedience in the Senate and in House of Reps, are they not collecting the same thing other people were collecting? So what I'm trying to say is, please, when you are discussing, it will be important as they are trying to go, trying to understand or try to rejig Nigeria or try to restructure Nigeria. It is important that you use this your media to discuss the importance of classification and why we need to organize Nigeria based on the natural social classes that we have.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate that. Mr. James, I would always come back to you. Let's give it another shot.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, wow. Hallelujah. Yes, speak to us, Mr. James.
Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much.
No problem at all. It's always a pleasure to have
you. Initially, I was in, I'm in support of the demonstration, but the way it was organized, by giving them a forewarning, I was against it. Because the tremendous problems they encounter in carrying out their plans is caused by the forewarning. They gave them 3 weeks notice. That 3 weeks notice was utilized by them to tighten the knots. That's why they ran into some, should I call it, operational issues on the first and second day of the demonstration. But however, they used their brains appropriately, and I'm sure the outcome is in fact, it's an unquantifiable success. It's an unquantifiable success because for the first time in the history of the country, I think the North and the South demonstrated at the same time, concurrently, though for different reasons. The way the demonstration took place in the North is different from the way it took place in the South. Each region seemed to be taking care of their personal interests. Anyway, the so-called, is it Patriots who went to see the man?
Yes.
Yes, the organizers of the protest should be extremely careful. These are the same irresponsible old men who plunged the country into crisis since 1960. Now, we always get it wrong at a particular stage in our history. And that stage is when a constitution is to be drafted. I remember when Justice Udo Udoma, I think he was the one, who drafted the 1917, that constituted the Constituent Assembly, that drafted the 1979 Shagari Constitution. Then the next one was by Rotimi Williams. It is the same class of old men who plunged us into this crisis since 1960 that constitute that what's it called, a Constituent Assembly. Now, a new constitution is in the offing. These men have assembled themselves again to go and draft a new constitution. If this exercise we are going through right now will not be a futility, the youth should be extremely careful in order for them not to impose these old men's ideas on them. So this is how I'm looking at the whole show. So far, it's so good. And it will never be the same again, because for the first time, people like Akpabio and others have been called to order. When they return from their recess in the House of Assembly, you will notice some changes in their character and their careless way of talking. The irresponsible utterances will be filtered. And we are still very far from the promised land, but we are inching closer. We've not got there yet. We've not even got to Mount Nebo, where Moses saw the promised land and he could not enter. We are still in the wilderness, but it's just a matter of time. We will surely get there, and more grace to their elbow.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. So you were impressed that at least the North and the South were able to protest at the same time, even if it was for different reasons. That's a good observation. So I'll go to, I think it was CM who came in before. Sorry, my brain is not all there today, but based on what I have on my screen, I'll go to flagship. The flagship has been a minute. I haven't been on for a while, and I believe you've been away for a while, so it's good to see you. They call you the man with the smooth, is it smooth jazz radio? Someone in the comment is going to start talking about you in a minute. I think he secretly fancies you, but please go ahead.
Good afternoon, show. It's good to see you again. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Good afternoon to you. It's been a minute. You're quite right. I've been away for a minute, but I always try to catch up after hours when the show comes on. And to every member of the panel, good afternoon. It's good to see everybody again. First, I would like to start actually, first of all, by commending the Nigerian people from every aspect of the nation that came out to protest, the North, the South, the East and the West, in whatever form they chose to do it. It takes a lot of guts to come out, to speak out in spite of the hardship, the hunger in the land, and to come voice your opinion and let your cries be let out loud as much as they did. And also to those families that lost loved ones from every region. I'll also want to commiserate with them to say my condolences. I wish, or we wish, it never happened this way, that as the protest was turned peaceful, that everybody that left their home in the mornings to go out to protest came back home in the evening. Would have been lovely. But know that the death of your loved ones, they are not in vain. If Nigeria had a good system, and I hope we can come up with something sometime soon where we can immortalize these brave Nigerians that came out and stood to speak and let their voices be heard, and in the process of doing that passed on, it would be great. I hope we can do that to immortalize these names. Is the protest successful? Have we achieved any results? Yes and no. Well, I guess I'll start with no. They had 15, 15 items on the agenda that they wanted the government to pay attention to and resolve within a given time frame. Did the government listen to any one of those? No. They are aware of those items that the Nigerian people or the citizens in Nigeria are going through this tough times, and these issues or items on the list are needed to be addressed. Yes, they know that. They are aware of it fully. Are they willing to do anything about it? No. The president acknowledged any one of those items? No, he did not. Was the protest really gainful within the last 9 days, today being the 10th? It had some positive sides, but Did they in any way reflect on what the agenda says or speaks of? In my opinion, no, they did not. I wish that the protest was organized properly and strategized better to focus on getting a positive result that will reflect and resonate around the entire nation, that would, to some extent, bring some relief to the people. Here's what I have to say. Before I say that, did it achieve good results? Yes, but the results are not directly connected to what the requests are on the agenda. At least it was able to show to those in power that the Nigerian people can still wrap up themselves and come out to speak in spite of the tension in the land. Good results in the sense that at least he was able to get President Tinubu to come out and say something, even though he never wanted to. Good result in the sense that it showed to the world that Nigerians can still speak out and they are not as docile as they have been portrayed to be. My wish is that I desired that the protest should have come with at least a far more reduced list, maybe one or two, at the most 3 items that resonates with everybody in the nation, that we can all come out on and hold them to, that they would at least listen to. And if you ask me, the one thing that everybody seems to identify with in this hard time is the high cost of living. Gas price or petrol price is straight out there to the roof. I was doing an analysis over the week with a friend, and listening to the government say they spend about $6 billion or thereabout dollars to import fuel every month.
600 million.
600 million to import fuel every month into Nigeria. And my question is, how much does it cost to refine 1 barrel of oil? What is the actual cost compared to what they're subsidizing? And how does that reflect with the prices that the people are paying at the pump? And I looked at the cost here in the US, and I almost sank in my seat where I was sitting. And the other part to it is this product that is going out of Nigeria to be refined. We have over 20 subsidiaries that come out of each barrel of petrol or petroleum product that they refine. Where do the others go to? There are 3 main ones that I think Nigerians depend on, which is petrol, diesel, and maybe kerosene. What happens to the rest? Who do they sell them to? Who buys them? Where is the money that is gotten from this? Why are we in debt if we have all these pluses that we could get from it? Now, here's what I'm going to say, and I'll end with this one. Maybe come up say more about this topic later. To the protesters and to the organizers, I understand there is a grouping, or a plan for a 1 million man match in all 36 states coming. Go back, re-strategize. Do not announce yourself. Look at what you achieved from this 10-day protest. See if it meant anything, if it in any way matches to what you really were desiring for the people of Nigeria. That could be achieved within a good time frame. We're not talking about something that will be within the next 6, 7, maybe 12 months, 2 years, but something that could put relief, that would reflect on the dinner table of every Nigerian and in their bank accounts or pocketbooks. So go back, re-strategize, and do not announce yourself if you're going to come out again. Lastly, the word peaceful should not be included in your protest. There's another word I looked up in the dictionary, which I would want to lend to them if they are listening. I think a boycott would yield more result than coming out to protest. If you protest with destruction in your plan, you get the bullets because they have the guns and the military forces on their side. Forceful protest will not do it for you guys. neither will peaceful protest, because these guys in government do not understand peace. You know how they got there. They told us when they were campaigning, you grab it and take it. It's not given to you on a silver platter. And Kenneth Okonkwo sometime this week said something that this is not democracy. He called it, agberocracy. It's the government for the agberos by the agberos, and so it's not going to yield any result if you do peaceful protest. Consider a boycott. The NLC folks tried it, but they took a trip out to Sweden or somewhere, Switzerland, I believe, came back, and we ended up with 70,000 naira minimum wage, which is a big disgrace for a couple of days of blackout. Consider a boycott. Every Nigerian that works anywhere that involves the government, go back, put this in your strategy. A boycott will yield you more result and attention than any protest of any kind, peaceful or forceful.
Right.
Thank
you. Thank you, Flagship. Jagni, did you want to chip in something quickly before I go to CM? You're muted.
Thank you for allowing me this. Much of what Flagship has just said, I agree with. But I want to put to the panel, and he himself, as whilst we're looking from the diaspora at what's going on in Nigeria, especially given the 15 or so sort of requests that the organizers had for the protest, I agree that it's convoluted, and really a lot of them amounted to nothing really in terms of moving forward. And I agree that it should have been streamlined to 3 to 4 demands that the people need, and it would have galvanized most probably a better protest and a better outcome. But I, as he and I have congratulated the Nigerian effort, the Nigerian people's effort, and indeed the condolences for over 200 people who have lost their lives over the last 10 days just because of this protest. Did the diaspora assist in putting forward a plan of action as to how we protest? Because we have to remember, we don't have a great history of protesting in that country. We are docile in that country, and yes, they did stand up. But since this protest has begun, my assertion is that we have no right in the diaspora to point the finger if we're not assisting them. And I feel that a lot of the things that they may have failed on, depending on your opinion, are because they haven't been assisted in how we protest or boycott or get some level of adjustment in what we're doing. I just wanted to add that and make it clear that we all have responsibility. We can't just be looking at them over there and pontificating our thoughts. I don't think that's sufficient.
Yep.
Just wanted to say that.
I completely agree with you, Jagun. I agree with the sentiment that we all have a role to play, even if we're far away. There are things we can do to support people, help with the strategy, backstage, as they would call it. Before I go to CM, I just wanted to read out what Manuel Ferreira said a few minutes ago. Manuel Ferreira said, Alaba, that's Alaba, by the way, he said, the protest is not over. This is the calm before the storm. And Pansat has echoed that to say that was a dress rehearsal. So I'm guessing there are people who believe that, there's more to come. So if there's more to come, to chip in to add what Jagun just said now, is, we have a role to play when the diaspora, there are ways we can support. So let's do all we can to support the protests or whatever it is to salvage the soul of Nigeria. CM, you have the floor. You'll be the last to speak on this before we go to the Dangote NNPC World War.
Okay. I don't know whether I'm coming at. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. I believe it's about the protest that you're talking of. Okay, well, quite some takeaways from the protest from where I stand. It was good this protest happened. people may evaluate the outcome or the gains differently. But for me, it is altogether important it happened. I wish it will be periodic, maybe every month. Who knows? Depends. Because every country gets the leader they deserve at any point in time. So if you feel the leader you have is not what you deserve, you do something about it. First, my first takeaway from the protest, it reinforced what I already know or confirmed it, but I didn't know that Igbo hatred in Nigeria was this deep. I didn't know. I never knew. Though there are signs, but I didn't know it was this deep. Deep in the sense that up there in the north, people were waving Russian flag, the flag of another sovereign nation, and calling outrightly, openly, that military should come and take over. Openly, which is an assault on the Tinubu administration. Derisively, they were saying it. Nigerian army, if not that the 16-year-old boy that was shot, nothing like flooding there with troops or moving a whole battalion to go and do python dance. Nothing. Because they will tell you subversion is treason. They didn't do anything. Can you imagine if that flag was being waved in the southeast? Let's just for once, given our recent history, let's say in the southeast they were waving that flag during the protest and coming out. By now we would have been burying dead. In fact, so many of them shot would have been buried in mass grave. You won't even see the dead to bury. Morning, afternoon, night, house to house. This is exactly what should have happened. And they showed that the derisiveness, the wickedness of the Nigerian state was it. Look at what happened in North. Nothing. Nothing. I was waiting for, let me see the military. Even the protesters were even getting to them. Yet they were run. Well, that is it. Now, the Russian flag that was being waved, I don't want people to wave it out. It is a symptom. It is a very clear statement that, you see, in life, what we tend to do is that if I can lord it over show, then I will say, yes, we have to agree. Do you know that in the north, let me just be a little bit historical. Sokoto is a Hausa state for those that did history. 7 Hausa states. Sokoto, called Gobiri, is a Hausa state. Katsina is a Hausa state. Daura is a Hausa state. Hadejia in Kano is a Hausa state. Rano is a Hausa state. Kano is a Hausa state. And Zaria is a Hausa. 7 of them. They call them the 7 Hausa states. These people, it's not by mistake. The nearness of Sokoto, Katsina, Jigawa, and all those things to Niger Republic. Niger Republic is made up about, I think, about 70% Hausa. These are their people. These are Hausa people. They've seen what is happening in Niger Republic because of the fact that a leader rose up from there, did a coup, took over, they expelled the France from their territory, and then Russia is helping them. They've seen, people say that either Niger or Burkina Faso is now the fastest growing economy. I don't know about that, but all I know is that that's why the 3 of them, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, left the ECOWAS, so that they cannot be encumbered by any power. So it's like somebody who came out of a divorce. You know, you feel free for that first week, 1 month. Oh, you are feeling on top of the world. So they've seen exactly what is happening in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, and they feel that is where they belong. If only Nigerians will reason, but in our own, the way we reason, we say, leave them, this, we talk of a convoluted unity that doesn't exist. Why on earth will people be calling for military regime to come and topple what they call elected government? It is the North that put Tinubu there because of all the rigging. That's why when they are disturbing Tinubu to do something, Tinubu told them, I bought the seat. I bought the presidency. Now, since you bought the presidency, who did you pay the money to? It's not the southeast. It's to them the north. He spent a fortune, quite all right. That's what he want to recover with the petrol refinery in Malta. We know the deal. But why is it that this north now are turned against him? They want it both ways. You see, whatever anybody may say about it, the visit of the Patriots to Tinubu, I keep saying it, if Tinubu really want to help himself, they should start restructuring Nigeria based on Dr. Fakpo Hunda's formula from tomorrow, from today, not even tomorrow. The new constitution they are going to draft in Nigeria, new. The only thing that will make sense there to me is that the word referendum will be put there in clear terms, so that any area that doesn't want to belong to Nigeria, they are free to go. We can't continue suffering. Give Nigeria 5 years the way we are. Nigeria is even looking better now. People are looking up to Burkina Faso. Yes. People are looking up. Burkina Faso is picking up better than Nigeria. And we are so this is the reality of this protest. It revealed a lot. I've been reflecting. I don't know about other people. I've evaluated it and found out that forget about you are suppressing people. Nobody can go to the press. But what the protesters are saying and what they've seen is enough for any serious country to come around to get to the round table and then take their destiny into their own hands. Anybody who dismisses anything there is just wasting his time. The day of reckoning is fast approaching. In order not for us to shed blood or do it in a very primitive way, it is better that Russian flag they are waving, forget about it. Something underneath is really happening, but we may not know. So it is in the interest of Tinubu to act fast and restructure Nigeria based on regions. As simple as that, is very fast. It doesn't table it so that events will start to take its place. But if they feel that they want to keep it like this, everything will die down, Nigeria will explode in their face. But thank God, my Igbo people never participated, and look at what it led to. What if we had participated? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, CM. We always like to have you here because you bring a different perspective. And in the comment section, there are people who totally oppose you, and there are people who absolutely agree with you. And that's the beauty of this show. We're welcoming to different opinions, as long as it's not inciting violence and the rest of it, because it does not represent the view of the show. But in terms of there's a Tinubu supporter, someone who wants to defend the government, you're welcome, at least while I'm hosting, and every moderator would also welcome you. We're trying to be better in the sense that we're not going to shut anyone down. Come and say what you want to say. People would disagree, people would challenge you. That's the beauty of the show. Different views. It's a more balanced show that way, as opposed to just having it one way. And I like some one-way shows. I go there where it's going in one direction, one-way traffic. I sometimes listen. I sometimes join those shows as well. When I want a one-way traffic, I go there. When I want something a bit more balanced, a bit of everything, one-stop shop, I come to Dr. Damages, where everybody's allowed to say whatever they want to say. Like I said, as long as it's not violent or inciting violence. Now, let's quickly move to the issue going on between NNPC and Dangote Refinery. So I'll read this again as received from my CEO, Dr. Rudolph himself. Most of you will have received this when he sent out the message about the invite to this show. So he says, the CEO of NNPCL, Mele Kyari, said he would reveal the truth about what is happening in the oil sector at the appropriate time. What time is Mele Kyari's appropriate time? Does it mean he has been lying to Nigerians? Now, Dangote Refinery posted something on their Twitter account, on their X account, and I will try and read that quickly. It's quite brief. Nothing major. Sorry, nothing long. So he says, we're in receipt of NUPRC's statement that they have facilitated the allocation of 29 million barrels of crude oil to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals. We would like to thank them for this allocation, but at the same time, let them know that we are yet to receive these cargoes. Aside from the term supply we bilaterally negotiated with NNPC, so far NUPRC has only facilitated the purchase of one crude cargo from a domestic producer. The rest of the cargoes we have processed were purchased from international traders. All we are asking for is for refineries in Nigeria to buy crude directly from the companies that produce it in Nigeria rather than from international middlemen. This is specified in the PIA. Unfortunately, the NUPRC has effectively admitted in their statement that they will be unable to enforce the domestic crude supply obligation as specified in the PIA, citing sanctity of contract as an excuse. And this was written or posted by Anthony Chejina, the Group Chief Branding and Communications Officer of Dangote. Now, this looks like it's going to go on for a while. I have a video. I'm hoping most of you have seen this video. There was a gentleman that was on Arise the other day. Was it yesterday? And he spoke extensively about this. It's a long watch. I would stop it at some point. And for those who would like to watch the whole thing, go on Arise YouTube channel after this show and go and watch it. But, giving full credit to Arise, we're using their video. So I'd like to give them full credit.
The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL, Mele Kyari, yesterday at the interactive session organized by the Senate Committee probing sabotage in the oil and gas sector, chaired by Senate Leader Okwemi Badile, declared that the leadership of the NNPCL are neither thieves nor economic saboteurs. He stressed that the NNPCL is loyal and faithful to the country, adding that its management vowed to protect the interests of Nigeria in the petroleum industry. He observed that both problems in the petroleum industry have nothing to do with NNPCL. Meanwhile, the management of Dangote Refinery has denied acknowledging that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has supplied 60% of 50 million barrels of crude oil it lifted. A statement from Dangote Group spokesperson Anthony Chejina explained that the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, had failed to ensure that Dangote Refinery received its complete crude requirement from the NNPCL and international oil companies. It says NNPCL has only allocated 6 out of the refinery's 15 cargo requirements for September, and it was compelled to purchase Nigeria's crude from international traders at additional $3 to $4 million per cargo. Joining us now, as we take a look at an in-depth look, I should say, at the NNPCL and Dangote face-off and many solutions to the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, is Kevin Emmanuel, energy expert, co-founder, and CEO of Dairy Hills. Great to have you, Kevin. Is truly the NNPC loyal?
Good morning, Rufai.
Good to see you. Is truly the NNPC loyal, as Mele Kyari said? Like I was saying to Ayo, it's August already, August 9th.
Yeah.
Mele Kyari says we'll start pumping our fuel out of Port Harcourt Refinery. It's August 9th already. We're waiting for the fresh fuel from the Port Harcourt Refinery. We shaved off about close to $2 billion to fix. Where is the fuel from that refinery? Where is that refined crude? So are they truly loyal?
Rufai, I've said it over time that I do not trust them. I'm only going to believe the NNPC on the Port Harcourt Refinery or any other government-owned refinery when I see the actual derivatives in trucks going out of the Port Harcourt Refinery gates. That's when I'm going to believe, when the marketers confirm that they've actually started and that trucks have started coming out with products. That's the only time I'm going to believe them. Because, if you look at the fact that over the last 20 years, about 12 trillion naira has gone down the drain in turnaround maintenance, and there's nothing to show for it. And you look at the exchange rate at which that 12 trillion naira was expended, is nearly equivalent to $20 billion, which is the same thing that Dangote used in building one of the largest refineries in the world.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Kelvin. I want you to just put during his introduction, Rufai had talked about this whole back and forth between the NNPC and Dangote Refinery with regards to the 60% or 50 million crude. What's happening there? What is going on there? Because if they're saying they're supplying and Dangote is saying they are not receiving, then there's something not quite right. What's your take on this?
Ayo, good morning. Thank you so much. So, there is what is called the Domestic Crude Oil Supply Obligation, Sections 109 of the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021. And based on Sections 109, the NUPRC which is the regulator for upstream, released a gazette on how domestic crude oil supply obligations is supposed to work between the licensees and lessees or production companies upstream and the crude oil refinery license holders. So now the question is, based on DCSO guidelines, are they obeying DCSO guidelines? Because based on production regulation guideline in sections 11 and 12, it says that the NNPCL has the responsibility to actually take a note of the refineries, how much they're producing, how much in crude oil shortfall they have, and send that note to NUPRC. And if there's a shortfall for any refinery in Nigeria, for example, and you see the only active functional refinery in Nigeria is Dangote. And I'll tell you why, because the modular refineries cannot produce PMS. Modular refineries do what they call primary refining. They don't have what they call catalytic reformer that helps you to do secondary refinery to convert naphtha, which is the base compound you use in producing PMS, into PMS. And for modular refineries that are anywhere between $50 and $70 million to construct between 7,000 and 10,000 barrels refining capacity per day, a catalytic reformer will cost you anywhere between $25 and $30 million. So far, it's only one company in Nigeria, Aradel, that is making an attempt to install a catalytic reformer for secondary refining of petroleum to convert naphtha into PMS. So the only active refinery in Nigeria that can actually refine naphtha compound into PMS is Dangote Refinery. So the question now is that, for example, in the month of September, the allocation is supposed to be 15 cargoes. Now, in trading, there's what they call large crude carriers, very large crude carriers, VLCCs, and ultra large crude carriers. So for large crude carriers, for example, which is what you have come to Dangote, you have anywhere between 120 and 150,000 deadweight tons, which is equivalent to about 1 million barrels. So you're talking about 15 million barrels of crude oil for the month of September, for example, that will take them at about 500,000 barrels per day, or anywhere around 65 to 68% capacity utilization. They've only delivered 6 cargoes out of 15. So it means that they, based on DCSO, they owe Dangote Refinery 9 cargoes for production in September of 2024. And based on sections 11 and 12 of the production regulation guidelines under DCSO, it says that if there is a shortfall, NUPRC is supposed to put out what they call a request for quotes, RFQ, to the production lessees upstream to put up that shortfall unless the government is not going to give them export permits to take crude oil out of Nigeria. It's the law. So if Dangote is saying that, listen, the NUPRC is actually not enforcing domestic crude oil supply obligations, and the gazette it produced based on DCSO, it is completely within the law. It's not saying anything that's extraordinary. It's not asking for special favors.
Okay, now, given this foundation that you've laid out so eloquently, there is news that NNPC intends to borrow another $2 billion, which would be oil-backed. Now, this, of course, is juxtaposed to the fact that domestic crude oil sales to local refineries will be done in Naira. How does it all balance in the end?
Well, I am not a fan of reserve-based lending. $2 billion that the NNPC is looking at raising for 35,000 barrels per day in a wholesale agreement to go to an international trader who is a collector for the banks to a debt service reserve account offshore that is not subject to any oversight or appropriation in Nigeria, because reserve-based lending typically favors middlemen and it favors the creditors. And also because you've had a situation where there's a value trade mismatch when it comes to reserve-based lending. You could see that if you look at the history of NNPCL, between 2019 and 2024, it borrowed $12 billion through reserve-based lending, including the last $3.4 billion that was taken structured through Afrexim that it contributed about 40% of, And you also consider the fact that when it comes to reserve-based lending, there's typically what they call the secured overnight financing rate of 6%, which is the global standard for international USD loans. Then there is a country risk premium in addition. And you could see that for the last loan that was collected, the country risk premium was 5.85%, which brought the effective interest rate to 11.85%. Now, for this loan, Nigeria has a risk premium of anywhere between 4 and 5%. So it means that Nigeria is going to be paying anywhere between 10 and 11% on a USD loan, which is very high, double digits. So, it doesn't make sense that in 2024, NNPC needs money for CAPEX, needs money to, invest in its operations upstream, NEPL, MPDC, to increase maybe its production on a daily basis from 150,000 barrels up, and it's having to borrow money. The question is based on the PIA, where it says that every crude oil that is sold, 70% goes to Federation account, 20% goes to NNPC as retained earnings. What has NNPC done with its retained earnings that it doesn't have $2 billion to be able to invest in CAPEX to increase production upstream? That's the question we should ask. And this is the reason why, for example, you don't have enough crude oil feedstock to supply the domestic refineries in Nigeria. All barrels of crude oil around the world, 88 million barrels that is produced on a daily basis for the whole production globally, 32 million barrels for OPEC members globally, yeah? It goes to refineries. They refine the crude. So if they refine the crude and we have one of the largest commercial refineries in the world, how come we don't have a strategy that ensures that we supply and we guarantee security of supply to one of the largest commercial refineries in the world? And it's interesting. It's interesting, Vimba. I'll tell you why it's interesting. A lot of people think that when it comes to crude oil refining into derivatives, the only major products you have is PMS, automotive gasoline, oil, Jet A1, and kerosene. No, it's not. There are so many other derivatives. For example, you actually get what they call bitumen binders, which if you mix it with sand, produces asphalt, which you need for your road construction. Road construction in Nigeria is so expensive. It's one of the highest in the world because we import bitumen binders. You also have petroleum coke. Petroleum coke is used for aluminum cans. And it's one of the reasons why the cost of your sweetened sugar beverages has actually gone up. So there's so much in the supply chain for refining crude oil into derivatives that is going to profit Nigeria.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Okay.
That's what Flagship was talking about.
Yes, exactly. Flagship. When he said that, I thought, I had these guys talk about it yesterday. So, you've listened to that. So I'll start from the top. X0. The NNPC, Nigeria, the government versus Dangote Refinery. What do you exactly think is going on, and how do you think this should be resolved?
Yes. I don't know if anyone saw what David Huden posted recently. It's in the news. Because I think, for me, what's happening here is not just within the country. I think there are international forces. Don't quote me, but if you read what David Huden posted on,
sorry, but I've not read it. I saw that he posted something,
yes,
but I've not read it.
Yeah, he was bribed by an international organization that is funded
800,000 naira or something like that to write an article.
Yes, to write an article, and he actually quoted the name of the company, and the company was linked to the funds coming from particular US organizations, and these are big organizations. When he wrote that, I had no doubts. I began to link a lot of things. Everyone knew this from before, that Nigeria, there's some things that don't make sense. And you begin to wonder, why is this not making sense? Because you just move from A, and you definitely should be moving to B. But then there's a standstill. What in the name of God will make Nigeria, we're in the same country, in the same soil, not to be able to supply fuel or crude oil to Dangote Refinery? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Just like they always tell you things like, the cost of living is high, we're going to move from gas or oil to CNG. And we have vehicle manufacturers in the country, and they have told us they could make CNG cars. In fact, they started making it. Just place the order. Why is there a standstill until this protest, before they now called the innocent yesterday? So it makes no sense. There are to my mind, there are international forces that are not letting us move, because if you move in that direction, you will kill their business and their hold. There's a grip on this country, and the grip is with. Don't get me wrong. There are people in the country, of course, the heavyweights, that are conniving, who are deeply engrossed, but they're not doing it alone. They're doing it with international forces that don't want any movement. Imagine what will happen to a lot of oil businesses if Dangote starts supplying, if Dangote starts running at 100% capacity and starts supplying to most parts of the world. Tell me what will happen to all the other stakeholders. This is the same thing that they played on this guy, the airline guy, when he wanted to go into that. Look at how much that guy was able to bring down the cost. But it's the same factor. But I cannot explain it because I'm not in the field. But my analysis just brings me to this conclusion that there are international factors and we cannot see everything on that. The oil business is a mess. It's a mess. For the first, I don't understand why they will be telling us they want to repair one of the oil refineries. And they are going for the old moribund one. And people who know about the refineries tell us that's not the one they should be repairing because that one is outdated. And they took billions of borrowed money in dollars to want to resuscitate a dead one, while there is one that is more amenable to the current times, that it could use lesser money to operate, and it will give you better refined, better quality finished product. Nothing makes sense.
Okay.
If I were the president, if I was in charge, first and foremost, that man Mele Kyari should get out of that place. He has been. Okay. There's no reason why he should remain there because he's been there when the place was brought down, sold, and the percentage of our patrimony was further reduced from 20%, I think, to 5 or to 2%. I don't understand. I don't understand what is going on. Why in the first place was it sold?
Okay.
Why?
Thank you, Xero. Jago, I've rearranged the screen, I think, based on how people came in. I just sort of rearranged it. But Jago, I'll come to you now. But before I come to you, I know you like to look at the foreign hand, the external influence on things. So I'll play this video, which Dangote granted an interview just as, I think, before they went live with production. I can hear something. And he did say something that you might like to add to your submission. I can hear myself. Okay, let me try and mute. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, that's better. So Aliko Dangote granted this interview a few months ago.
Sand and marshes.
It was just sand, that is a lot of sand actually. 65 million cubic meters of sand, 65 million tons.
And now it's a refinery.
It's a refinery working.
Working refinery. Yes. 650,000 tons of capacity.
650,000 tons of capacity plus a petrochemical complex.
And we've got a fertilizer complex nearby.
Nearby, 3 million tons.
How do you feel that you pulled this off?
I feel great. I feel very proud as an African doing this.
But people were questioning whether you could do it. We just saw the bill rising, the price tag rising.
Nobody ever expected us to pull this through. A lot of people have given up, but we've been able to deliver.
So you said it was going to be $14 billion?
Yes.
And now,
at the beginning, but they are quite a lot. Now about 18.9, about 19 billion almost.
19 billion.
Yes.
And you had to become a construction company and
we had to become construction. We are the engineering, the procurement and construction contractor. So all the others are actually just subcontractors.
So if you knew,
so we built it.
You built it, but if you like what you know now, would you do it again? Would you have done it, knowing how hard it was going to be?
Actually, yes. If I'm going to do it now, I will do it better.
Yeah.
Because I've learned from experience. But if I knew what I was going to go through, I wouldn't have tried.
You wouldn't have tried?
No.
But people warned you, don't do this.
They did, but I thought they were just trying to discourage me. But I've done that. There are other countries in Africa that all the African countries that have been trying to build refineries, they have not been able to. There has not been a refinery in the last 35 years.
And I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is?
So many issues.
Tell me.
There are many. I can't count them, but there are so
Is it
much.
money? Is it political
It's
will?
not only the money, money, political will, and also people who are benefiting from this whole stuff of importing petroleum products into Africa are actually discouraging those governments from building a refinery. And, you know, they won't get the loans anyway because they don't have very strong banks. The international banks will not support anything like this.
You're a true African industrialist and you've achieved so much.
All right, Jagun and the rest of the panel. On the comment section, you heard what Dangote said towards the end, you know, that we don't have the banks in Africa that would borrow you, and the international banks won't borrow you the money to do this sort of project. So I just want you to add that, you know, factor that into your submission, Jagun. You're muted.
Thank you very much. As the last speaker said, Exedo, about the international bias or control that they have on the global economies, I think that should give us a presence of mind to understand that there are big games being played internationally. When we come to a country like Nigeria, and there are intellectuals in Nigeria, there are good businessmen, there are people in the elite that totally understand and appreciate what's going on a global basis. But we don't have backbone in Nigeria. Nigerians don't really have backbone. I mean, I don't like to carte blanche, just spread it out to say that we're not strong people. You see, there is no sweeter money in this world than oil money. None. It doesn't matter what commodity, what trade, what industry, technology, none is sweeter than oil. Oil would bring you in, especially over the last 100 years or whatever it is, oil will bring your nation into quick recovery from whatever it is that you're suffering from. Or alternately, it would propagate a curse because there are big conglomerates, big governments across the world who are positioning you not to succeed. Now, if we look seriously at Nigeria, that's exactly what's taken place. You know, Nigeria, before oil was supposedly discovered, we were rich simply from education and agriculture. Rich enough to feed other nations. In the East, we know they for hundreds of years, thousands of years, they were putting palm oil. Fantastic. I mean, we know it as Nigerians, we all know, but there they had the industry. In the West, we brought on cocoa, and because of cocoa, we were the richest of the three areas. Cocoa out the ground, because the world was eating chocolate, commodities, peanuts in the North. These are the things that made us wealthy then. The wealth that is now added with oil being a part of the game, exponentially, that brought us to a whole new level. And it should have been the thing that kept us out of anything called poverty or lack. But again, you see, because of the Western hegemonic powers that inveigle into our nation's politics and economy, at the height, Nigeria is trading at $500 billion per annum. Right now, it's 286 billion, almost half, because of the myopic, idiotic, simplistic, freakish policies of APC and their cohorts. Now, as I said before, and I need to say again because it's like we're not catching up, Nigeria is simply, without doing too much, it's supposed to be between 8 and 12 trillion dollars per annum, just as a standard. And then if it had real politics backing it, we as a Nigerian nation should have been the forerunner to galvanize an economic union between what we call ECOWAS today and all of the Francophone countries in Africa. If we had this as our space and we're trading within this space with our own currency, there's no one on the planet that will be able to face us. No one on the planet. But there is no plan to these issues. I mean, I'm a lowly person in Southeast London, for God's sake. I'm not in Aso Rock, but I can quickly work this out. Why can't they? I mean, are people asking, why can they not? They can't because they're blinded with the oil money that is ours, that the Oyimbos or whoever are putting in their face and bribing them with, or whatever it is that's going on behind the background. You see, we are a people that are still enslaved, I'm afraid. We're still in slavery, and we are entering further into slavery. Well, sometimes I look at the comment section and I hear and read what people are saying, and I'm saying, are you a thinking person, or are you just barking rubbish? Because me, I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of the way we talk rubbish, and I don't know how else to put it. I don't know how to express myself when somebody is speaking complete fart. I don't know how to do it, because these things affect us. They affect us. No matter where we are in the world. Somebody would tell me, see Jago, he's in London and he's saying that everybody should. I don't want to swear. I don't want to become over passionate. But you see, I'm going to calm down. I won't, for your good sake, my brother Show. But these things rile me. They rile me because it's telling me that it's either you don't read or you're not paying attention, but you are commenting. You are commenting. I don't mind a comment that is different than my own, but it can't come from an ignorant standpoint. It can't. I won't allow it. Don't come to communicate with me with ignorance. So as you are speaking right now, and we have a formidable panel here right now, my prayer is that Nigeria really used the opportunity of the time we have in this Tinubu dispensation to recover what is ours, because the world is racing ahead, and all things are coming to boot. So I put it to you that Nigeria and Africa can be a real haven for us as Black people, but that is not the directory that Nigeria is walking in. Nigeria is walking backwards. The countries that we need to pay attention to are Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Why? No, not because they have military governments. No, I'm not talking that nonsense. It's because they have right-thinking leaders right now. They know the black from the white. If you hear how they communicate, I don't know if you listen to Traore's speech to his people. I've never heard anyone speak like that on the African plane to their people, where he's honestly explaining the history of the last 60 years, what's gone on, how we've been played, and how we're not going to take it anymore. That's how to communicate with your people, if you love them at all. The rest we should, I'm telling you, it's come to, I don't like violence. I don't have the girth for violence anymore. I used to love, but when I was young, I love a bit of punch up. I don't mind. I enjoy a bit of a punch up, but we know that as we get older, actually I've become more violently minded than I ever was, but I don't have the faculties. I don't have the girth for violence in my day-to-day. But my brother, there is no way that we can cross violence off the table, because what we're fighting for, truly, as you said it, my brother, is we're fighting for our soul right about now. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that's fine. So thank you. That was, passionate. There was a lot of fire in that. I appreciate your contribution as always. Mr. James, I'm hoping your mic is still on, but before I come to you, I'm trying to find something else that I can drop in there quickly. Let's find that. Okay, so is it Minister for Finance? He did speak. Let's listen to him.
The fuel subsidy was removed on May 29, 2023 by Mr. President. And at that time, the poorest, 40%, were only getting 4% of the value. So basically, they were not benefiting at all. So it was going to just a few. The other point I think is important to make is that nobody knows the consumption in Nigeria of petroleum. We know we spend $600 million every month on importation. The issue here is that all the neighboring countries are benefiting. So we're buying not just for Nigeria, we're buying for the countries to the east, almost as far as Central Africa. We're buying for countries to the north, and we're definitely buying for countries to the west. And so we have to ask ourselves as Nigerians, how long do we want to do that for? I think that's the key issue. No fuel subsidy in the budget.
There's no fuel subsidy.
There's no fuel subsidy in the budget. That is the truth. That is the technical fact. We have signs that we are going in the right direction, and what we must be determined to do is to maintain those trends. Those trends will take us to where we want to go. And you've got to, when you say where will we get money from, the Ministry of Petroleum through the NNPC has committed to 2 million barrels a day.
By when?
2 million barrels a day at $80 a barrel takes us out of the woods, not just in the short term, but the medium term, because we will rally around that additional infusion of not just income, but foreign exchange to get the economy going and to attract investors and to bring down the exchange rate, bring down inflation, bring down interest rates. At the overall level, at the macro level and the fundamental level, things are falling into shape. The issue is that at the micro level, there's yet to be a drilling down to where people experience life. So the answer in the short, medium, and long term is for Nigerians to produce, to grow, and to produce, and to harvest, and to process their own food. With the kind of food production program we have, inflation will come down as prices come down. When inflation comes down, exchange rate will stabilize.
All right. Thanks to AIT for the video. So, Mr. James, you heard that. Let's start producing and harvesting.
I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. It's just empty talks. This is exactly how these guys have been mismanaging the country since God knows when. They give us fake promises. At the end of the day, let me be sarcastic, they rub our faces with shit and they get away with it. We are tired of this grammar. What we need in Nigeria right now is a new political dispensation that will wipe away these old brigades. Now he is talking about crude oil being, supplied to other African countries. Whose duty is it to police the borders? Is it my duty? Is it your?
It looks like we've lost you, Mr. James. Your audio is gone and your video is frozen. We'll give it a second or two and we'll go to Kristen. Okay, Kristen, take it from where Mr. James stopped, if you don't mind.
Oh, thank you for having me. They said those who understand what matters and what deals with it divide. Those are the ones that go the way that leads to life. First of all, we must understand that the war of Biafra, Biafran war, was a war of oil. So there are international commitments and local sabotage involved in the Nigerian oil sector. So the first one you have to understand, recently Obi said that he went to while he was campaigning, he went to different nations' capital and they asked him to agree on certain things, though he didn't tell us what. But what was he actually alluding to? So the reason why, Dangote and the NNPC will continue to have problem is because those who fought the war saw the oil as their booty. That's why you have all the generals have oil wells. Then the second thing is that what is the consequences of that? They sell it to the oil majors and then take money. And you cannot tell the oil majors who to sell to once why they need it in their own countries. Nigeria do not mine oil. We don't have the technology. We are not investing in the technology to be able to mine oil. It's not a priority for the leaders. Why? Because Nigeria is not one. And so they are trying, those who are in authority wants to exploit as much as they can before Nigeria eventually goes their way. So the issue for you are listening to the laws, and the man was saying that the NNPC and those regulators are not implementing. When has Nigeria started obeying the laws? That's the question. Constitution. We don't obey the Constitution. Constitution is supposed to be the grand norm. So if Nigeria doesn't obey the Constitution, how would they then obey the laws? You know, so probably Dangote didn't realize, as he said, because his people were in power when he was building those refinery, you know. So he didn't realize that there are, what may have been promised, that there will be oil flowing to his district, but he didn't realize how the oil sector works. Recently, we learned that the oil for the next 5 years have been sold to borrow money, and they have been selling the oil that will be mined to sell, to borrow money. So if these oil are mined, do you think that they will supply it to Dangote? Whereas those that actually have been paid for it 5 years or 10 years down the line, will not get their oil. So I don't know, how will it solve this problem? He should now start understanding why monopoly is not good. Because when he was, when he, had the monopoly for cement and all these things, so in this case now, those who are the big players in the oil sector are now trying to force him out of it, because they know that, if you are transferring technology, I mean, why would they want your refinery to work here when they can sell you the petroleum and get more money from you? So Africa is supposed to be a raw material continent rather than a producing or a manufacturing continent. It takes the leadership, or those who are interested in developing the country or the Africa, to come to power and then be able to do what the right things that will favor their people. But otherwise, we are there. We will be stuck in the quagmire.
Thank you. Thank you. CM, I'm going to come to you in a second. I just want to play a bit more of the video, and I'll come to you so you can weigh in on this as well. And guys, if you're watching, I can see we've got about 250 people watching on YouTube. Please like the broadcast. It's just a simple, click on the thumbs up. If you've done it once, don't do it again, because that would negate the one you've done already. So it's just one time. Click on the like. Please subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to Iroko Post TV as well. We are looking to gradually move away from Dr. Damages, so we can continue his satire on Dr. Damages, where he has his wig and everything, like his lab coat on Dr. Damages, and we can have our own thing on Iroko Post TV. So please subscribe to Iroko Post TV, like the broadcast, send super chat if you're feeling generous. We have people that get paid to do a few things the editors and things like that. None of the moderators get paid. Just to let you know, I don't think Dr. Damages makes enough money to pay us. So it's a voluntary thing that we do. So if I solicit for money, it's not because I'm looking to get paid or get a raise. It's just that so that things can be paid for. There are people who work and cut the clips and go through different things. So please support the channel if you can. Thank you.
And diesel and Jet A1 that airplanes fly on. So, it's important for the Nigerian government to adjust its strategy to ensure that it can guarantee supply to Dangote Refinery. The Dangote Refinery should be classified as a critical national asset.
Okay, Kevin, couple of things. First, please take us through the madness that is going on in this country, where NNPC, that's supposed to be a money printer, is now a money borrowing machine for Nigeria, hedging with our crude. When you see the likes of Saudi Aramco making a lot of money, you can't just understand why the NNPC is hemorrhaging cash, making losses. Secondly, by my estimation, this catalytic converter that will convert naphtha, because I know we have a couple of, modular refineries, like the likes of OPAC and Walter Smith and a couple of other refineries. This catalytic converter obviously is less than $100 million. Correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't we envisaged a place?
Yes, it's
less than $100 million, right? Haven't we envisaged a scenario?
It is less than $100 million.
Haven't we envisaged a scenario where NNPC can take equity in these modular refineries by providing for them these catalytic reformers to be able to reform to PMS and give them the crude? Because people like OPAC, I know refinery has been down for a while. They don't even get the crude to buy Naira from them in the first place. Rather than taking it abroad and refining it and buying it with a monetary arbitrage and everything that goes on. So why has NNPC not thought of just buying those catalytic reformers for this modular refineries so that they can have more output and plus also support Dangote so that we can produce everything in situ? Why is this level of madness going on?
I'll walk you back memory lane a little bit, and I'll bring you back to where we are today. In 2008, PPMC, former defunct PPMC, created what they call the Oil Processing Agreement, OPA, and it called for a situation where it brought in, it issued tenders to companies. 35 companies applied for the tender, 13 qualified for it, including the likes of Sonoco, Petrobras, the likes of SIR, that Sahara Energy has a stake in. You had a situation, for example, where crude oil was given to foreign refineries, and then in exchange for PMS and guarantee for diesel, and then Jet A1 when the government was still subsidizing diesel prices before it deregulated it fully, And you had a situation where, for example, you remember what the price of PMS and Jet A1 was then.
Yeah.
But then over time, PPMC ran into debt. Jonathan left, and then Buhari came as president. They decided to adopt direct sale, direct purchase, and they were exchanging about 320,000 barrels of crude oil in exchange for PMS. And I think there were about 16 companies that qualified for that tender then. DSDP ran to up all the way until 2023, I think, and then it was stopped. So you today you have a situation where Nigeria is no longer a country without a functioning refinery. Nigeria has a functioning refinery. Now, the question is, does it make sense, business sense, to invest in the modular refineries and ensure that they have catalytic reformers, which only 4 companies globally, by the way, has license to sell, so that they can do secondary refining for naphtha, which is the base compound, into PMS? Well, it might make sense, but now the question you want to ask is, if we already have a functional refinery that can do up to 650,000 barrels processing capacity and can produce up to 49.4 million liters of PMS daily, why are we not supplying it feedstock? That's the question we should ask Rufai. What's the problem? So when you look at, the amount of production that is done upstream on a daily basis, they say now is 1.6 million, 1.65 million. I say that number is not correct because
is that number plus condensate?
Condensate will take you anywhere. Yes, that number is inclusive of condensate. So effectively, you have anywhere between 1.4
and OPEC doesn't count condensate.
million barrels per day.
And OPEC does not even count condensate.
OPEC doesn't count condensates. They don't count condensates. Plus, you also have, that crude oil is divided into royalty oil, tax oil, and cost oil. Not all of it belongs to NNPC.
How much?
So the question
can I ask
you want
this
to ask is
quickly, Kevin? How much is the net oil out of the 1.4 minus condensate that belongs to NNPC? How much is the net oil after royalties?
I'll put it at 700. I'll put it at 700,000 barrels per day that belongs to NNPC in terms of royalty and tax oil. That's where I'll put it.
All right.
So from that royalty and tax oil, there's supposed to be like a portion of it that goes into the DCSO, domestic crude oil supply obligations. The question we need to ask ourselves, okay, maybe you can raise that 700,000 to around 800,000 barrels per day. The question we need to ask ourselves is, why is the allocation that goes to DCSO not coming to the refineries that are functioning? The question we need to ask ourselves, Refi, is since this year DSDP, direct sale, direct purchase, has ended, why is some of this crude oil feedstock actually sold at a discount to the open market rates under DCSO? And who is it sold to? This is the question we need to ask ourselves. Why is Dangote Refinery, which is the only functional refinery that has the ability to process any grade of crude oil because of its Nelson Complex Index, NCI, not getting the feedstock it needs to be able to refine and supply the markets in Nigeria? And the risk is this. I'll tell you what the risk is. If, for example, for the month of September, it's gotten 6 cargoes, it's owed 9 cargoes, it's not gotten 9 cargoes. Dangote is spending at 450,000 barrels per day. They're spending anywhere between $960 million a year on crude oil feedstock. If it has to import feedstock, the business case will make absolute sense for it to also export its derivatives to other countries and not bring it to Nigeria. Nigeria will lose out on two things: to lose out on security of supply, to also lose out on possible FX revenues from net export proceeds. It needs to stabilize its FX market at such a critical time as this.
Right. I just thought I would play that bit so that when CM is going to weigh in on this, you can factor that in. I can see Pansat is not a fan of Dangote at all. One bit. Pansat is quite happy. Maybe not happy, but he has no sympathy for Dangote. CM. So they're saying that. There's 1 second. They're saying Port Harcourt Refinery is going to come on stream this year. They've been saying that for forever. Over the last 20 years, they've spent the same amount of money Dangote used to build this refinery to maintain our 4 refineries that hasn't produced a drop of oil in those 20 years. Now, if Port Harcourt comes on stream, would it get crude oil? Are you worried it will still be the same story?
Anyway, sure, to be honest with you, it's only that if you are, or the rest of the panelists, if you people agree, you see this NNPC, crude oil, Dangote, all these things, we postpone this discussion.
Okay.
Let this Kyari, the one that promised, say it should be televised, that is ready to testify. Let him let the cat out of if really he's courageous. You see, if there is something called the more you hear, not the more you look, the more you hear, the more confused you become. Is this oil something? All these things they are talking is grammar. Look, we can never know what is going on in the Nigerian oil industry unless somebody highly placed will come out like this MD, or the one that promised to face a Senate, either Senate, I don't know what, it's just like to testify. Let them tell us what is happening. One thing we know is oil is being stolen. Whether I'm not speaking for Dangote, he didn't send me here, but I know Dangote, like any other person, before he set out to build a refinery, he must have in mind that when I finish building it, the crude oil is there. I will buy from Nigeria, even if it's free or whatever. That's why he set it up. If he had gone to somewhere like Ivory Coast to set it up, he will know that The crude oil he's going to refine there will be imported from somewhere. That is the issue. So are you now telling me that all these things, Nigeria, you see, let me see this thing, we can never know. All these things they are coming to speak grammar, wear tie, wear suit. People are just talking as they like. The real deal in this is that I thought the fight should have asked him, why is our oil still stolen till today? Nobody, the more, if you want to discuss this, the moment you mention Dangote refinery, you mention the refinery in Malta. They go hand in hand. I'm really do you know why this thing pains me? It pains me because in the end, the area that produces this crude oil is the worst devastated area probably in the world. Look at Ogoni. Look at Uroboland. Look at Ichekiri. Look at Ijo. Isoko. Ibibio. What are they gaining? Go and see the devastation. And yet we still continue to talk and talk and talk, nothing in sight. The way to start it is what is our OPEC quota daily export? How much did OPEC, what quantity are we supposed to be exporting every day? How much in reality is Nigeria exporting? Why is there a difference? Why are we borrowing money? Till tomorrow, we are still borrowing money. Why? You see, this thing is, people might think, but one thing I want to say, oh, there is international conspiracy. Yes. Are we deaf? Burkina Faso woke up to know that the French is cheating them. They said never again. Of course, the people in Burkina Faso would have said, well, as it is, let me join France. Or are you telling me that France did not want to bribe some leaders in Burkina Faso to keep quiet? But that is patriotism. They refused. The same thing with Mali. Now look at Niger Republic. What really in Nigeria? When they are saying this thing, to be honest, it churns my stomach. I feel so much ashamed. What are you telling the people in the people in the south in the Niger Delta when they hear this story about their crude oil? No account. People, what we know is that nobody knows how much is produced and how much we sell out. Nobody can tell you. What quantity is stolen, they will never tell you. Or they will be telling you a different type of organic chemistry. Your catalytic, enzyme reaction. All these things are just look, we know this from secondary school. You catalyze this, you can get we know you get bitumen. There are a lot of things you get. What are you telling us this? That is not what you want to know is that Nigeria is a member of OPEC, right? Yes. What quantity are we supposed to be exporting every day? Given to us by OPEC. Because if you go beyond, OPEC will punish you. This is it. How much of it are we exporting? It's a simple question. Who accounts for that? Why is Dangote crying? Why is the man in NNPC saying that he will like to testify and they should be televised? I think there are a lot, or maybe when the man finished talking, we might get one or two things. Because no wonder oil business is so oily, to be honest with you. I'm so ashamed. And Nigeria is borrowing money. And we are talking of how we refine this crude oil. We do it this way. The one that goes out, the one that offshore, onshore. What is the meaning of all this? Our crude oil is being stolen. That is sure. Being stolen by the people who feel that it is their own. And everybody is keeping quiet. I wish we have people like in Burkina Faso or Mali or to take control. Because this is unbecoming. Dangote is regretting it. To be honest with you, Dangote is regretting it, putting this crude oil somehow. Because you can't build a refinery. He's not building the refinery with intention to import. He built it and did like any other person so that he can get his supply and they help Nigeria. 4 refineries grounded, and all of the 4 has managing directors, chief accountant, chief engineer, taking salary every day, yet they don't refine even one. Every year they tell you it's coming on stream. Where is he coming on stream? When is he coming on stream? You may be surprised that in the next 2 years, this continues. By the way, who will like Nigerian refinery to come on stream? Because it will stop you from making your money. That's what people do. This is a deliberate act. This is a deliberate act. I wish the protest again is something like this. That look, we really want to see what is this thing happening. What are you talking about? They are stealing crude oil. Tinubu and his brother Wale Edun has their own in Malta. What is coming out of there? So are you telling me all these ones they refine and bring in? You see, I don't know. Maybe if the chap in NNPC will say something that we what we do not know, I can say Dangote Sef should come and tell us exactly the deal he reached. There's so many things we do not know. And we can never know unless they divulge the information. So any analysis we are making is just tomorrow it will be wiped off. It will be blown out by another event because something will still come up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM Flagship. I'm going to come to you, but before that, I'll just read something that Tony Elumelu said in the last 24 hours. He said the government should know that the government should know. They should tell us. Look at America. Donald Trump was shot, and quickly they knew the background of who shot him. Our security agencies should tell us who is stealing our oil. You bring vessels to our territorial waters, and we don't know. So that is, still trying to say what CM said just now. The people are paying the price because the government cannot secure, our oil. Flagship?
Yeah, sure. It's pathetic to say the least when you think about this whole thing. And you hear what they say versus what is actually happening behind the scenes. And you cannot but shake your head in sorry for our nation, Nigeria. In 1960, we were told that they gave us independence from a life that we've always owned. When these folks stepped their feet on the shores of our nation, they dipped their claws deep inside us. And after a couple of tens of scores of years, turned around and said they're letting us go, but they really did not let us go. They let Nigerians walk around freely. You can walk around, do whatever you want, but your resources are not independent. You do not own them. And as it is right now, Nigerians, I'm beginning to question if we really are considered as citizens in that country. I listen to the language every election year. When it's election time, Nigerians are referred to as fellow citizens. After elections, we are called masses. It's despicable to say the least. Nigeria has no business in borrowing money whatsoever from anybody or any nation on this earth. We have more than enough. If we're going to stick with oil alone, we have more than enough to sustain us and maybe the entire West Africa, if not Africa as a whole. But why are we asking for money from other nations? And then the other question is, what is the collateral that we're using to borrow this money? And what nation in their right mind would lend Nigeria money if the nation is broke? There is something that they see or that we have that is not being told to us that makes them give us this money at outrageous interest rates. Yes, I agree with the other panelists. The oil in Nigeria is being stolen on a daily basis. From my own personal estimate, I think that Nigeria is being ran with only 20% of the oil revenue that the nation is getting. Where is the other 80%? Who is pocketing those? Why would Nigeria subsidize oil, pay for it to go to Malta or wherever it is that they refine it, and then bring it back and sell it to the rest of Africa, including Nigeria? And last year, when subsidy was removed, why did the other African nations not feel the pinch like Nigeria felt it on day one when that announcement was made. Thirdly, all the derivatives that we get from crude, where is it going to? Who is in charge of that? Who are these guys that pocket the revenue that we get from these derivatives? Why are we importing them when we need to construct our roads? Why do we buy plastic materials from China? Why do we import medicinal products when we can get the same from our crude? Why do we depend so much on fertilizer coming from other places and our farmers pay so much for them when we have it underneath our feet? So here it is. If Nigeria, with this much underneath our soil, is borrowing money, and Dangote now is coming out to cry out and exposing much of what is happening behind the curtains to us, and now we are seeing it that, oh, wow, so this is what is going on. It tells me one thing, that Dangote was lied to when he decided to embark on this project. And that's why he said when his friends advised him, he thought they were trying to discourage him. They lied to Dangote. And here's my premise. I have a friend who's a geologist, and I asked him a question. Is there a way you can tell the quantity of oil below any soil at any given region or geographical location? And he said, yes, they have the technology that can measure and tell you how much you have. So could Nigeria have borrowed money using the vast majority of what it's got? And they've already been apportioned. I think one of the panelists said something in relation to that Dangote now coming into the picture, there is no allocation for him in the quantity that Nigeria has. And now he's crying foul. You told me I'm going to get it. And here am I, the refinery is ready to go, and I don't have this product to get things running. And Dangote putting that refinery there, I don't beg to, but I stand to differ that it's not in the interest of Nigeria in any way. He's a businessman. He's doing that for himself and his friends. How much of the help has Dangote given to Nigerians with his sugar, cement, and flour and the rest of them? Don't quote me on this one. I heard that the same cement we pay, what, 7,000-8,000 per bag for in Nigeria from Dangote is being sold in Cameroon for far much less. It's being produced in Nigeria. Why are we paying more for it than the Cameroonians and every other African nation that are profiting from Dangote? If he does that, why do I think that this refinery that he has set up is in the best interest of Nigeria? I'm yet to see that happen. And I know it's not. That's why this fuss between himself and NPC and the Nigerian government. So I say this, that we are yet to see the real picture. We're waiting for the CEO of NNPC to come out and speak. And I hope that when he comes to speak, he will tell us where the revenue for all the derivatives from this crude that we export is going to, and who manages them or who's in charge of them. Nigeria has what the oil community refer to as sweet crude, whatever that means. If I will explain it in my layman terms, is that the crude Nigeria has better quality, easy to refine. The derivatives you get from it, you can't match any other from any other part of the world with it. That's why it's highly sought after. So why are we not benefiting from this? I'm waiting to hear from him. Let him come back and testify, and let him tell us where the revenue that we're getting from this crude is going to. Why we cannot account, like the gentleman on that clip was saying, why we cannot account for the 30% that should be coming to us, and who is manning it. Why would Nigeria need to go borrow $2 billion and more to sustain itself and the distribution of these products? There's so much more that is yet to be heard. So I say this to everybody: grab your glass of wine, sit back, and let's watch and see how the secrets behind closed doors will be exposed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. So, Mr. James, this might be a topic that you might be interested in speaking on. I'm just thinking, I might be totally wrong now, completely wrong, but I'm thinking, in a very simplistic way, that is it possible that when Dangote was setting this up, his deals, his agreements was with the CPC wing of APC, and they are now out of office, and it's now got to deal with the ACN wing of APC. Could that be the case?
Well, whatever the case is, that is their cup of tea. Look, this business they call 419. If, let's say, Mr. A wants to swindle B, first of all, Mr. A will write a letter to B that I've got XYZ in social account. They work out the modalities to swindle an imaginary person. And in the process, Mr. A will succeed in swindling Mr. B. And Mr. B cannot come out to explain actually what happened in details, because fundamentally, his intention was fraudulent, to swindle another person. Because of trying to swindle another person, he got swindled. This is what is happening to Dangote. What the agreement they reached behind the scene is likely to be despicable, that they are finding it impossible to divulge it to members of the public. So whatever happens to him is his cup of tea. That refinery is not Nigerian refinery. When I was a little boy, Warri Refinery was functioning. The ones at Port Harcourt were also functioning. I think there are two there. The one in Kaduna built by the military. I think that's the youngest refinery built by the military. They were functioning. Why is it that they are refusing to repair these refineries and everybody's talking about Dangote, Dangote, Dangote? We know who this man is in our midst. So whatever happens to him, is it not Jeffrey Archer who wrote a book, I think, Honor Among Thieves, or there's something like that? There's no honor among thieves. When a thief steals from a thief, they know how to resolve their problems behind the scene. So that should not bother us at all. As I was saying before I went offline, they are talking about we supplying crude oil to neighboring countries illegally. Is it my duty to police the border? That is the duty of government. It's not your duty. It's not my duty. They are paid to serve the people of Nigeria. So if they cannot secure the borders, that is their cup of tea. And whenever any journalist uncover syndicates of smuggling syndicate, that journalist do not know peace in this country. And not only that, the government deliberately refused to come to their rescue whenever they are being harassed by those in government, whenever they expose smuggling syndicates in the country. So you see, as I was saying earlier on, we need a new political dispensation. Look at the problem that erupted at Okwama in Wale South local government, where some soldiers were killed. What happened? Up to now, nothing has been said. No commission of inquiry. Because if you open a kind of, if you set up a commission of inquiry, it's a Pandora's box you are opening. And what will come out of your phone, you cannot handle it. And this is just like the quarrel between Dangote and his, business, cliques in government. Now, as for this man they call Kyari, Mr. Shaw, I would like you to enlighten me. Is it related to the policeman in Hush Puppy's case?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're related.
Is it related to a Secretary General that died during Buhari's time, one Emeka Anyaoku or so?
I don't think so. I can
So
check.
This is a case of three Kyaris
Yes.
terrorizing the country. If they happen to be from one family, there's need for Nigerians to be extremely careful of that family. Emeka Kyari of Hush Puppy, the Secretary General or so, I don't know what his rank is, in Buhari's time, and this very one. Now, this Kyari we are talking about has been in NNPC since God knows when. He has not been able to deliver the goods. Why are they retaining him? What is happening between him and the other officials behind the scene? So, you see, we need a new political dispensation. Now, here Dangote saying that his, refinery has got allowance for petrochemical, facility. In Warri, Nigeria, there is a petrochemical industry there. Nobody is even saying anything about it. Delta Steel Complex at Alaja in Warri. I remember when I was a youth corper at Edo College, I was teaching A-level geography students. I took them there to Alaja Steel Complex on a field trip. They were producing billets, which they sent to Kaduna, steel rolling mill, Jos Steel Rolling Mill, Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mill, and one other I can't remember. Now, all these industries are dead. So what kind of political class do we have? We need a new political dispensation. We should congratulate these boys who have taken over the streets, because if they are able to sustain their momentum the way they are planning it, there will surely be revolutionary changes in Nigeria. I've said it on this platform and many others. There will never be a change in Nigeria without a revolution. Absolutely no change. 2027 is another scam in the waiting. I think a governor has already indicated his interest to run for office in 2027. But despite the monumental problems we are grappling with in the country right now, he has the effrontery to announce that he's interested in running in 2027. And from an unreliable source, I heard that, what's this man, this Bello of Kogi State, is no longer in the country. The immigration officials assisted him to sneak out of the country. So we just need a new political dispensation, a new arrangement. And these men, the so-called Patriots who went to visit, Mr. Tinubu, we should keep an eye on them, because these are the people who ruined the country. So if we are expecting them to repair the country, it's not possible, because a corrupt society cannot reform itself. The only instances of reasonable men we found in government, like what's this man called? Tunde Idiagbo of Buhari's administration, military administration, that man was able to detach himself from society. That's why he was able to introduce some revolutionary changes in the system. As long as this political class are part of the system, it is impossible for them to effect any change. And I know that no political leader anywhere in the world will voluntarily relinquish political power. Even people like Obama and others who step aside after 2 terms, they were constitutionally compelled to step aside. Nelson Mandela did not go for a 2nd term on health grounds. So no political leader or politician will voluntarily relinquish political power. The only language they understand is what these boys are doing. And it's so pleasing that on the 10th day of the demonstration, they were able to stand their ground. They came out in large numbers. And from what I'm hearing, what is going to happen on October 1 is a tsunami. So we should brace up for the unexpected. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Victory. It's been like 1 billion years since we last saw you. You have a new hairstyle. You've changed your your appearance. How have you been?
Sure, I'm good, man. How's it going?
Not bad. We're not talking Forex, but, you know, you're a man of multiple talent. So this NNPC Dangote Wahala, how do you think we'll resolve it? What's the way out? How do Nigerians benefit?
What I mean, you heard the Kevin guy that was speaking at Rise News.
Yes.
I watched his previous interview as well. You heard what he said in this last one. He said 50% of the microeconomy issue is coming from NNPC. Do you know what that means? 50% of Nigerian micro issue is coming from what the NNPC is doing. The NNPC have been playing ping pong with Nigeria for over 20 years. And they've gotten away with it for this matter of time. This is the same Kevin guy, like I said, this previous interview I watched, he said Nigeria imports about 2.4 billion US dollar of finished product into Nigeria in terms of petrol, diesel, and jet petrol for the aviation guys. Can you imagine what that would do for the economy? That's like 29 billion US dollar a year. Imagine pumping 29 billion US dollar into Nigeria economy every year. Imagine what that would do for our forex in terms of like stabilizing our forex, and just that money that can go into different aspects of the economy in terms of infrastructure. And the guys in power now will never let go, because that's where they are making that billions of US dollar from. It's like a thief asking a thief to stop stealing when they have access to the gun. Yeah, how would that work? You understand? So it's just like a vicious circle. We're just going around and around and around. And to make it worse, NNPC is using our crude oil money to borrow money. So it's like what they are doing, they are just tying down all our feedstock in all manner of madness. Is like using it to borrow money so that ensure that Dangote will never get any feedstock to refine any product, because they will tell you that we don't have, we've sold it already, we've used it to borrow money. And what is it going to do? Nothing. He has to import crude from outside Nigeria, deliberately sabotaging our economy. And they've been doing this for years and years. Was it not the same Bakari guy that was saying the other Buhari regime that I can assure you that our full refinery will work before Baba leaves finish office? Did you not hear that? He said that. I'm sure you've seen that video. That video has been going around everywhere. And at the same time, it was even that Shagari told the oil company that they should install meter so that we can know how much crude we produce every day. Do you know up to today, Nigeria does not know how much crude they produce on a daily basis? Can you believe that? Since that time Shagari made that statement, fit meter up till now, they have not done it. So they've been lifting crude from Nigeria on a daily basis in millions of barrels, and nobody knows what we are producing every day. And then under Jonathan, Nigeria daily input got to 2.8 million barrels a day. Let that sink in. Another Buhari plunged it back to 700,000 barrels a day. So, sure, I don't understand. Sure.
So do you think we don't know how much, or they're just not telling us?
They know. The people in the oil industry know how much Nigeria is making a day, right? So they're saying under Jonathan, officially we took it to 2.8 million barrels a day. So that's why Jonathan had a lot of evil forex to defend our naira. Because if you look at how much the naira depreciated under PDP from Obasanjo, I think it depreciated just 20 naira. So you can see the difference in leadership. And then I think under Jonathan, I think it depreciated with about 100 to 150 naira, right? I mean, look at what Buhari did. Buhari came and his guys, they went mad. Sure, I've never seen this kind of thing in my life before, where a set of people, Nigerians, they hate Nigeria so much that they can plunge their country to the brink and they don't care. From 2.8 million barrels a day to 700,000 barrels a day. Just imagine that. So that's the money that is going into some few people's pockets. And that happened for years. And nobody's saying anything about this. And I'm telling you this now. And even the Dangote himself, Dangote is not being honest with the Nigerian people. His communication is not clear. Dangote should come out in a clear terms and say, like, listen, Nigeria people, if Nigeria government can guarantee me crude feedstock, I can make the price of diesel, petrol, and jet fuel so price to stabilize the economy. He's not saying that. Dangote himself, he's not being honest with the Nigerian people.
I think before Dangote Refinery was commissioned, or before they went live, I think Ajuri Ngelale, the president's spokes guy, he did say that Dangote Refinery would not make fuel cheaper for Nigerians. He was categorical. He was emphatic. So there's no promise of cheaper fuel for Nigerians. So
yeah, but he's saying that, sure. But the reality is that it's just plain messing around with the Nigerian people. Because if you're getting crude at a certain price. If Nigeria government, remember during this protest, they said that they will give Dangote crude in naira now. Remember people were talking about this, and that came out. Remember
they were going
that
to sell to him in naira.
Exactly. So if you are giving Dangote crude in naira, obviously you know how much he's getting it for. Of course, he can tell you that, I can guarantee you, not fixed price, but I think within this range that petrol or diesel or jet fuel will be at a certain price. Imagine flying from Lagos to anywhere to Abuja, wherever. They're telling you 300,000 naira. Under PDP, that was like 25K. Sure, I don't know. The only thing I can think of, that these people really, really, really hate Nigerians with passion. Otherwise, nobody will run that country to that level of madness. It's like when people go crazy. It's like a kid in the candy shop that go berserk, like, I've never seen candy before. That's what these people are doing.
Honestly, it would be nice to hear what the supporters and defenders of APC would have to say on these issues. Like I said, I would like it to, to have like a balanced outlook, in the sense that we've said what we've said so far. What I saw something yesterday and I couldn't watch past a few minutes. There was a particular guy who went on Arise. He loves to shout. He goes to Charles Anyagolu's show as an APC chieftain, and he was still trying to blame PDP. I honestly said before this last election, that at least Tinubu's people would blame Buhari. They would split APC to CPC and ACN. That's what I thought would happen. I never thought they would still go back and blame PDP. This guy sat on TV and was trying to blame PDP, and I just shut down the interview like, I haven't got time for this. I would like to hear the defenders of APC, what they've got to say. Do we put the blame squarely on Buhari's table, which is still APC, or who are we blaming? I mean, you just said the price of flying from Abuja to Port Harcourt or whatever. I mean, you look at the prices of things, the inflation, it's crazy. The question I like to ask them is, you say, yeah, there's inflation everywhere, there's this everywhere, this is happening everywhere. And I say to them, I agree, my bills have gone up in the last 5 years, whatever years. Even plantain that I can eat from January to December, when I came to this country, was 6 for a pound, 6, 7 for a pound. Now it's 3 for 2 pounds. Okay, but I can afford it. It doesn't change much for me. So I ask my people who defend the government, and whatever you say, they have an answer. What do you say to the guy in Nigeria that is going to be paid 70,000? Let's forget 30,000, because they like the 70,000. Because to them, Mr. James, I'll come to you in a second. Because to them, it's easy, convenient to say, it's not 70K. We've more than doubled your salary. But what 30,000 would get you the day minimum wage was increased to 30,000, 200,000 won't get it today. So this your 70,000 you talk about is nonsense. So can you please explain to our people in Nigeria, help them manage their 70K? How should they spend it? Transport to work 5 days a week, paying rent. We're not talking about somebody that, Fayoshe said, had 17 children. I'm talking about somebody who has a child.
Sorry, sure. Let me just line on this, because I'm gonna just shoot off quickly.
Okay.
I think the people in power now, they will never stop what they are doing, because they've taken, like, Nigerians are living in fear, because you can't blame them, because at the end of the day, the history has shown that if you come out and do anything, they will kill you, they will shoot you and all that. So Nigerians are living in fear, and I think it's understandable for we to be empathetic towards people that are there. And I think the bone of Nigeria's problem is that we don't feel sorry for ourselves. So Nigerians are not empathetic people. We don't feel, as long as we are sorted, me and my family is sorted, we don't care. And that's the society we've lived in. And it's like that is not the norm, because there's no way you like have like $1 million in your account, and you drive past the street and you see people that are hungry, they've not eaten, and you don't feel anything, because we build a society where everyone is for themselves. We are so mean, so cold-hearted. That's why the people in power, they will continue doing this until the Nigeria people comes out and say, listen, enough is enough. And if they have any sense now, they should know that we're getting to that time, because the 2023 election was the straw that broke the camel's back. People will not take that anymore. People see news from their social media, and they're looking at their life that, hang on, how come things are so bad for me? I can't eat, my children can't go to school. So at a point, people will say enough is enough. And if they have any clue, they would seriously rein back on their excesses now and look for a way forward for that country. That's what I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Victory. Thank you. Mr. James, yes, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I slightly disagree with the gentleman.
Okay.
He spoke well. I agree. There's a lot of sense in what he said. Nigerians are not cold-hearted. When I was growing up as a little boy in Benin City, I had the best of times, the best, the very best. Nothing can be better than best. You know, as I always say on this platform, my education was free of charge, absolutely free. When I say free, I mean F-R-E-E, free. Who gave it to us? It's a Yoruba man, Bafemi Awolowo. Will you say that man was hard-hearted? He knew that our parents were not able to pay our school fees. They can't send us to schools. When the UPN era came, Ambrose Ali, the governor of Benue State, Ambrose Folosho Ali, continued the program. So, I mean, Nigerians are not hard-hearted. It's just that we are unfortunate to come across these devils in government. Even under the military dispensation in Nigeria, if you know what those guys did, petrochemical industry Warri, Ogorode Power Station Saple, Alaja Steel Complex, Kaduna Steel Rolling Mills, petrochemical industry. I mean, these are military guys. They are trained to shoot guns. They are trained to shoot guns and oil artillery. That's what they are trained to do. But they were able to organize the country for the benefit of everybody. So it's not very correct that Nigerians are hard-hearted. I slightly disagree with him. But however, I want you to know that Nigeria do not know the amount of crude oil we produce every day. I got to know this because when Thabo Mbeki, the former president of South Africa, was addressing a function at the University of South Africa, UNISA, at Sunnyside, Pretoria, he mentioned that they had cause to come to Nigeria to investigate certain issues. They went to NNPC and they asked them, how many barrels of crude oil do you produce every day? They said it's only the presidency that can answer the question, that they do not know. So they went to the presidency and they were told that we do not have the equipment to measure the amount of crude oil we produce every day. So we don't know how much they produce every day. That is just it. So that is the country we come from. So what we need is a new political dispensation. The present ruling class must give way. If not, we will never see the promised land, let alone get in there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. They need to give way, but like we've all agreed, they're not going to go. They will have to be moved. We've been told many times, power is never given. It needs to be grabbed. You will run away with it. It's not a la carte and the rest of it. But just to remind the viewers, the ladies will be having one of their shows again tonight. It's going to be 11 p.m. Lagos, UK time. And I think that's 6 p.m. New York time. So please, the ladies will be having a different show. This show would end before they start there. So it wouldn't be a continuation of this. It's a brand new episode on Dr. Damages. So please try and join them, support what they're doing. The topic they're discussing tonight will be dealing with infertility, surrogacy, and adoption. So, you know, if it's a topic of interest, please feel free to join. And it's one show that allowance, you know, the exception has been made for, where people can join without their cameras on. If you want your camera on, please feel free to do so. But because of the sensitivity of the topic they'll be discussing, you know, they talk a lot about family lives and things like that. A woman might want to come and cast her husband and cast her whatever and talk about her friend. They don't want their faces to be seen. So please, you know, ladies, it's your show. Support it. We will be there to support as well as much as we can. But you need to own this. So, guys, you know, tell your ladies, your friends, your female friends that show that takes my time every weekend, they've created something for you that you might enjoy, that is not politics. That way, we might eventually get them to listen to politics, you see. So it's a win-win for us in the end. All right, so let me, we're still discussing Nigeria, of course, but let me play a video that is Still related to Nigerian politicians and their behaviors, but slightly different. Let me find that. This was Chris Uba. The caption says it was in London where this happened, but you know, everything is in London. I would say in the UK. I don't know what part of UK. Chris Uba is a PDP politician from Anambra State. I think he served in the Obasanjo cabinet. I think he's from the famous Uba family in Anambra. I might be totally wrong, but I know it's from Anambra State. And this video made the rounds earlier this week.
Hello, hello. Look at me. Look at me. Do that again. Do that again. You're fighting him, yeah? You're hitting the man. Why are you hitting him? Why are you hitting him? Shut up, get out. Do you see? Get out. You see? He doesn't want to pay. He doesn't want to pay the money. We've done work for him. Yes. The whole house. Is that right, Suleiman? Yes. So he's trying to beat him. He's a hard man. Are you a hard man, yeah? Yeah. Are you a tough man? Yes, he beat me here. Tough man? Yeah. Excuse me, look at me. Here. The police are going to see that now, yeah? You don't want to pay money, yeah? You don't. Yes, Christian. Yes. Yes, Christian. You got it.
All right. That's a Nigerian politician who thinks he's still in Abuja or in Anambra or Lagos or God knows where. You know, when I saw that video, what crossed my mind straight away is the artisans that work for them in Nigeria. What do they do to them if they have a slight disagreement? What would have been the fate of that man if that was in Nigeria? That was recorded. It happened in the UK. And I'm hoping that that has made its way to the police. I know the police in the UK these days are preoccupied. That might be the last thing they want to deal with. But I hope, you know, something is done, because our politicians just have a way of giving us bad rep. And I tell people that, yes, the people have a role to play, but our politicians are bigger figures. You know, their name carries a lot more weight. And, they, you know, but Flagship, yeah. Jagun, I see you at the background. I see you're eating now. When you finish, I'll bring you on. You finished, okay.
Thank you. I just need to address this particular subject. Thank you, Flagship.
Go ahead.
No, please go in normal order. I'll make my time. I've got a lot to say on this.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, show this it's disgraceful to say the least. You know, I've always my opinion is this. You know, when you have someone who is incompetent, doesn't really know the value of the office that they occupy, you get to see behaviors and tendencies like this. The question is, do they really know who they are? And that they are figures that are looked at with so much high expectations wherever they show up. It doesn't matter where. In Nigeria, abroad somewhere, do they really know what they carry, what they represent, and who they represent? That as individuals, or as a politician rather, they are no longer an individual. So whatever behavior attributes that they exhibit outside is being interpreted as Nigeria and not themselves as an individual. You know, you asked a very strong question that if this could happen abroad, what would be the case for their own local staff back home? It's hard for me to imagine. It's really hard for me to imagine what they go through. It's tough to hear that some of these staff of these politicians that you hear command millions and billions in their account still pay their staff minimum wage. So this one is it's disgraceful to me, and I wish he never came out, but I'm glad he came out so he too can sometime look at this, or other politicians can look at this and maybe learn on how to behave when they're outside the shores of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you, Flagship. Mr. James, what do you say to our brothers?
Yes, it's laughable because it reminds me of those years I spent in the city of Johannesburg, in a neighborhood called Hebrew. Such a thing can never happen in South Africa, not even in one's dream. It can never happen. Because if a man should work for you and you are refusing to pay him, what he'll do is very simple. They hire a gunman after you, and that's the end of the show. And nothing will happen, absolutely nothing, for one reason. There's numerous murder cases in South Africa. They have more cemeteries than any other country in Africa, South Africa. The biggest cemetery is a place called, it's called Avalon Cemetery in Soweto. Every week, they bury a minimum of about 600 to 700 people at Avalon Cemetery in Johannesburg alone. And what is the cause of death? There are only two major causes of death: HIV/AIDS and bullet wounds. The South African will not take this nonsense. They will send him to hell and they just forget all about him. You get the point?
Yes.
So that is how it is. In Nigeria, worse things happen. There are cases I would not like to mention here for certain important reasons of well-to-do men maltreating their workers. So such is life. But one thing again we should know is that if people get the government they deserve. You see the white man who was talking to him, or the light complexion man, was talking about the police. It means that the police seem to be up to the mark in the UK. So it's up to us to make or man Nigeria. That is just how I see it. Because what the boys are doing right now in Nigeria is a foundation for a better Nigeria to come. I might not live to see that Nigeria. This reminds me of French Revolution of, I think, 1789, if I'm not mistaken. The present standard of living, the French people are living today, the foundation was laid during the French Revolution of 1789. That is why they now talk of equality, liberty, and fraternity. Those who laid the foundation, they are dead and gone. So what the youth are doing today, they deserve the support of the whole of Nigeria in order for them to put responsible people in government to chart a new, to create a new Nigeria for future generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. Jagun, yes, you have something to say about this. I saw you jumped in straight away.
Thank you very much. I have a lot to say about this, because we Nigerians, we've really got to wake up. We've got to be honest. We've got to look ourselves in the mirror and tell ourselves that we are actually ugly instead of pretending that we're beautiful. What I mean by this, I've grown up in this country and I've seen artisanship at its best, from the Oyinbo, from the people from Poland, from the people of the Caribbean. Those people who have worked in our properties and done a marvelous job, and we pay them. Do you know, because of our extremely uncultured people who look down their noses at people who are artisans, people that work with their hands, we only want to respect lawyer, doctor, parroting like fools. Look at what lawyers and doctors have done to your country. Look at it. Just take a look at it. It's because there's no artisanship. It's because there's no professionalism at all. Now, I have many friends. I'm all Jamu, I'm all West Indians. They work with their hands and they do fancy. What I see them create, I have to salute them each time. I've seen people turn a mud house into a beautiful premise. I've seen it, bruh. I've seen it. All of them, they come and pick up the phone and say, Soji, man, I had a Nigerian client and the way he treated me, XYZW, pure negativity. And I said, oh boy, I know, I understand. No. This individual politician that people want to underline and start blaming politicians. No, it is all of us. We all behave in this idiotic, simplistic, foolish way. We behave like this. We like to look down our noses at everyone. Everyone's beneath us. How can I pay you when you're a tramp? That's basically what it is. Why should I be putting my hand in my pocket and paying you for painting, common painting? I can do that by myself. Stupid Nigerians. That's what it is. We can't pretend about this thing, or I'm not going to allow any pretense. I'm not going to allow any idiotic Nigerian to pretend that he's not part of that idiotic mindset. Unless you're a lawyer, doctor, professional of some level, you are not respected in that country. You're not respected. I don't care. This thing is a solid, serious issue. If this man did not make this mistake and it wasn't filmed, We won't even bring it on as a subject. Now, let me just break it down to you. Artisanship in this world largely comes from Africa, largely. If we look at our own Nigeria there, we can see the amount of artisanship skill that our hands are created. We can see it. It's in our history. Because oil came, or because Oyibo came, we now put up everything, threw it away, and then became lawyers and doctors, forgetting our skill, forgetting our guild. Guild. Do you know what it is to have a guild? Do any of you understand what it is? You don't get an architect without having a carpenter. You just don't get it. It doesn't happen. It doesn't start from the very top. It starts from the grassroots. That's where it is. That's where the skills are. Necessity is the thing that breeds invention. And it is those who, with skills of mind and hand, that can operate things. Have you seen bushcraft? I forgot my brother's name from our Igbo brother he speaks a lot about bushcraft. And anytime he speaks that language, I'm on his side 100%, because there is such a thing. There is such a thing. Me, I have always worked in the media and in professional spaces. But in my off time though, I built houses, I've built premises. Soji Adamo, with my hands, with my brothers there. We've put houses together. And I've seen it from its beginnings where I think, boy, how are we going to actually do this? How are we going to erect a house? Till the end, when the thing is actually erected, I think, my God, what a wonderful work. What a wonderful work. I really don't know what is wrong with our people, but we are suffering. I'm not talking about the politicians, or don't start pointing the finger at politicians without pointing it at your ugly self. This is a matter of our so-called elite, so-called professional classes, and so-called educated classes. They don't want to get their hands dirty. I can't do that job. See, talking fart. I'm sorry. I'm incensed with us all. I'm not happy with us at all. So I'll just leave it there and have people take that on board. That is my aspect on this issue. Thank you.
All right, Jagun, thank you very much. You spoke passionately about that, and I couldn't agree anymore. I'll tell you a personal story experience. I've been grilling barbecue. I've watched thousands of hours on grilling, smoking. You know, if you talk to me about grilling, about barbecue, you would think I live in the south part of the North America, like Texas or South Carolina. I smoke brisket, I smoke oxtail, I braise it. There's nothing I won't do. Right. So I thought, a few years ago, and I thought, why can I make money with this? Because I will go to a barbecue, let's say, so you and I are friends. I come to your barbecue. Naturally, I end up at the grill. I grill and people like it. And your friends now start telling me, Soji, can you tell Show to come grill for me? So I used to do it, but I thought, I don't know you. I know Soji, who are you? So I started charging people. So I made a business out of it years ago. And because I'm very Nigerian, the minute I open my mouth, you can tell I'm Nigerian. And most of my clientele were Nigerians. And I would, get recommended to people. They'll come to barbecue, they like it. And they would come and say, have you got a card? I don't have a card. There's Instagram. That was the only reason why I used Instagram for the business. And I would speak to them and give them a quote. And the next thing they would tell me, honestly, was like, there was a WhatsApp group where they discussed this. An average Nigerian calls you to say, sure, I want a barbecue for 20 people, 30 people. And I give them the options. You can buy from, meat from the farm. Your best barbecue starts based on the type of meat you buy. If you go to the frozen meat, it's going to be nonsense. But buy from the farm. You buy it yourself. I send you the links of the farms I shop at. And they start telling me, you want to collect 1,000, 2,000. How much is a kilo of jollof? How much is a kilo of jollof?
There you go.
Jollof? What do you mean how much is a kilo? Go and buy your jollof and assorted meat and go and eat it in peace. I have not asked to talk to you. You came to me. I'm giving you a fair price. So when they say that nonsense, I will now send them Google links of where you have people, like Oyinbo people who do barbecue. And they will have cooked it in their house. They're coming to serve at your barbecue. I come and grill. The experience, I grill from the scratch. I don't steam the meat and just char it. No, I cook from the beginning while your friends are there. And they're telling me how much is a kilo of jollof, how much is a kilo of assorted meat. And I say, Go enjoy your kula of jollof. And that kept repeating itself. And I just thought, you know what? I'm going to pack this thing in. When I'm free, I'll grill. Me and my friends will hang out. I grill all the time. So it's something that's common amongst Nigerians. Once you're not, doctor, lawyer, they just look at you less. They start. I mean, I work in and around the NHS. My profession, a lot of things I do. I work in IT, so I'm always in and around the NHS. They are some of my clients. And recently, I had to work in theaters. So to work in theaters to, help the doctors, surgeons, scrub nurses, whatever, with whatever they're doing to support them, I had to wear scrubs myself. The way people respect you in the lifts once you're wearing scrub, and I'm thinking, okay. So because I'm wearing scrubs now, the same me that will wear my shirt and, smart shokoto and go about, that people just push you around in the lift. Now I'm wearing scrubs. You see most of the cleaners are Africans at the hospital, and they greet you differently. They treat you, and I'm thinking, so because I'm wearing a scrub, all of a sudden is elevated. But just to agree with, most of what you're saying, CM, how do you treat your artisans in the UK?
Well, to be honest with you, I told send messages back home that anybody coming to the UK should try and learn one artisan handwork, that you make money more than you can ever think, as long as you know the job, that they make more money than us. Over here, if you see a house owned by a builder, hey, if you get into the house, to be honest with you, you'll be saying,
CM,
yeah,
tell them, please tell them.
Exactly. So if you see the house they live in, hey, I have one as a friend, but he doesn't know all the time. I always like to come over. Those days, when you look at the house, the way they build it, he tell you this house, or it wasn't like this, but I changed it. How much? At no cost. They know when to go to B&Q and buy one thing during sales. They know when to go to so many things. And if you see the way, they will just design it that and after that, you may not live there more than a year, two, you sell it, make money, and move to another place. So the thing about it is that, in Nigeria, anybody who likes fraud would not like to be an artisan.
Yep.
Nigeria respects you when you wear shirt and tie. That's why the pastors in Nigeria wear the suit and tie and be preaching for you. You will be giving them something. So back to the picture, this thing you showed. Chris Yoba has a reputation. Was he not the one that he boasted in Nigeria, in Anambra State? He said people go to hotel to hold meeting for political. He said, I built a house purposely for politics. He built a house at Yoka purposely for politics. Can you believe that? That is his office, any meeting, anything, midnight there. There is restaurant, everything you need. So he makes money. So I was surprised such a person can come to UK to live. I'm really disappointed because he's so crude. He was the person when they want to deny Soludo ticket. In those days, Soludo ran under PDP. They say, but Soludo is well qualified professor of economics. He said, yes, he's professor of economics. I am professor of politics. But it's a lie. He says school start drop out. So I'm not surprised he come over here to threaten somebody. Before, like I know in the UK here, before somebody like that will come into your house, I mean those he hired, they will tell him the price. Oh, is that what to do? They estimate it, put their number of hours, said if you can buy the material or this and that. That's the way they do it because I've dealt with them. Some will just come and even tell you, say, look, this will take me about an hour and a half or 2 hours, so you pay me this. But I said, okay, how do you help me? Then he said, let's go to screw fix. He will carry me. We go to screw fix. Say, buy this one. This is cheaper here than in B&Q. So they will do it like this because they want you to call them and very friendly. So I don't have problem with them, and they will tell you what you may not even know. They educate you. How do you look after this? Do it like this. In the next 5 years, it will still be that. Even the boiler I'm using. So this man coming to UK is a disgrace. He brought Nigerian attitude. If he's in Nigeria, he may not even pay you. He may not even pay them. In fact, he will even tell the gate man to call the police army to take them. If he's around Anambra, maybe take them to Medugri, lock them up. So your people may be looking for you. You won't know where. That is how it works. So I'm really surprised. Only that, money opens all doors. Maybe he has got money to buy house in UK and live. Otherwise, in terms of mentality, he deserves to live in Nigeria all his life because he can't fit into developed world. This is a disgrace telling people to do. And if the police will come now, he will think that it is Nigerian police. What is he gonna say? He will look for a lawyer. In the end, he'll be making noise. I saw the video, but it's a disgrace. I don't like talking about that, to be honest with you. It's a shame. Don't know what he's doing in the UK. Should remain in Nigeria, maybe in Abuja with mansion, or Enugu or Lagos, anywhere he likes. Build his mansion, live there with the type of that attitude. You live that, and if you check what they did for him, if you check the materials they used, if you get to where they are selling it, you will find out that after they've removed because they charge you maybe per hour or whatever, you find out that they are more or less telling you the truth. They are not deceiving. There's nothing like cowboy trap in most cases. So, but Chris, by being who he is, he want to show off, get out. He won't pay him. If he's in Nigeria, that guy is finished. Those people, he will just go and lock them up. Might even said they came to steal in his house, or somebody sent them to come and assassinate him. Anyway, that guy is just, I don't want to discuss him. Chris,
all right. Thank you, CM. Pansat, I see your messages. So the first one you sent is about is it Dr. Doro or something who? So I have the video. It was one of the videos I was going to add to. You've seen I've played a lot of videos. It was one of the videos I was going to add to the broadcast, and I would add it and play it. So do not worry, because I see you've been trying to do your usual things in the comment section. I've seen most of them. I've just decided to ignore them. So that man spoke in Hausa, except you, Pansat, is happy to translate what is said. It's almost pointless me playing it. It was about a particular doctor, a northern guy, who said he alleged that Tinubu has 17 refineries or something like that, and he awarded a 15 trillion naira contract to himself. I'm guessing that's the expressway, whatever way that they've called that project, Lagos to Calabar. So I would play the video. It's in Hausa. I think Kenneth speaks a bit of Hausa. Our brother from the north is not here, so I'm not sure who is going to translate what he said. Oh, Paul and James.
Maybe Paul now. I think Paul.
Paul, you speak Hausa.
I think Paul speaks out. Oh, is it?
No, I can only count 1 to 10.
We did that one. Have you count to 10 now?
Okay, sorry.
I try to see that I still remember how to count 1 to 10.
I mean, Pansat, once I find someone who is able to translate for us, genuinely I'll play it. I have the video. So when I host, I look for videos. I do a bit of work. I don't just turn up and be scampering for videos. I do a bit of work behind it. You can see I've played videos that are relevant to the topic. So don't worry, Pansat. I've got you. You want to bash Tinubu, I will help you bash him. Don't worry. So, righteous man, you finished driving. Welcome back. It's good to see you. You look very. In fact, after this, send me your account number. Let me.
What do you have in the kitchen? Yeah. What is it?
Let me buy data for you this weekend. I want to buy you data. So drop your account number in the private section.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No problem. You've seen the topics so far. So your artisans, I mean, you're a contractor, you're a building contractor. How do you treat the people who work for you? Is it like Chris Uba, or do you treat them any better?
Usually, our people are not professional in that regard. Most of my workers are from Togo and Ghana. Nigerians they're interested in making money, but they will not be ready to learn and learn well and become a professional in that aspect. So most of my workers are from Togo, Ghana, Benin Republic, when they handle your POP, when they handle your wall screening, when they handle the block setting and painting, honestly, you would think you are in Europe or USA. So it's sometimes just casual work. I use the Northerners to dig foundation. For other things, I use these Togolese and Benin Republic, and they are very fantastic. I treat them well. In fact, I can tell you that somehow they earn more than us when it comes to comparing what, because it's on contract basis, you know, those who does casual work or daily wages, they are Nigerians, you know. Maybe when we want to cast decking, you bring the mala them, you know, pay them a daily payment of approximately 10,000 naira or thereabouts, you know, and they do it. But when it comes to other works, to make your building look fantastic and admirable, you use foreigners. That's what we do. And not only me, most engineers, most building engineers in Lagos. Even when you go to East now, people that are building houses in the East, they come to Lagos here to pick Togolese and Ghanaians and Togolese, Benenians to get their work done well. So you have to treat human being with dignity and respect, irrespective of who you are. My experience having lived in the Western world, I would be the least person that will maltreat anybody because the person is working for me. Peradventure, you can't tell where you are going to meet that person again tomorrow. So I think it's an inferiority complex of a black man to think because you are wearing ties, you are better than another person. I mean, for me, it's stupidity. I don't do it, and I don't encourage anybody to do it. I have one of my elder brother that the wife is a medical doctor in the US. In fact, this woman will come back home. He wants all of us to worship her, you know, thinking that we in Nigeria, we don't know anything. So it's just in the blood of the man of color, you know. Well, it's quite unfortunate. Chris Uba, I happened to run into a man. He lived in London. He schooled in London. He had the same elementary and secondary school with Chris Mba in Onitsha. And when he gave me details and briefed of that family, in fact, I'm not surprised hearing what I heard from you guys, what he's performing there. So it's in their family blood. In fact, I heard that those days they were beating up the principals and teachers because of the wealth of their parents. So it's just what it is.
Okay.
Thank you for the data.
No problem at all, sir. Maybe, I don't know if you want to put your account number or telephone number, whichever one you prefer. Do you want to touch on the Dangote refinery before I go to Paul, just in a minute or two?
Yeah, sure. You see, the truth is this. I come to realization that truth in the eye of the man of color is bitter and it's difficult to accept. Last time when we were discussing about this Dangote refinery, I told you people that Dangote business is for himself and his gang, his group. It's not benefiting a common Nigerian. And my good friend and my brother AY nearly persecuted me. You see what is happening? The same Dangote that raised alarm is withdrawing from what he said. The same Dangote now is defending NNPC. The same Dangote, my brother, I beg, Nigeria is the more you look, the less you see. Let's just forget about these guys, I beg, and pray that God help us individually on the basis of, you know, we are human beings. But talking about Nigerian elites, I mean, killing yourself before them, I mean, because of them, fighting because of them based on tribe and religion, man, you are going to mess yourself up at the end of the day. So,
all right. Your message is loud.
Yeah, that is all I have.
So Nadia Wahala, you're not interested. All right, thank you,
No,
righteous
no,
man.
no.
Polu,
Ọ̀gá mi sà, ó
Polu
tọ́jọ́
the
mẹ́ta o.
aviator.
Kí ló
Ah,
dé?
mo kí yín o.
Kí ló dé?
Ẹ káalẹ́ o, ẹ káàsán o.
Ẹ káàsán o.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, I joined this program because of Dangote, but let me start this way. Let me find a way to defend my case very well.
You get case?
I think, arguable today, I think the richest man in the world is Elon Musk. I know he keeps flipping from first and second and all the Bernard or what is his name, and the Elon Musk. The US government supports Elon Musk very well when it comes to Tesla. And the government that supports Elon Musk tremendously, that makes Elon Musk achieve this much, is the Democrat government during Obama's time. Today, Elon Musk said he is going to give. Can you help me mute the person that sound is coming from? I think it's Righteous Man. Righteous Man, can you please mute yourself?
Okay.
Elon Musk today, he said he's going to be giving Trump every month $45 million to support Trump for Trump to win. And Obama was the one that supported Elon Musk, that made that man become the richest man in the world. And remember, when we say Obama, his vice president is Joe Biden. And he's not supporting that person that make him, that achieved this much. Guess what? Elon Musk is still working free in the United States of America. Remember, Elon.
Paul, this is flagship. I'm sorry, I apologize. You know, he denied that statement, that he never said he was giving Trump 45 million.
No, he said it and it's happening. He said it and it's happening.
He denied it.
You understand? But no, because of the way Trump talked. When Trump went to campaign in Michigan again, Trump is flipping again. That he's still going to support GM. He's still going to support the union people. So Trump wants to eat his cake and have it. He wants to support this other side for fossil fuel and also want to support the other side. When ExxonMobil, he tell ExxonMobil to give him $1 billion. That's how it happened. But let's leave that part. At least one part nobody will argue is that it is the Democrat government during Obama's time, and Joe Biden is the vice president. So that is Biden's government. And Biden is in power, contested for a second time. And Elon Musk is supporting the other side. And Elon Musk is working free. Nothing happened to him. Do you know why? Because he's an employer of labor. The richest man in the world. You understand? Look at Microsoft today. If we talk about Bill Gates, he has the highest farm in the whole world. You understand? Arguably, it's for his own pocket. These are the people who invented the GMOs and the likes. You understand? They still go back and they do charity. If you own your private business, it's your private business. The Rockefeller family, the Ford family, the Henry Ford, the Ford family, and everything. We get this thing all mixed up. Why every day you and I cross the New York railway lines and everything? The government, the state of New York and New Jersey, they don't want to spend any money to bring it to make those rails so fancy like you see it in Asia, because they subsidize it heavily. As far as you can move people from one place to another place, and they subsidize it, make it very cheap. That is the primary purpose. It's not everything we want to put fashion to it. That is the primary purpose. But the question I ask everybody, if Elon Musk produce car and that car have any default, they do recall. Elon Musk will not use his connection as power. He has power, he has anything, you understand, and let it slide. They do recall. They check and balance everything he does on his business. You understand? So this is the thing. So when people understand, we have to understand that Dangote is a private business. If government wants us to benefit from Dangote, Dangote indirectly is an employer of labor. It's the highest private employer of labor in Nigeria and the highest private employer of labor today in West Africa. It's going all the way down to the whole of Africa. So it's creating jobs. This is how we benefit. Then if government wants to subsidize, it is government that will subsidize You understand? If government give Dangote a very discounted price, then Dangote will naturally trickle down. That's how it works. You understand? See, when we live here in the West, people should understand these things. Here that we live in the West, let me not use the West, let me use the United States of America. When you see churches give all this handout, all this charity thing that churches will give back to school, they give all these things. It's not like Nigeria that one big man pay offering and tithes. It is companies. You understand? Give some of these churches because those companies will write these things as tax write-off. And everything. That is how you give back. You understand? You don't expect MTN to produce rice to say, oh, Nigerians are suffering. Take rice, take beans, take this. Don't pay for your subscription. No. MTN can give redeem if redeem prove themselves right. They can give anybody, then write it off on tax. That's why the so-called church are registered as charity company. Dangote is a business. So when people talk these things, and I want to challenge anybody, let anybody call any individual business that just throw money to the people. Dangote is not supposed to subsidize for you. Dangote is not supposed to, but what you must understand, if Dangote produce in Nigeria, it will be cheaper compared to the man who will pay for ship to bring this thing, pay heavily to insure that product and everything. So at the end of the day, Dangote will be cheaper. But for us to get it very, very cheaper, it is the government that will give Dangote this product cheap. They can tell Dangote, okay, you have 21 wing of your refinery. Can you help us subsidize with 3 wing of your refinery? We'll just give products. So Dangote will say, you know what, 3 wing of this refinery, I can be producing a 200 metric tons, you understand, for free for you. You understand, just running costs, pay my electricity bill and everything. Just do this are the things they do. How much the US government give Delta Airline? It's a private company, United Airline, American Airline. You understand? Don't we fly United? Don't we fly Delta Airline? The most important time of our life, you understand, the Labor Day, all the holidays and everything. Ticket prices are very expensive, but the US government support them whenever they are having challenge. JP Morgan Bank, West Fargo, Bank of America. You understand? If you open a checking account and you don't run your account very well, they charge you every month. I want anybody to come here and tell us any business that just do business, that just throw it. They did not register that business as charity. You understand? It's the downline if you want to do charity. And Dangote is part of them. He also has his own charity organization. He does charity where he needs to do charity. But where he's doing his business, you don't expect him to do charity. I've not seen it anywhere. You understand? So let us not be mixing these things all together. It just don't work like that. You understand? It is the government that is failing. Nigeria today, people should understand, we are practicing capitalist economy. What the US do, they try as much as possible for business not to die because government themselves has no business doing business. But what government does, they regulate. They check and balance you. So if you are doing business, you are doing business. You did not register that business as business and charity. It just don't work like that. So it makes me laugh when I see people keep talking all these things. From inception, oh, Dangote, they've said it. This one have said it. Of course, that's how it's supposed to be. It is the right way to do it. You understand? If you and I set up business and remember all our family members that is suffering. My mother sell food for donkey years. My mother sell in the wharf. My father work in Nigerian Ports Authority. We sell food and everything. But when my mother moved that food from port to start selling food at home, it's a different ballgame where people will call. My mother will say, hungry, they cash out. After all, the bread will spoil tomorrow. People start coming in the evening. My mother start throwing all these things. She lost all her customer because they started coming at night. They know, say, mama will give you bread for free for night. She lost all her customer. You understand? Because they started seeing that she give person and say, don't pay money. So let's get it straight. Regulate Dangote like the way the trucks are messing up on the road. If any truck messed up, if you have any accidents, you understand, let him pay the highest price of penalty. We'll see it all over. I will make mention, you guys that live in the UK, we'll see it for somebody like David Beckham. We'll see it for somebody like Celestine Babayaro. They know you are too big, you have all the money, so you can drive all your speed, they can give you tickets, you have the money to pay. But why they give you tickets, you still lose some point on your driver's license till you lose your driver's license that you can't even drive. Do you know what it takes for a young man can't drive, even when you can drive? Do you know how painful it is? You understand? Because they know that, oh, he's a big man, he will pay the fine. But there's a way they can punish you. That's how it works. That does not mean the country does not celebrate it. But when we talk these things like this all the time, it gets me, I get worried. You understand? Tesla, if you want to buy Tesla in Europe and you want to buy Tesla in US, it's more expensive in US than in Europe. They produce that Tesla in US. And the US government supports that dream to see the light of day. Let's tell ourselves these things. We cry every day in the US. You understand? All the medicine that they produce here in the US that is very, very cheap in Europe. Americans, literally, they are retiring to Lisbon, Portugal, because they get cheap from, and nearly all this medicine, they produce them in America, but it's very, very expensive. You understand? So it's everywhere. This is what you get with capitalist economy. But at the end of the day, it creates jobs. That's why there's a lot of jobs, except when we want to play politics with all these things. But the difference with Nigeria, we don't use anything to create jobs. When we create a lot of jobs, competition will make you enjoy capitalist economy. But if you don't create a lot of jobs, monopoly will eat up everything. Then the purpose of being a capitalist will be defeated. But it's not that person.
All right.
I am still here for anybody to educate me on this, because I live and I learn.
I can see that that's a topic you are, really passionate about. Some people agree, some people disagree. Like I keep saying, it's the beauty of the show. Righteous man, what are you showing us? No carry us go where we don't know. Sorry, there was a comment that I highlighted a while ago, and I lost that comment. As everyone's spoken about the abuse and all of that. All right. Pantata, I'll come to that video in a second, but so I highlighted a comment where someone said, we would fix Nigeria the minute we fix our judiciary. And it's quite interesting because there's a video that I added. There's some videos that I would add to the backstage that if something leads to it, I would use it. Otherwise, I would just ignore it because it's got nothing to do with what we're discussing today. But since someone talked about our judiciary, I saw this and I thought, let me share it. It's a good opportunity to do so.
I am in the premises of Magistrate Court 2, Oka, Anambra State. I am here with my clients. You can see us. We are still in court. The Honorable Magistrate granted my client bail in a very simple offense. And my client met the conditions of the bail. But the class of court that I must give her 20,000 naira before she will take the records, the surety bond to the magistrate to sign. The clerk of the court also insulted me and called me names. This is the person that went to the magistrate for him to sign the document and return back and said that the magistrate said that he must bring 20,000 naira. Whether we like it or not, if there is no justice for the common man in the judiciary, there will not be justice anywhere. When somebody is granted bail, bail is free in the police station, in court. Nobody has rights to demand for any money before bail bond will be protected. I promise you, by Tuesday morning, I will return the money, 20,000 naira. Cash, I will return it. If I don't return it, don't come to me again as a lawyer.
Okay, that's a recent video where
Please, I beg you. Let me just comment briefly before you skip my mind as it's burning in my head. Briefly, I'm so sorry. Guess what? That lawyer that will punish that lawyer again. They'll say you are not supposed to use cell phone inside the court. That's where they'll move the goalposts. That's all I want to say.
All right, Kenneth, since you've just joined, I'll let you weigh in on this. If it's something you want to talk about, or if it's the previous topic. Because you look at this holistically. Now I know that it starts from the top. If they fix it from the top and the president is good and this is good, yes, it will trickle down. But even at this level, I mean, the impunity.
Okay. Yeah, should I come in? I overheard Mr. Paul talking about Dangote capitalist system and all that, right? But when he was making his speech, I think I was thrown off until the last part of his speech. And that last part of his speech actually destroyed everything that he tried to say earlier. Now, this is my question. Can you have a capitalist system in a monopolistic idea. Monopolistic idea in the sense that, yes, I agree with Paul that Dangote provides, gives jobs to the people, but I don't know on what basis is he actually offering the job to the people when he actually, the government is using him to monopolize the system, monopolize a sector, for example, the cement sector, the maybe sugar, for example, and especially the cement, where he was used to remove every other competition out of his way so that he will be the only one to supply cement. All these boa that you are seeing today are just subsidiary of Dangote. Make your research very well. We know how, this, the game that they are playing. So few months ago, when the price of cement rose to about, I think, 12,000 naira per bag, the people started protesting, and they came out and promised that they were going to bring it down to 3,500. What does that tell you? So somebody is just in his bedroom manipulating the prices. In a country where there is a competition, where there is that true capitalist system that you're talking about, Dangote shouldn't be a determinant of the price of cement. It shouldn't be the one to determine the price of all these commodities. The market determines it itself. But in a system where you have somebody, one person, one individual, calling the shots for the entire country, what kind of job is he providing? Is he giving to the people? Can you allow others to come into that sector and compete so that you have what really, the true definition of job, jobs the system is? One person is the one providing the jobs. No other person is allowed to provide jobs for others. And that is why you find a graduate with master's degree driving truck for Dangote without proper training, killing people right and center on the road. Somebody that is supposed to be in the lab, maybe a microbiologist, is the one driving the train, the truck. You have, for example, in this country, if I want to buy sugar, for example, I go to Sugar Line. I see many different companies, different brands of sugar. I will now start selecting which one is the best. What about the price? If I have coupon, I will supply my coupon and have some discount. I pick my sugar. Can you do that in Nigeria? No, it's only one Dangote sugar. That is it. If I want to buy cement, I will go to Cement Line, Home Depot. I will look at cement, different brands, different companies. I will go into the price, the price difference. Pick the one that I can afford. I pick it up and go. Can you do that in Nigeria? It's only Dangote and Boa. What else? They determine the price for you. The market does not determine the price. The people don't determine the price. They are the one to set the price. So that is what we are talking about. Nobody is against Dangote establishing his business. Nobody is against Dangote making money in Nigeria or building refinery. But let there be competition. Let other people be allowed to come into that system. If Dangote is allowed to be the only supplier of oil, fuel in that country, we are in a big mess. We'll be in a big mess. If the government want to rebuild NNPC, let them go ahead and do that. If they don't want to do that, let there be other people that will be given the license to refine crude oil so that there will be competition in the system. If you allow one person to be the sole supplier of fuel in that country, we'll be in a bigger mess. Mark this thing that I'm telling you today. So nobody's against him doing his business, but what we are calling is for the market to be open for other people to come in. There are people that own money, that has money more than Dangote in that country, that want to go into that system, field, but they will not be given the chance because they don't have, maybe they don't have anybody in Aso Rock that will, pave the way for them. But that was what Dangote did. Dangote has been using the federal government to get everything that he wants in that country. And now today, like CM was saying, last time the same Dangote came out and was crying for Nigerians to come to his aid. Nigerians actually came to his aid. Today, the same person has eloped with the with his tormentors, and now he's now defending them. What kind of system are we actually practicing in Nigeria? You see, Nigeria, we don't have capitalist system in Nigeria. I don't even know if we have monopoly. There is no structure at all. There is no direction. We are just everywhere.
Sure, just 1 minute. Just underline the evil of monopoly. You know, in Nigeria, I think Righteous Man is still with us. He can confirm this. You know, in Nigeria, people will say, "Oh boy, nah, happy weekend. Make we take one bottle of beer." In Nigeria, there are so many beers. You have Star, you have Harp, you have Hero. Maybe if you're in the East, Hero. If you're in the West, you can. I mean, even in Rock, there are many of them. So what if it's only 2 people that are producing beer we drink in Nigeria, only 1 person? Don't you think? You see, monopoly, we know the evil of monopoly is not good. We all know it. But why they practice it in Nigeria, and that is, they may think that they are helping. You are not helping. Because if you are practicing monopoly, only 1 or 2 people will be supplying it because they have a link to you. You are even punishing the people, and you are punishing the economy. Because those people, yes, now it's simple. But if you throw it open, just like beer, you know, in Nigeria you can establish and there's no monopoly in producing lager beer because there are many of them. If you go to Cross River State, you may see the one they don't drink in Oyo State. If you go to Gun State, you see the one they do not even drink in River State. So you see anywhere you are, there is beer. So that makes it the competition is there. But if you say the beer you drink in Nigeria can only be Star Lager beer, or maybe Star and Harp, it means the company producing it can hold you to ransom, increase price at anything, pay the workers whatever they like. If you're a chemical engineer, if they sack you there, you'll be crying. But if you are brew, you know how to brew beer, and then the 1 person sacks you or you change job. It's like bank. You move from one bank to the other. If you open an account here, they mess you up. You close the account, you go to another place. But if it's only First Bank we have, whether you like it or not, they may tell you every day, instead of paying you interest, they will be removing money from your account. What do you do? Because you have UBA. Anyway, that is the thing. Let me not waste time. So we know that this thing is not good.
But CM, real quick, what does Dangote really have monopoly over? Because when you talk about cement now, so you can go up, you can go there and look. The former chairman of First Bank, Oba Otudeko, he owns Standard Flour Mill. That man produce. Ishaka Rabiu of Bua produce. Flour Mill of Nigerian PLC, Boha Cement, is older than Dangote. In fact, is the one that is still supplying Julius Berger. They still produce. No. As you make mention of this drink, so I'm just giving you numbers. Maybe you don't know. You understand? So I'm telling you. I just want. Let me.
There is no.
Just because it's the name of the company, they produce multiple things.
Tell us why Dangote was taking Ibeto cement to court repeatedly during Obasanjo's regime.
Hold on. Let's not deviate. Let's do it one another. So we talk cement now. I just told you that Standard Flour Mill, owned by Oba Otudeko, the former chairman of First Bank. You understand? Produce. Bohan Smith, owned by Flour Mill, Golden Penny, Nigerian PLC. You understand? Owned by American and Greek. You understand? Produce Smith. And it has stand the test of time. Older than Dangote. Produce Smith. Righteous man, please hold on. Righteous man, please hold on.
What you are saying is not correct. I'm here, and this is my field.
Let me land with my lie so that you share me with my lie.
You are giving a false information. That's what I'm trying to correct you.
Can you let me land with my lies so that you share me with my lies? It's as simple as that. Flour Mill, Golden Penny, Flour Mill, Nigerian PLC is in the stock exchange. It is the biggest, it is the highest when it comes to food and beverages. It's also that quote in Nigerian stock exchange. They have the highest shares in Nigerian stock exchange. They produce flour, they produce cement, they produce sugar. Golden Penny. They produce the noodles and everything. About who they call produce, standard flour mean. I just made mention of all these things to you. So I don't know where we'll get Ishaka Rabiu produce, and there are heavy rivalry. Anything Dangote do, Ishaka Rabiu do. He's also setting his own refinery in Akwa Ibom. You understand? And it's there. So I don't get this thing when we call this monopoly. Two businesses can have issues. It is okay. But let me land with this thing a little bit. See, one of the oldest states, the original state in America, the 13 original states in America, the state of New Jersey. These are old states. I live in New Jersey for 4 years. Guess what? In New Jersey, they don't even have Walmart. I happen to be the biggest grocery store in the world. You understand? They don't have a lot of Walmart. They chase them. They don't want. They give them stiffer condition because they want to grow what they call mama and papa business. Small business. They want them to strive. You know, like you make mention of beer. Hero was very, very good in the East. But today in Lagos, people drink Hero very well. But they strategized Hero when they started in the East. 3-3 was doing very well in the Jebu. You understand? Today, people drink 3-3 lager beer in Lagos. You understand? So these are the things. So your area of strength. I know when I say these things, people will attack me. If Ibeto is doing very well, you understand? Even though if you're having the challenges, you can find way where you are strong. For example, now the whole 5 governors, what every governor prides themselves with, is this construction. Ibeto can take over the whole Southeast.
Listen. No, Paul, you are opening so many this time, mixing it up. Ibeto license was withdrawn. It was stopped.
Ibeto license was withdrawn, and
why?
I use Elon Musk.
Paul, I want to respond to you, Paul.
Is it Dangote that issue license?
Paul, I want to respond to you. Please
ask me a question. Why was Dangote suing Ibeto from 2008, 2009, 2010 up to 2016? Why was Dangote taking him to the court?
I never knew this issue. You that know this issue, educate me about that.
Because
no, I don't want to look it. You know about it. You tell me.
Hold on, Paul. You can only be assertive over something that you are sure of. You can't just be saying things that you are not
sure of it. So let me start learning from you so that I can use your words to do my findings.
Yeah, the thing is,
educate me. So let me use your word.
Hold on.
To do my findings.
Ibeto's cement license was revoked
by Dangote.
Hold on, Dangote took him to court.
Okay, for what?
Maybe he's a strong.
You see, look at you that know about you are using maybe.
Hold on.
You know the meaning of maybe.
Hold on.
You know the definition of maybe is under probability.
He's a strong competition, and he was lobbying the government to revoke the license, and eventually the license was revoked. That is the case. Look it up.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Righteous Man, you wanted to say something to Paul. Please.
Yeah. Let me tell you I'm lying.
Yeah. My brother Paul, I'm sorry. Sometimes out of being, out of love, we try to exaggerate things.
Okay.
This is my field. You mentioned different type of cement. Where do they exist? Is it in Nigeria or Ghana or Cameroon? You mentioned there are almost 4 types of cement you mentioned. Can you repeat them?
Does Ishakarabu Boa cement? They don't have Boa cement. Mr. Cho, please check Boa cement.
Hold on. Leave sure for now. I said mention before.
You ask question.
Mention before.
Then let me. I want to use. I'm giving you what to search for. That's why I said hold
on. I am here. This is my field. I buy cement. I am asking you. Mention the first cement. The first cement you said that is existing.
It's just 2 of you speaking.
My brother, I may be very skinny, but I'm too. My brother, you can't guide me. I have my mouth.
I'm sure you can self-regulate.
You ask me question. Let me give you answer. I just call Boa cement. Owned by Golden Penny Flour Me. I just call Standard Flour Me. I just call over Standard Flour Me. I just call Boa Smith. I just call Boham. You understand? Owned by Golden Penny Flour Me. The oldest among all. Older than Dangote. Have I don't make mention of 3 right now?
No, it's 2. 2 you mentioned.
I said Boa.
Okay.
I said Flour Me. I said Standard Flour Me.
Standard flour mill.
No, we're talking about cement.
Standard flour cement. I don't remember the name of their cement. They have franchise. They do many products. I just don't remember the name. They name it. The name they name it. When you hear Dangote, what do you call it? They say Dangote Group. Then you say Dangote Salt, Dangote Cement. I just call for you. I said Boa.
Okay, number 3.
Golden Penny. That is a Boham. That's their cement is called Boham. They are the largest supplier, contractor to Julius Berger, older than. Then I call Standard Flour Mill. I just make mention of 3.
Only 3. Okay.
Does that satisfy
No. Okay. The only cement.
Joe, can you help us out? Can you look it up?
Hold on now. You make.
Okay, go ahead.
Please listen. We can learn from one another. Okay, that is the beauty of being here. Listen.
Go ahead.
The cement that we have, you can find in the Nigerian market today, as I'm talking to you, is Dangote and Boa Cement. We that bought over Elephant Cement. The other cement you mentioned are not in existence as far as this country is concerned. I'm hearing them from you. No, you didn't hear me well. I said the only 2 cement that is in the Nigerian market today is Dangote Cement 3X.
Righteous man, I can bet with 1 million naira and you bring only 100,000 naira. Let us go to Wharf. Bat 1, Bat 2, and Bat 3. Flour Mill is producing cement. Let us go to Tinkan. St. Joseph Dam Port. Bat 14, 15, and 16. Boa is producing cement. I can bring 1 million naira right now. And he bet me with 100,000. That's a good deal for you.
You are setting another question for you. What we are saying is, you land in Nigeria.
Listen.
You land in Nigeria. You are going to war. You go to market just like you want to buy beer. You don't need to go to. They make hero beer in Onisha. You don't need to.
My brother, when you talk about Europe, hold
on. When they say the cement they are selling in Nigeria are 2, what is trying to tell you is, you go to the market where they are selling cement. You either see Dangote or Bua. That's what he's saying. It's not going to Apapa Wharf, maybe a commercial road or inside the seaport. You see their stand where they used to put it. They say that's as of today. That's what he's telling you. That's what he's saying.
As we have sweet crude, as Nigerian crude, the way we say we have sweet crude, flour mill cement is more quality than any other cement in Nigeria.
Can you and I go into that bet? I need money, seriously. Can we go into that bet?
I need money. So, who is ready? I'll transfer the money. Who is ready? Let us do the transfer. Who is ready?
Who is ready?
I believe so. I believe so.
I do all of it in the US now. Should be you in the US.
No, Hello. I can send the money to you. You send the money to
Nigeria. We're talking about markets, not
Mr. Paul.
Market of your choice. Somebody should go there.
Hold on. Before you go into the betting.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Paul. Listen. Before you go into the betting, I know you can afford 1 million naira. I can't afford it for now. Thank you very much.
That's why I said you bring 100,000, so that it's a good deal for
even
you.
Even the 100,000, I can't afford it.
1 million. Okay, how about you
even
with 10,000? I bet you with 1 million.
Listen, even the 100,000, I can't afford it. They are orphanage homes in Nigeria. You can transfer that money to. It's not the bet with me in the platform. What I'm telling you, you wouldn't let another person talk, Mr. Paul. Listen to me. It's a false information. I am in the field. I buy cement on weekly basis. I go. Listen to me. There is no standard cement. There is no standard cement, Mr. Paul. You are giving a false information. What we have in the market in Nigeria is Boa Cement and and Dangote cement. There is no standard cement anywhere.
Somebody also
I don't know whether they produce and sell it to a particular company. It's not the open market.
It's Flammy.
Let's go into this bet. Somebody
hold on for a second. Let them.
They should, man. What is your problem?
Okay. Right. So this bet can happen in the US. We are both in the US. Kene and
No. It can happen in the US. I strongly believe. I strongly believe you have a Nigerian account.
Please.
Yes, I have a Nigerian account.
By the way, we don't support gambling on this channel.
I want to trust you.
We don't support
I put
gambling.
1 million in your account.
Well,
I want to trust you with that.
Gentlemen, here's a suggestion from me. If you really want to do this bad thing.
And it will be a Edo market, Edo building material market, so that it will be neutral.
Let's put
not Onitsha, not Delta.
Sure, with your permission.
Yes.
If you're going to allow this bet to go on,
please.
I think it would be fair to say, let that money go to Dr. Damage's account since he's providing this platform.
Oh yeah, I still don't care. I'm still on for it.
No, I'm interested.
Very on for it.
What's the stake?
I'm on for it.
He says 1 million. Me.
Yes.
100,000,
yes.
right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes, I'm on for it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Sure.
Well, you know, you're going to go to Edo market, building market, and make video for us.
It's not about the Edo market. Leave these things that you are talking about. So now you live in the US, I do. You understand? Yes, Flagship live in the US. We have so many stores, but you and I know that when we go to Walmart, what we get in Walmart compared to other stores, Walmart may be very, very cheaper.
Ngozi is in Enugu. Ngozi is in Enugu. You can go to building material in Enugu. Masca is in Abuja. You can go to building material in Abuja.
Dangote have the most highest quality cement. It's not everybody that drink pig milk Holland in Nigeria. Some people drink pig milk Nigeria. It's just the same thing.
Sure.
No, it's not true. Listen, Mr. Paul. The Dangote cement is not the highest quality cement in Nigeria. The highest quality cement in Nigeria is Elephant.
I didn't say Dangote. I said Dangote may be the cheapest. That's why you see it everywhere. That's what I'm saying.
It's not the cheapest. Dangote is the costless cement in Nigeria. Dangote is the costless. It's not the cheapest.
And I didn't say it's the cheapest. I say may. I didn't say it's the costliest.
All right. Guys, let's do it one at a time.
Please, let us do it
one at a time. Talking over each other doesn't help.
Paul, let me make you understand this.
Can I please excuse me? Just to know where we are because of this betting. The bet is that Kene is saying, and the righteous man, that it's only 2 cement that are 2 brand, Dangote and Bua. Paul is saying that there are more than that in Nigerian market today.
He's saying that there are 4.
So let us know what we are debating so that nobody will change it in future. Because I'm a witness. And because I'm a witness, there's something.
So there are 4 cement. I say 2.
So
that's fine. So whoever wins, whoever loses, the money goes to Dr. Damage's show. You pay it to the Nigerian accounts.
No. The show is not correct. It should go to the orphanage home. The money should go to the orphanage home, not Dr. Damage's account.
Righteous man, you have set defeat before you even start the fight. It's not right. It's not. It doesn't need to go to orphanage home. Righteous man, and win my money. Do whatever you want to do with the money. It is you and me. Just bet me. If you win my money, do whatever you want to do with the money. You can use the money to chase my wife. It's okay.
Okay, Paul, it's all right.
God forbid.
It's okay.
God forbid.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Paul, hold on. I want to ask for clearance sake. Are you saying there are 4 cement brand in Nigeria?
That's what she said.
So Paul, what?
Okay, I will transfer the money. I will transfer the money now to the account that will be displayed. The 100,000, I will transfer it now.
I'm shocked. Do you want to do more? Because I'm still in the line now. You guys
no, I want to transfer the 100,000. You said there are 4 brands of cement in the Nigerian market today. I am going to transfer the 100,000. Display the account now.
Joe, are you up for it?
Yes. Let's do it.
Send me your account.
Okay.
Send me your account.
So Paul is saying there are 4. And you are
I'm a
saying
witness.
Righteous Man is saying there's only two.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's also,
I'm a witness.
Pastor,
I'm
one
a
second.
witness.
Pastor, I'll come to you. Let's also agree. The money goes to Dr. Damage's show.
Yes.
No.
I never agreed to that one.
No,
I
later
said,
we'll know
show
what
me.
to do with the money.
Do whatever
Let the
you
money
do.
enter first. Let the money enter
Let the
first.
money enter first.
Let the money enter first before we decide who gets it.
We'll decide on this platform. We'll decide.
You don't
decide.
Why are you deciding when I'm the one that started it? I say I want to bet you. Is it that we don't know the meaning of bet?
So the winner
I
takes
say
the
I want
money.
to bet you with my 1 million to your 100,000.
So the winner
You don't
takes
know
the
the meaning
money.
of bet. If you win my
Let
money,
us
do
not
whatever
spoil
you
this
want to do
pledge.
with the money.
Let us not
But
spoil
you
this
cannot tell me
pledge,
what I will do when I win your
betting.
money. You don't tell me that. It's betting.
Let's agree on the betting first. Money is not a
Yes.
problem. Let's agree on the betting first. Let's go
May
ahead.
I speak, please?
Okay.
May I speak, please?
No, the betting is between me and Paul. The betting is between me and Paul.
Gentlemen, what I would see, the only reason why I would allow the bet to go on is if it's for like Dr. Damages, which is a charitable cause. But if it's actual gambling, I win, I take money.
No, it's not gambling. Gambling is prohibited in this country.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
It's
If it's in case
work.
of somebody
It's
wins and
for
gets the
charity
money.
work. Understand this thing, Paul.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
yes,
you.
so if it's
Sure,
a bet,
I'm the one that said it.
Okay.
You
So
don't
this
tell
is
me what
off.
I want to do. You don't
Okay,
tell me that.
it's off. You guys can discuss it backstage and do it between yourselves. It's off.
I agree with
that's
you
fine.
100%. This platform is not promoting gambling.
If
and
it's
not
to
promoting
do with
so
it's not
charity or
gambling.
whatever,
I don't
that's
think
fine.
it's gambling.
It's if you're going to do that, Paul, can you please?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'm so passionate. I am sorry for that. It's okay. I withdraw it. It's okay. I withdraw it.
I think that is better. It's withdrawn, except the money is going to the platform.
Okay, so someone sent.
Thank you very much.
So to go back to the discussion, someone sent a message in the backstage and said, "There's Lafarge, there's Boa, there's Dangote, there's High, and a new one called Mangal."
Okay, sure. If you go online right now, you even see that Ibeto cement is in the market online. They are all online. But if you go to the market, you only see two cement. See, I've been in this since 2 years ago. Since 2 years now, it's only Dangote and Boa that you see in the market. But if you go online, you see as many as.
Okay, that's fine.
That's just the truth.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right. So
sometimes you see there's one they call elephant. Sometimes you see elephant and then boom, it's gone. You don't see it again.
Kulata is a liar.
He's a liar now. He has been a liar. We know Kulata.
Lafarge is in Nigerian stock exchange. It's listed in Nigerian stock exchange.
Someone typed a comment and I read it out. Okay. Anyway, moving away from this topic. Oh, I thought Pastor came to take over the show because I'm meant to be finished.
No, I guess he came to ask us to stop
okay,
that
so
about
Ekene, are you able to translate in Hausa to English?
Very well.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. So you can do this for me, quickly. I'm gonna play videos. I think it's about 1 minute, 20 seconds or so.
An bi procurement law ne don akwai procurement law wanda yake ministry za a yi procurement law a yi publishing a jarida kamfanin duka su yi apply kamfanin da ya wuni kuma za a sake a buga shi a jarida sannan kuma aika National Assembly an aika musu ba aika musu ba ya aka yi suka yi passing wannan contract din mu ba mu sani ba 15 trillion fa an dauka an bar saboda interest na mutum daya kawai sannan mutanen da suke so a saukar da mai ba zai sauka ba saboda shi shugaban kasa shi ne dama mai wando kuma ya saya ajib kuma suna da rijiya 17 na mai a Niger Delta wanda ni na sani an saye su kuma yana da refinery wanda Wale Tinubu yake sannan kuma akwai Kule Tinubu Jino su ne suke ronin wannan refinery a mota ba ma a Najeriya ba mota refinery dama sun an ba da shi a yanzu amma sun saya nasu ne to yanzu ka dauka crude oil daga nan za su je su tace ce a sha su dawo kuma su sake kuma su bamu mu sayar muna kuma a nan kuɗin mu to kaga automatically saukan wannan mai in babu saboda haka matasa ina ba su shawara kada su
Okay. So I was quite excited because I saw Masca just now, but he's left. But Kenneth, if you can do the translation for us, please.
So the man started with saying that how can you be able to do procurement without publicizing it? Where did you? He now asks a question. Where did you publicize it? Which media did you publicize it? He now went ahead and said that over 15 trillion naira was passed just for one person's interest. I don't know who he was referring to. That 15 trillion naira was passed just because of one person's interest. Then he now said again that oil price will never come down. I mean, the price of fuel in the market, local market, will never, go down. Instead, it will keep going up. He now said that there are 17 oil wells in Niger Delta who are responsible, who are benefiting from these 17 oil wells. Who are those people? What are their names? He now said that there is one Wale Tinubu and Kule Tinubu, that what they do is they refine oil in a car, not even in a refinery. He said in a car, right? Then he said that these people will export crude oil using Nigerians exporting crude oil being funded by Nigerian government, and then import the refined oil, product now, and then sold it back to Nigeria. So this is the calamity that we are seeing in this country. So I think it was very short, and it's been long. I left Hausa land 20 years ago, but I captured it vividly, correctly.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kenny. Good to know that you speak fluent Hausa. It's the beauty of one Nigeria, isn't it?
the 15 trillion, I guess, is this coastal.
I'm guessing it's the coastal highway.
Coastal highway from Lagos to, I think, is it Port Harcourt? I just coast from Lagos to, is it Calabar? Yeah, that's what he's saying, because that thing was passed. It wasn't there was no tender. We all know that. It was given to Chaguri.
So where is the money now?
Because so that is what the man is saying. That is the video I watched. I think, I don't know. There's one young man was translating. That one was subtitled in English. They are saying that this oil something, that one was saying that Wale Tinubu and Uwando with Chaguri, they have a refinery in Malta where they take crude oil from Nigeria to go and refine and bring it back. That's why Tinubu removed the subsidy, and then be paying it through the back door. Everything goes to him. That is what what is trending, But this one, maybe this is the way the man said it. I've read that before. That is it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. I'm just going to play a video quickly. Just one moment.
Just on the soft side, Wale Tinubu and Bola Tinubu, they are not even from the same state. They are not from the same state. They are not related in any way. If there's any relation, they are just both Yoruba.
No, the man said Wale Tinubu and Kule Tinubu, so I don't know.
No, Wale Tinubu is the group managing director of Owando Oil. That's why everybody keep putting it to Tinubu, to Bola Tinubu. But they are not related at all in any way. They are from different states, everything.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody is pointing finger to Bola Tinubu.
No. People keep saying that is Tinubu's brother. They say that all the time, thinking that his brother, his cousin is this. They are not related at all.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, because I got from a very reliable source.
So, some people are saying that they are related, either cousin or nephew.
Yeah,
they are not related. Wale Tinubu is from Ogun State. Even when we try to link Tinubu,
I have cousins in Plateau State.
I'm just telling you, even though when he did his mother 80th birthday or something, Wale Tinubu, when he did his mother 80th birthday and never that thing, even though to Abibab, the so-called Tinubu mother in Lagos, they are not related. Wale Tinubu is from Ogun State. Tinubu, even though we would dig research more further, we said they discovered that he's from Osun State.
Hold on now. Last time, the Yoruba Afenifere, one of the Yoruba Afenifere member was saying that Olusegun Obasanjo's father is from Onitsha.
Yes.
That kind of game could happen,
Go and ask the strong man of your state of Ibadan. You understand? Go and ask them and everything. When politics come, we play everything with politics. Don't you see what Trump they are doing with politics now? You understand? They play everything with politics. I'm just saying. Yeah.
That country is finished, man. I don't know how you guys are going to rescue that.
I agree with you. The country is finished. I agree 100% with you.
All right, gentlemen. So I've got one more topic to cover. But since we've been talking about money, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this video, but I'll add it to the show.
Before you move, I've just Googled Wale Tinubu, the CEO of Oando.
Okay.
Under Wikipedia, he said Wale Tinubu is the nephew of Bola Tinubu. It's written. Just Google.
I know
Wale
a lot of
Tinubu.
people say Wikipedia is not the best sort of information, but it's there. So
my brother, I can put
it's open to debate.
If you have wiki, I can put information on your own wiki.
It's open
come
to,
on, CM, you know this thing. Now. If you have wiki, I can put information inside your own wiki.
Let's calm down a bit.
Come on now.
No, you can't. You can't put information in his own wiki. You can't.
Let us.
I'll spend money. I will put information in his wiki. People will see
we are
it.
We are bet. Yes. Let's bet.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,000,000 1,844,000,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not the record. 1 trillion 911 billion 840.
You see, this is the money you people are trying to bet. You've confused our Senate president with the amount of money you're trying to bet. Me against you. See, our Senate president can't even handle your bet. The man is confused.
You see why it's important to go to primary school to learn how to.
My brother said, when I sent the video to my brother, was it this week or last week? He said all they know how to do is steal money. Even the money they steal now, they can't count it.
They don't know. It's too much money. It's too much money. It's too much money.
He said this money is too much for me.
Oh God. The last topic, which might not interest a lot of you, because the show is coming to an end, except we have a moderator who's listening somewhere to come and save the day. I said I was going to moderate for 4 hours. The show is meant to be for 6. Someone was meant to take over, but due to some whatever, they couldn't take over. So the last topic is the Olympics. It's still talking about Nigeria.
Paul should take over now. Paul, take over.
Paul doesn't have the moderator rights. He can't bring people in. He can't add people. He can't. If you start fighting now, and people are talking to that, he can't remove people, so we can't do that. So I've seen somewhere that we how much did we spend on this Olympics? Is it 20 something? Is it 6?
I think they said about 12 billion.
12 billion naira we spent on this Olympics, and we've not won a single medal. And I've seen a lot of people joking, saying that Nigerians are winning medals, but Nigeria is not winning medal.
Well, the medal is not even the part. How about the bike, the keke?
Yes, exactly. So I saw one of the Nigerian officials come on Twitter this morning trying to defend it, because there was a Nigerian lady who was meant to cycle, to compete, and she said she had to borrow a bike from the German team to compete against them. And when the Nigerian officials came today, his excuse is that during qualifiers, the Nigerian lady didn't qualify. So it was a last-minute thing when they decided to disqualify one of the countries that was meant to race. So Nigeria, as the last or the first runner-up, was elevated to compete. But they had about 2 to 3 weeks notice. So it's not like, it happened yesterday and she needed to find a bike today. So the Nigerian official said, it takes time to get these high-performance bikes. And a lot of people have said, no, it doesn't take that long. Even in Paris, you would have found one of those bikes. So, they couldn't find a bike. They had to go borrow one from the German, because the lady, I think, is based in Germany, so she knows a few of the German cyclists.
Now you've said the truth. You see all those gold medal, all those nonsense that Nigeria used to, pick from competitions, right? It's all by chance. The truth is they are never prepared for anything. We have our Nigerians in diaspora, our children that are in diaspora, that are already professionals in those fields, but they don't have the platform to come internationally, right? So when it's time for this competition, this is when Nigerian association or whatever that organized the competition will now start sourcing for players or athletes or whatever you call them. Then it is not an opportunity. It is not an opportunity for those our Nigerian children in diaspora to say, "Oh, I can do it. Here is the video where I have been doing it." That minute preparation, they will come in and represent Nigeria. So they were never in a team to practice and come to perfection. No. Somebody from nowhere will just come in and join because the person's parents are Nigerian. So the person will come in, and then at the end of the day, if luck is on their side, they will win a medal or whatever. So this is the problem. This machine that you're talking about, is it bike or something?
Yeah, bike. Yeah, high performance.
I don't even think they have it in Nigeria.
No, they said they ordered it from wherever, from Europe.
No, I mean, the one that they will be using to practice prior to the competition.
It is based in Germany. Who's practicing?
Exactly. So Nigeria has never even prepared for this. Somebody on his own has suffered to train herself, to perfect herself. Now Nigeria will now come and reap the glory for free.
So let me. The billion voted for the Olympics. What was it for them?
That is what they used to build mansions. There's this NFA guy before. What is his name? The one from Paul's village. That's what they will use to be. Yes, that's what they will be using to build mansions everywhere and carry private, police around.
I'm a German and my dad is Nigerian, so I'm both. I'm a mixed girl, and it just makes me proud to represent Nigeria. Ekiti State, Umuoke, where my dad comes from.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and also my hometown, Belheim in Germany. Yeah, it just gives me so much confidence to know that there's so many people out there supporting me, and they believed in me in times where I couldn't believe in myself, and they just spoke so many encouraging words into my life. Also,
in Yoruba.
Oh
yeah.
Eshe Oluwa, Eshe Baba O, Eshe Oluwa, Awadupe Baba.
All right, congratulations. Yeah.
All right, so that's Yemisi Ogunleye. The video circulated, it's been going around, making the rounds, and people are saying, oh, that's after she won the gold medal for Germany. So, yes, that's Yemisi Ogunleye, Nigerian dad, German mom. But that video, actually, to start with, because it's caused a lot of uproar on Twitter, it belongs to a Twitter account called Making of Champs. They won their credit, and it's fair that we give them their credit. So that was recorded by Making of Champs on X. I think they cover our Olympians. So that's what the channel is all about. If you want to find out how our Olympians have done so far, this video is from earlier this year. It was an indoor championship that was held in Glasgow, Scotland, where she won gold. But she also won gold in women's shot put in this Paris Olympic. She won gold for Germany. I think she was the smallest in terms of stature and all of that. But she's won gold for Germany. She could have represented Nigeria if she saw that there was prospect. But these are the sort of things we talk about. It happens in football. We see a lot of our footballers, people like Tammy Abraham, they will play once for England so that they can play for Nigeria again, and you never see them again. People like Fikayo Tomori, they are begging him. And I like what John Obi Mikel said recently, that we should not be begging these people. You don't play for Nigeria until you're 26, 27. When England don't give you a call-up, then you're now looking to Nigeria. But I just thought, we'll round off on this lighter note. I say lighter note. We can still see how the government is robbing the people. 12 billion or whatever billion to do what exactly? Not even one silver medal. Not even, I can read out the number of countries that have won medals. African countries that have won medals. We couldn't even win one bronze. Just give us anything. Not give us, but, when you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. There was another lady that was meant to run, I think, 100 meters, Favor Ophelia or something. She wasn't registered. She wasn't registered due to...
They didn't register her.
They didn't register the lady. The Nigerian Athletics Commission...
How about source for these, our children that are in diaspora? Put them in a team and let them get familiarized with themselves, get to perfection, and then use them to, come for this kind of competition. You don't just sit down. They would dole out billions of dollars and they will share. You see that country. I hate to discuss about that country, but it's okay.
Why not they denigrate Nigeria? Like, do you know what they call Naira in my city? If we want to have Naira, so by how far you get Mugu for that? When they call all this money, by the time you convert it, they use the money for private jet and hotel. It's not enough to pay players. It's not enough to train people. Then on top of it, we don't make long-term preparation. You understand? The next Olympic now, they will host it in Los Angeles here. Preparation is going on. But do you want to tell me about Olympic of this year and they make budget for it for this same year? That is stupid. Right now, they're supposed to start making budget for LA for next Olympic. And then for that, you start grooming people.
Players are hungry.
Let me use football. Football is a level-man game. But what is the meaning of team? It is when the rest of us will pull head together and think like a team. We don't do that. You spell it very well. They just go pick people from abroad. You understand? Just watch their videos and everything. And they pick them from abroad. One time I took my son to a black school. You understand? All black school. And the boy said, Dad, I thought I played ball. I don't know how to play shit. You understand? When you saw these black boys, the way they train. But will you blame him? When all the young kids there, their grandfather will take them for training and everything. I don't do that. You understand? My son saying, I can't even play nothing. You understand? But when he lives in the other side, the other community, he's doing very well. You understand? So teamwork is very, very important. But our country will make budget for last minute. You understand? What will they do with the money? Nothing.
But you see, you wouldn't blame I personally, I do not blame the competitors. These are well-meaning Nigerians. If they came out and put out themselves to say, I want to represent Nigeria in this sport internationally, I think they deserve some sort of medal from us who are Nigerians to say that these kids actually put themselves out there to go and fly the flag of their nation. The people to blame are the incompetent, clueless folks we have that are in charge of these things in Nigeria. It's maybe a year to the Olympics. That's when you start running abroad to look for Nigerians that are doing well there in countries that those countries or their sports teams and the parents of these children invested money on them to train them. Now Nigeria wants to run out there to look for them to come and win a medal for them at no cost. You don't do that. Look, the Niger Delta has swimmers that I believe can beat the best in the UK or in the US or anywhere, or that can challenge them. There are young men and women in the Niger Delta there and I've seen it once before, jump into the river or the ocean, and you see them almost about half a mile ahead. That's when they pop up out of the water. They have the skill. We have people in Nigeria. We don't need to travel abroad anywhere to go find them. The fault that we have is we just have people who are incompetent, number one, that were put in offices to run our different sectors because of nepotism or favoritism, or like Fela would say, paddy government is who I know, and who can be, who is related to either the sports minister or whoever is in charge. Why not go back there and look for these kids who can play this game, who perform very well, in spite of the fact that they do not even have the equipment, but they can stand toe-to-toe with their competitors that are abroad. The only reason why these people abroad are clamping all these golds and medals is because they have the equipment. They have the facility that was provided to them by either their government or their cities or whatever sports camp they belong to. How about we start looking back to our own people and say, Let's find them here. First of all, build these facilities, replicate what you have abroad in Nigeria, and start sending these kids into the sports camp and plan for the next 4 years, rather than taking 12 billion or whatever it costs to go abroad and come and look for my child who's doing well in his own team here and say, hey, your father is Nigerian. Come represent our country in soccer. Personally, I will not do it because I invested that money for the child here. So if they are here and they want to represent this country, let them do it. I will not do the job for them that they are supposed to do when they pocket this huge amount of money. So we shouldn't blame the competitors. They did their best. They went there with the energy that they have. They didn't have the equipment to better them in this sports so they can compete with their mates out there who I believe you may not be better than them just because they are well trained. So let's give some kudos to them. They tried their hearts out. I mean, Esse, who did cycling, didn't just find out yesterday that she will be put on the team or she's a runner-up. Of course, she's in Paris already. How long does it take to get that bike? Are you telling me there's no sports shop somewhere there in Paris that they could get this thing from? The day that she knew she was going to be in Paris, why not start from that day to get that bike? There are a lot of lapses here. That excuse that the sports minister came to give yesterday or day before yesterday is useless and meaningless. How did he get practice? How did she get there? Did you not know that she was going to go for the competition? Who paid for her to be in Paris? How did she get listed to be there? The day you found out that she was going to be there, why didn't you that day say, hey, you're going to compete in this cycling event and it needs this special kind of bike. Let's go find it. But Germany was able to send more than one bicycle with their sports folks or their cyclists to Paris. That's where Nigeria was able to borrow one. Is that not a national disgrace and shame? I think that minister should be fired and asked to refund that money back.
My brother, I cut some slack for the minister. The minister is still better with his excuse compared to the one that says snake and monkey swallow money. He's still better with his excuse.
Paul, they are all the same. They are all the same.
The type of thing here in Nigeria, like Fela said, we can't cry again. We just use it to laugh.
I think Sam wants to weigh in on this.
The election that we spent 300 and something billion naira. What happened to the election? They said there was a glitch. So the story is infinite.
It's very similar, but let's not get too heated up because the election would stir things up. Jagun, the Olympics. Have you paid any attention to Nigeria? No medals at all. You're muted.
You're muted.
And you can see I'm muted, you say?
Yeah, you were muted, so start again, yeah.
Thank you. I haven't paid that much attention to it. And you can see I don't really watch TV. I don't even turn that thing on. I went and visited a friend and I spent the whole day with him and we watched a lot of the games and went back and we have this BBC iPlayer so we can see a lot of things I had missed. So I had a good glossary of what's going on. And from the beginnings in terms of the opening ceremony, and we've touched on this before with Ferreira hosting, there's a lot of depth to these international events that take place on a basis of rhetoric and show of power and so many other global issues that take place. And I don't know the word conspiracy theories. These terms are used willy-nilly, and we don't always understand the depth of the realities that are taking place in terms of conspiracy theories. Now, where Nigeria is concerned, I'll broker a story which is quite personal. My older brother, my immediate older brother, he's late now. He was a sportsman. There wasn't one sport he couldn't do or he wasn't very good at. Very good. And as his younger brother, I took a lot from him. He was a left-footed person. I'm right-handed, right-footed. But what he could do with his left foot, incredible. So me, I under him, I learned quite early how to use my left foot for good precision and power. And from football to cricket to athletics, he was very dominant. However, he was not an academic. It was not that he wasn't intelligent, but he was not an academic. This is my older brother. Many times he would come to me when we were very young to tell him how to pronounce words. And I would tell him, my older brother this is. My parents, seeing this, unfortunately, or for what it is, they were trying to push him to be a lawyer. And I used to scratch my head as an 8-year-old growing up and said, Mummy, please, he's not like that. Please allow him to play sports. Please. Eventually, there are so many people in my area of London. Rocky Rocastle, who is now also late. Ian Wright, Paul Gale. All these people are from Southeast London. Very good international footballers. My brother, without boasting, was better than all of them. He was better than all of them. They went on to become millionaires and successful. My brother, being the kind of person he was, a very dutiful person, unlike myself, I'm completely a rogue, and I enjoy my roguish nature. Thank you very much. He, being a dutiful person, went on. He led a decent life. He did what he could do. He always obeyed orders. Now he's dead. This is how we like to waste life in Nigeria. This is how we like to waste life. I'm talking personally of my old brother. Nigerians, and I'm not talking politicians. We again, I can blame politicians all day long, and I know a lot is their fault. A lot of responsibility lies in their hands for the failings of Nigeria and Nigerians, definitely. But we too, we must take risk. You see, what I don't like about us, we don't really take any responsibility for any of our own faults. We just want to point the finger all the time. All the time. It's got nothing to do with me, it's them. I mean, what kind of people are we? The way I see it, when I look around the world of sports, I'm an avid sports friend, if you like. When I look around the world and seeing our people flying the flag of different nations, just one jet. I remember growing up thinking, if I was as good as my brother was at any sports, and I was able to gain ground in that week, I'm playing for Nigeria. That was my mentality, because I knew where I was. This is England, and as much as I love England, it's not mine. It's not mine. Nigeria is mine. What we as black people don't always understand. I remember a lot of the rubbish rhetoric I would repeat there. And see that guy with his Southeast London accent. See that guy, I'm pretty cool. No. Talking rubbish the whole time, pushing ourselves away from each other. This is us doing all this. Nobody else. This is us. If you look in the comment section right now, you see Alexander Gomez talking about Southeast London accent. What the fuck has that got to do with anything? What about you in America? I hear you. Well, you see, my brother, you see the subjects that we bring up and we talk about, I apologize for my language. But at the same time, bro, I am vexed with us, in serious vexation with the kind of people we are. Who are we? Do we mean anything to ourselves? There is a lady, I believe her name is Adeleke. She's running 400 meters for Ireland. If you see the beauty of this woman, there's nothing Irish about her. She's just a beauty of Niger, yet she's running for Ireland. Why? Because Nigeria is rubbish. Nigeria is rubbish, and we continue being rubbish. And we want something out of rubbish? Are we sure? Are we serious? The politicians alone, they, as I said, have heavy responsibility that they're carrying. But you and I have the same level of responsibility. Before you come in, my brother, CM, since I've been in this country, I've been carrying weight on my back. And that weight on my back is not British. It's the Nigerian weight that I'm carrying around up and down. Because I'm having to defend Nigeria verbally, and in all kinds of other ways, all of my life, Nigeria is not defending its people, and the people themselves are not defending themselves. We are so weak, lily-livered, weak-minded, soft, thinking that we're strong.
Okay. Let me quickly put this briefly. You know, earlier somebody was saying, I think John Obi Mikel said,
yes,
I saw that.
Not when they get to 26, 27, when France, England, or Germany didn't feature them, they will be running to come and play for Nigeria as if Nigeria is a place they take reject. The other side, which he may not admit or he may not say, is even if at 26, they will ask you to bring money before you play. Even if you come to you are still good, you don't just come from abroad. Maybe because you are playing the Premiership, they know you are good. You walk to Nigerian Super Eagles camp and they feature you. They will ask you for money. Similar things, something like this happened with Mbappe. His father is Cameroonian, staying in France. He said when his son was showing signs, playing, wanted him to play for either under 20 for Cameroon. He took him home. He said the money they asked him to bring, he said you don't have it. They said then nothing for you. The boy went back to France, managed to graduate to seniority, and look at where he is now. That is one. So in most cases, as much as some of these people may like to play for Nigeria or represent Nigeria,
yes.
I'm telling you, they ask them for money.
It's headache. Let me just round up what I was saying, CM, please. I hear you fully, and I would end like this. There's a great athlete by the name of Ofili. She runs, I think, 100, 200, and I believe she may even run 400. She is prolific. I've watched her over the years, and I see that, man, she's got more to give. This girl has got more to give. Do you know that she didn't run the 100 meters because the Nigerian officials omitted to put her name in the order? So when she came lined up, when she came lined up, they will find out her name was not there. I mean, what kind of a disgrace? We're not serious people. We are not. I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about the politicians alone. I'm talking about you and me. We're not serious. We're not.
So in that case, in that case, the thing is, that has been our nature in Nigeria, and they will tell you, if you don't pay bribe might not be to the coach, maybe team manager or somebody else recommend you. You may not be fielded. So some of them get frustrated. They say they are not going Nigeria. They ask them for money. So that is the bribe is everywhere. It's not that this athlete doesn't want to report, but it's just that the people you left back home are just corrupt. They need money. If you don't bring money, you can't buy your way into the team.
What is this? What is the story behind Anthony Joshua?
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Anthony Joshua was going to go represent Nigeria at the 2012 Olympics. Is that took him to Nigeria, to Ogun State, where they're from, and a lot of red tape, asking for all these sort of things. And the boy got frustrated. He came back to the UK. Imagine if he had fought for Nigeria, it might not be the same Anthony Joshua. I came back, fought at the 2012 Olympics, Stratford, won gold, and the rest is history, as they say. I'll round off on this, and to let you guys know, Pastor wait. Pastor is here to take over, so the show is not ending. Pastor is in the background. He's going to come and take over. I just want to finish on this story that might not interest a lot of people. I highlighted the comment so that I don't forget to mention it, and Kulata posted it. It's a story that I followed, and I highlighted it. And Panther said, how dare I highlight Kulata's comment? I'm a saboteur. Rudolph needs to be careful the people he surrounds himself with, because I highlighted Kulata's message that I'm not detribalized. So the comment is about the Nigerian lady, the Miss Additional that was contestant for Miss South Africa in South Africa. South African mother, Nigerian father. I think she got to the final, and she had to step out of the
Mother's from Mozambique, but she was born in South Africa.
Yes, so they are now saying that they found out that her mother did something dodgy, fraudulent in terms of naturalization in South Africa. You know, South Africans have been complaining because I think the lady posted something on Twitter or social media, Instagram, and she added Nigerian flag, and they got upset to say she didn't add South African flag. How can she add Nigerian flag? She doesn't represent them. They don't want her in the competition. So the reason why I highlighted the comment is because Kulata just broke the news to me, at least, that it was a white South African that won the whole thing tonight, and that just made me happy. It was a white South African that won, so I hope the South Africans are happy. At least, you know, they have a winner, somebody, you know, that looks like who they respect and adore. So on that note, I'll be handing over to Pastor Onyekoro Andrew. Thank you all for keeping my company today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've not done this in a while, but I've enjoyed every minute of it.
My brother, show.
Yes, sir.
Great style, bruv. Great style of comparing the show, my brother. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenny and Paul and Righteous Man, please, my court.
No,
my court.
Finish up in the backstage.
So please, let me bring this to your notice. I don't know whether you have anything to do with it, but you see, there is one imbecile. Listen, yeah, because sometimes I let something slide, but sometimes I have to. There's one imbecilic bastard.
Oh no!
All he said, all he talks about is CM. It's called how can AB? Every time, everything he writes is only CM.
AB
He doesn't.
He has problem. He has problem.
Please ignore.
Yeah, ignore.
You just ignore. The comment section is a different show. It's not part of this.
People tend to skip their medication, and I think he's one of them. Just ignore him.
Please, let's ignore. Pastor Onyekoro, please. You have the no. I yield the
floor. I want to appreciate you. It's been a very great show today. You've tried.
No problem.
My appreciation. Yeah.
And check. You should have it by now. You should have it now. It's just been done. Righteous Man. It has been done. So check.
Thank you, Sure. Thank you, Sure.
Have a good night, guys. I'll be watching, but I have to go and sort out the family. All right.
Thank you, Sure.
Thank you all very much.
Good evening, everyone. So I don't have much opinion here, so I'll just go around again, continue from where Show stops. I was watching background off and on, so I will start with flagship. The topic here, it's let's look at this. What I like to show us. I'll continue with where Show is starting from. If anyone wants to weigh in on this South African lady, or Nigerian South African lady, we can just take it from there. So I'll start with flagship if you have any knowledge about it, please.
Well, I just heard about it the first time today, but I think that because of the so many misgivings that has been coming out of Nigeria, so wherever you go, the stench seems to stick. So I'm not surprised that they do that. They did that, rather.
All right, thank you. CM.
Well, I don't think I really have much of an opinion, because to me, South Africa is xenophobia. So it's like it's becoming what is it called? It's becoming a stain on their name. But be that as it may, they just have to take the shame. I don't see why somebody. By the way, somebody is participating in a beauty contest. There are screening before you register the person. Everything must have been checked. Then obviously it cannot be what you register today and participate tomorrow. You might take 2-3 months back. When it is your turn, then you now come up and then do it, only to come at the dying minute or whatever. They start to bring up one trash. The person is not this. The mother did. Even if the mother committed the offense, it doesn't. How does you transfer that type of whatever crime it is to the daughter? Let me just get. Maybe I don't know the story, but this is what I'm taking it to be. So to me, it doesn't say very good of them. Sometimes, if you can't establish a case against somebody, it's better you. They said it's better you set a guilty person free than to convict somebody who is innocent. So That is the thing. So I don't see South
Yeah,
Africa.
thank you. Sure. Sorry.
is this way.
CM, you mentioned very an important thing, so I'll jump to Jago. Should a child suffer for the crime of their parents? Because if we go by the argument, if the argument is correct or the claim is correct, the mother was, I think, identity. Some from the few things I read about it, identity fraud or whatever. Should the daughter suffer for it or be punished for it?
I will take on your question, even though I do want to speak with you on a platform like this directly. But I will take on your question and bid your indulgence to allow it to go around and come back to me after I've put your question, because I've got something else to speak with you about, particularly in front of an audience. But I'll take on your question like this, if I might. If I might. Right. Thank you. Should a child suffer for the actions of his parents? You know, we can all, with the understanding, the modern understanding that we have, the Western understanding we have, that might position that should not happen. And it is laudable to present that situation, but it's not necessarily a reality. The reality is none of us are born innocent. So the Bible tells us. We inherit the sin of our parents. And as such, I think the depth of understanding needs to prevail with that kind of a balance. Again, because we are in the West, you know, there are many people who, because they have flown to America, they believe that America has no ill because they can switch the lights on and there's electricity. So immediately, because we're suffering in Nigeria, we believe, there's light in America, we should and start talking our rubbish again. Complete rubbish, which is what we like to do. So I put it this way, especially in the case of this beautiful young lady who was trying to, represent South Africa in a beauty pageant. I looked at her and she looks Nigerian. She doesn't look like South African. She looks Nigerian gone fully. Igbo gone even more so. So as I look at her and I see what her parents have done and I see what is, again, it just goes back to what we've said. The level of sin and corruption that bedevils Nigeria. She would have chosen Nigeria. Anyone would choose Nigeria. But the fact that we can't choose Nigeria, Nigeria suffers. So in terms of should we suffer the sins of our parents, we just have to look at 400 years of America. We have that the 400 years of Black America is about the suffering of those who are our brothers and sisters under the stupidity of our own African cultural, stupefying, idiotic, weak people. We are bullies. We are bullies. Generally, we are bullies and pontificators and weak. I want to swear. I don't like the state of Nigeria. I don't like the state of Nigeria. I don't believe in Nigeria. I want to, but when I really look back and look at it, I'm just pointing the finger at the corruption that they see and the corruption inside of us. We can't see it. I would end there, and as I said, I bid you that I have a chance to speak with you electricity directly upon the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. In respect to wanting to speak with me on the platform, any issues regarding moderators, the rule is you take it.
No, it's not regarding moderators, sir. It's regarding platform. If I may, please don't shut me down. I know you're good at shutting. Okay.
Ajogun, I'm not going to go back and forth with you.
No, it's not back. I can do it now. I can do it now and present, but I just want to respect. I just want to respect what you are doing. So I just want to respect what you're doing, so everyone can go around and have their chance. I put it to you politely. I don't know why you need to shut me down. Are you not?
I'm not shutting you down. I'm just saying any issues. You have my number. You can call me. Not on the public forum.
You know very
the floor is yours, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I know we Nigerians, we feel so pained, so bad with these xenophobic things that's coming from not any other country, but South Africa. And Nigeria really headed during the era of apartheid. So it can be very, very painful. But at the same time, have we taken our time to look their rules when it comes to immigration? For example, it's very few countries. In the US, you had a child here, day one, that child is a citizen. In the UK, you had a child there, I think maybe 5 years, you understand, before that child can be citizen. Different countries, some other countries, they don't even allow the child to be citizen. That child can be a resident there, but it's not a citizen. It's a different thing. For example, in as much as we hate with what is going on there, do you know in Nigeria, woman can't make anybody citizen in Nigeria? No woman can make anybody citizen in Nigeria. So which means if a woman too also go marry a man and had a child there, I don't even know the rules. You understand? Because the woman does not make the husband citizen. I don't even know the rules. Maybe something like that can happen. So it becomes an eye opener.
Sorry, Mr. Electricity, sorry, I hate to butt in. Mr. Paul, the Home Affairs Minister said there are 3 ways to become a citizen: by birth, by naturalization, and by marriage. I think these are the, but she could be, she is a citizen because she was born there. So that was sorted out.
Okay. Okay. What of those Boko Haram? They said they repent and put in the army as citizens.
Okay. So I'm just saying in general with different countries. So let's just look like even though in our own flocks too, like where a woman in Nigeria can't make a man citizen in Nigeria. You can literally marry a Ghanaian and American that live with you in Nigeria for forever. That man will never be a citizen in Nigeria. You understand? Except a different route, maybe go through business and everything. But you can't marry by just marriage. So every country have their rules. I don't really know the rules. Thank you for saying this. Then also the bigger picture. Let's just look at Anthony Joshua when he fought that big fight that he fought with a Sus. I forgot his name now. You understand, the Mexican American. When he fought that fight, the 2 times that he fought that fight, one of the fight they played Wizkid. The other fight they played Fela. I think Fela first, the second one Wizkid, if I could remember in between. But you know the funny part of it. Do you know the amount of money that he paid in tax to the British government, not to Nigerian government? You understand? So this is the power, you understand, of being a citizen in that country. So these things that South Africa is doing, if a girl represents you and represents you very well at that level, just because of the person make mention of where his parents come from, I don't see anything wrong. Anthony Joshua pride Nigeria, but pay the taxes to the British government. You understand? It's so funny. We see that in the US too with the presidential candidate. So I think it's time for us to stop all these things. It just don't make any sense at all. It don't make any sense. That's all I would say for now.
Thank you very much. Kenny, I'm not sure if I skipped you. Did I skip you before going to Paul? Or no, Kenny is not there. Righteous Man.
No, it's Righteous Man.
Righteous Man, are you there? Righteous Man is not there. Desta, John Alaba, you came in before Desta, if I'm correct?
No, I'm here.
Okay, Righteous Man, the floor is yours. Did you follow what we were talking about?
I'm here, but the network is so bad. Yeah, I'm here, but the network is so bad down here.
Okay, we'll come back to you later once the network get back. Desta, the floor is yours, please. Desta? Desta, can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me, Desta?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Speaking on the South African issue, I don't really buy, or personally, when I look at Nigeria, I mean, sometimes I really don't go hard on other countries when they dish it out on Nigerians, because it's more like you have not done your homework and then you're looking at other people to do their homework. the truth about it is that they say it's only nobody is going to be throwing stones at you except the tree is flourishing, really. The truth about it is that South Africa would have been happy to have that lady if Nigeria was a country to be proud of. If Nigeria was a country that other people wanted to be citizens of, probably that lady would have wanted to come to Nigeria to represent Nigeria. That's the truth about it. But unfortunately, our country is being run by kleptomaniacs, kakistocrats, and so nobody wants to. Everybody that can JAPA will JAPA, and then other countries can now say, "Oh no, don't come here." That's the reason why we're in that situation. So it just shows that Nigeria has failed. That's the only thing I can. I'm not going to start going to talk of South Africa is being xenophobic and all that. No. Do you hear that about an American citizen? An American citizen goes to live in another country. Do you hear that they will start castigating the person? Nobody does that because America takes care of their own. If an American citizen is flying on a flight and the flight maybe stops in, let's say, in Pakistan, do you know that the treatment they will give the American citizen in Pakistan is different from every other person? In fact, I have a colleague. He used to be with the British Army. He said that when they went to fight a war in Afghanistan, if you are with the French troops and for any reason you guys are caught out, you guys are under fire, you're on your own. If you are with the British troops, you're on your own. If you are with the Australian troops, you are on your own. But if there's an American in your troop and you guys come under fire, that person just needs to make one call. They will ask him, send your coordinates, and help is coming. So those are people that take care of their own. Nigeria, we are not there. We have a country that it is clear to the world that we are a bunch of jokers. So I feel for the lady in South Africa. I honestly feel for her, but she's a victim of a failed Nigeria that is failing everybody. That is basically it. And I don't stand here and castigate America. Why? Castigate South Africa. Why? We are more racist in Nigeria. Are we not more racist? Some of us here in our states, can you from Edo State go to Abia State and walk freely? Can somebody from Abia State walk to Jos, just travel to Jos and say he's looking for a job there? What are we talking about? Are we not more racist?
My brother, Nigerians are not racist, but we are tribal. We welcome foreigners very well, but we are tribal.
Call it what you want to call it. Call it what you want to call it. Call it what you want to call it. Whether you call it tribal, it's a form of stigmatization. That is what it is.
No, it's just so bad. What I just mean, we take care of foreigners well in our country, but we are so tribal to ourselves.
Good. That's what I'm saying. Mean. So that is what we are to ourselves. What we do to ourselves. Then we want other people. Nigeria has not got to the level whereby everybody can travel to another state, and then there's nothing like, oh yeah, where are you coming from? What's your state of origin? Before we can consider you for something. So my point is this. Do you know, even in Nigeria, assuming in Nigeria, somebody that is maybe born in Rivers State goes to contest as Miss Kaduna. Do you know that somebody will raise it up that she's not from Kaduna State? Within Nigeria, the context of Nigeria, somebody from Rivers State goes to contest, maybe her mother, like somebody says, women don't even give citizenship in Nigeria. Her mother is from Kaduna. She goes to contest as Miss Kaduna. They will raise it up. Or Miss Oshu, they will raise it up. Oh, she's not from this. That is the truth. So my point is, Nigeria, I think we should introspect first until we clean up our mess. Until we clean up our mess, I don't think we have the moral right to start going to talk to other people outside. Within ourselves, we are messed up. They are now talking of South. At least that girl even got recognition in the South African district. She even got to a point of recognition. Nigeria, you will not even get there. They will kill the story. They will kill it. They will end it. So that's my own take, really. I don't bother myself about all those kind of things because we have not done our homework. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dexter. Jonalaba, it's your floor now. Ngozika, I will go last to you because I want to yield the moderation to you first. Then you can take it up. Then I'll come back. So let Jonalaba go. Then I'll go to Ngozika. Ngozika will moderate temporarily. Then I'll come back as I need to attend something backstage. Jonalaba, the floor is yours.
Thank you, electricity, but do me a favor.
No, Jonaba, before you go on, please. Ngozika, I'm yielding the floor to you to moderate. So after Jonaba, you can go ahead with it. Is that okay with you, Ngozika?
You guys decided to skip me and give it to Jonaba.
Ngozika, don't press pause. Don't press pause.
Okay, okay, she's giving me a thumbs up. Kenna, we didn't skip you. I was calling you earlier, but you were not there.
Sorry, I know. I was just pulling Jonaba.
Okay, Jonaba, the floor is yours.
What do you want me to talk about?
Really, Jonaba. An elder statesman is asking what you want us to talk about.
Oh, I don't get light for Texas.
Look at Jonaba,
he's coming back from occasion. He's coming back from a occasion. He's not here with us.
Jonaba, we're talking about the lady, the beauty pageant in South Africa, the lady that withdrew. Are you aware of the story?
Not too much.
Okay. This AP,
tell the little you have. Just tell us the little
say
you
that
have,
I look like a little Rottweiler.
Jonaba, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Go ahead with the little you.
This is America.
You have.
I can hear you, brother.
Okay, go ahead, Jonaba. John, I'll send you a message in the private section. So just go ahead. Thank you.
If they call me John, like become your mate, like your Igbo people, right?
Okay. Elder John Abba, are you happy, sir?
Pastor John Abba.
Nah, doesn't matter. I'm just pulling your legs, you know that. I just come to support my brother Paul because of those tribalist people who have kept us for so long. Desta, Kene, this bigot, but they are good people. A righteous man, he will not mind his damn business in his darkness in Nigeria. And the rest of them that are trying to go after the truth. So my here is that nobody stop anybody. Power is a struggle and it's a fight, whether it's in politics, whether it's in business. But for you guys to always zero it to one person issue of a lawsuit, of a monopoly, nobody apologizes for power. Nobody in this life. It just depends on how you use it, whether you are fair enough or whether you are more human or you are brutal. But nobody apologizes for power. For attacking all those things, oh, this person is monopoly, this person take able to court, all of those things. And the issue of the day, earlier on, there's all those dragging of oh, this is what is going on. And not before I go further, I want to my condolences to people of Benue and for losing the loved ones again, to all their calls, herdsmen and bandits. So the issue of Benue is a national issue. In as much as it happened in Benue, nobody knows where it will happen tomorrow. There is adage that says that when your neighbor's house is on fire, try to do everything to quench it because your house may be the next one. So it's not something that anybody should be make it a Benue thing in as much as it's happening in Benue. We should pray that we contain it and bring it to a peaceful end and investigate it. The painful aspect of it, the police say it was 6 people that died, when over 60 people lost their life, just to minimize the casualty of the death of the loved ones. So I don't want, Dexter is a good boy. I'm sorry, I don't want to call you a boy. You're grown up, I saw ring in your hand, so you may have a boy or daughter in the house. But I thought with your knowledge of being eloquent in English could have give you some insight, and you are better than what you say sometimes. Nigeria is not a racist, and then you always attack Nigeria. You are nobody wherever you are. There's a saying in Nigeria that no better place than home. So for us to be condemning Nigeria, we may not like what is going on. It's like my own house now. I can't leave my house. Whatever happened here, I have to face it. So Nigeria is still a home. Nigeria is still everything. And the fact that you may not agree with what is going on, you have your own view about Nigeria entirely, but always beat down on Nigeria like, oh, it's like nobody is like it does. It's like we are just a bunch of no, please. We are better than this, and you are better than this. You may have your own political agenda. You may agitate for whatever you want to agitate for, whether separation, separatists, Biafra, anything. But as far as we are still lifting one flag, we should just try to endure our pain and our differences, and don't not talk trash about yourself like that, because that is who you are. Thank you.
Can I just comment on that comment?
Can you hold on 1 second, please? Can I, the floor is yours. After Kenneth, you can say what you want to say. You can challenge John Abraham for his arguments, not him.
Yes. Before I respond to him, I have to defend him, because somebody in the comment section says that John Abraham is never a serious human being, and the other person said that John Abraham is always confused. But it's now difficult for me to defend him, because I'm going to agree with the latter person that says that he's always confused. But I think I understood his condition this evening better. He's coming from a party, and I think he has some distance before he come here. And that is why he will look at me, my face, koro, and call me a tribalist person. I don't know when I become a tribalist person, but this is it. Jonathan, yes, you are from Benue State. And I think countless number of times on this platform, I've defended the Benue people. I've cried out even more than you did. I don't think you've ever defended your people, but it is what it is. A confused person will always be confused. But this is it. Talking about what South Africa is doing to not just Nigerians, other Africans. Because I think when it touches us, then we start crying. But I think that is the same way other countries like Zambia, Congolese people. In short, I think South Africa, something is really, really going on there. They detest their own people. They reject their own fellow Africans, skinned Africans, but accept the white. I don't know what is going on. This lady, even let's assume that she's not of South African descent, but she's African, right? So they will prefer a white to a black. I don't know. It's up to them. But this is, what we have in Africa. Generally, we hate ourselves. We don't love ourselves. I don't want to bring it back home in Nigeria because your neighbor would think that I'm being tribalist now. But Africa, generally, we hate ourselves. And that is why you cannot get from Nigeria, you cannot get to Ghana without having a visa or passport or whatever. You must have to provide a travel document before you go from one African country to the other, which is not what we have over here. Like, for example, in America, if you're a citizen, you can travel anywhere you want in North America without restriction, provided you're a citizen. I don't know about Europe, other side of the Europe. But in Africa, why must we have restrictions against ourselves? Why must we scrutinize ourselves on the border to, for us to visit each other? I don't know why we have that. But when it comes to South Africa, particularly, that xenophobic behavior in South Africa, I don't know what they can use to cure that in them. It's inborn and inbuilt. I mean, maybe we should start doing them same. If they come to other African countries, we should treat them the same way they are treating us. I think that is the only way that we can try to limit that nonsense from them. Well, I'm for do me, I do you anyway, Mr. Jagun. I don't know. I don't know why you're saying no to that. If you slap me, I slap you back. Next time you know that slap is painful. You know.
Thank you, Kenneth. Ngozika, the floor is yours, please, in respect to the issue we're talking about.
Good evening, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Say I'm allowed to speak after Kenneth.
Okay, just hold on, Jagun, for 1 second, please. You've spoken. I know you want to report Ngozika said this. Okay, Ngozika is off because of his network card. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ngozika, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good evening, gentlemen. The South African issue. I've said my piece on Twitter. I've cast them out. They're a bunch of silly goats. I don't take kindly to Africans treating other Africans unkindly. I don't care what the reason may be. There's absolutely no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse. And the fact that she was born there, and their law says that if you're born there, if a child is born there, the child is a citizen, even if the parents are not citizens. The problem with her, I think if her parents were from maybe Lesotho or Zambia or Zimbabwe, they wouldn't have had that issue. I think the problem with her specifically is that she's Jollof. That's what they call Nigerians. That's their problem with her. And I think it's a very silly thing. It's annoying. It's I was saying something earlier on Twitter. I was saying that I wish we did not give them all the hand we gave them during their struggle with apartheid. They deserve it. Sometimes I feel they deserve it. I'm sorry, sometimes I feel they deserve everything they got, the white did to them, because I don't get it. How can, and this I see this a lot. You would think that people who have been through pain, who have been discriminated against, who have suffered discrimination the way they have, will be more empathetic. You would actually think that, but reverse is the case, and I find it really annoying. There is absolutely no reason why they should come after that lady. She is a black woman. She is a South African by birth. They have no reasons to come after her. And given South Africa's propensity for violence, I won't be surprised if her withdrawal has something to do with, she said, for her family's sake. I won't be surprised if they, I'm sorry, I'm sweating, so it's a bit messy. I won't be surprised if they started threatening her family or something like that for the lady to pull out. Hello, can you hear me?
Ngozika, I can
Yes,
hear
we
you. You
can.
can turn off your camera.
Yes,
You
we
can
can.
turn off your camera.
I won't be surprised if they started threatening her.
If the network is affecting, you can turn off your camera.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I won't be surprised if they started threatening her for her to have pulled out, and she had really high chances of winning. So, bottom line, I'm just saying that I don't care what their. This is me personally speaking. I don't care what South Africa's reason was. She met the criteria. They have no reason, absolutely no reason to do this to her. It's just unfair. That's where I will leave it at.
All right, thank you very much. Jagun, you wanted to respond to Jonaba's argument, not his person, please, his argument. Thank you.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that, my brother, unless it's workful. Jonaba is somebody who is a moderate individual and he speaks his own way. Having said that, I totally disagree with his assertions. I think it was Xero who spoke and you were against what he said. For me, he spoke 100% truth. I also disagree with Paul in his take. If you want to call it racism, if you want to call it
Jago, your
tribalism,
audio is a
doesn't
bit
matter.
breaking.
What did he?
Jago, your audio is not so clear.
I apologize for that. My technology is playing up at the moment. I'll try my best to redress it. But I want to disagree with yourself, Paul, and Jonaba, if I can be heard. I'm against us being so the word so sensitive to critique of our nation, because that's simply what it is. You know, people use all these terminologies, bashing, and it doesn't depict what's being said. You're not actually tackling what's being said. If you do not understand what the essence of what I think it was Xero, what he said, I think it's your failing. None of us can hate Nigeria. We don't hate Nigeria, but we do hate the processes that have become endemic in that country. And we must lawfully bring it down. There is isms in that country. There are isms, dangerous isms that people propagate even on this channel. And I'm afraid if we cannot really understand the context of what people are trying to put forward, it is our failing. You cannot blame somebody for their position of mind. I don't believe you can. He said categorically that there is a position, he used a better word than I can even fathom. I forgot what the word he used, that we are, I've forgotten the word, I beg your pardon. But I feel that the word he used should give all of us understanding as to Nigeria's position in this world and Nigeria's position in not backing itself. The word I would put it to us, there was a question between racism and tribalism, and how we treat foreign nationals in our countries very well. I'm afraid the reason why we treat foreign nationals in our country well is because we suffer from a good dose of an inferiority complex. That's why we'll call somebody from India a white man. We'll call somebody from Lebanon a white man. We will call, they're not white, or they're not European.
Can we go back to him later when they
your audio is getting much bad. We can't hear you.
Your audio is not good. So maybe you take yourself out and bring yourself back in. If you are hearing me, your audio is not good.
Ngozika, can I respond can I respond after Ngozika to and can I do that?
Yeah, after Ngozika, Jonaba,
okay,
you
thank
do
you.
that. Thank you. Ngozika, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sorry, this is a bit off topic. I don't know if we're still going to circle back to any other topic. I really wanted to talk about that guy that was killed in Abuja, the cross-dresser guy. I don't know.
Okay, we'll come back to that then. If that, let's let Paul Jonaba respond to Paul to Jagun said. Paul, do you want to say something to him?
Yeah, briefly. Just like I said,
I'll come to you. Jonaba, the floor is yours.
Let Paul go.
Sorry, Elder Jonaba, the floor is yours. Apologies for not having Elder in front of you. Elder Jonaba, the floor is yours.
No, you don't mess with me. Let Paul go. He's a younger brother.
Okay, Uncle no go punish me for that one. No, you know, say I did look you enough to chop for person house. Make I no go chop now. You come beat me later.
Where I come from, the head that they speak last after all we hear other people.
Okay, so I don't know. Jack could take it when I was try to respond a little bit with Desta. I'm just trying to correct him. You understand? And Desta really understand what I mean, because I know we can be very, very friendly with foreigners over ourselves. That's just what I mean. That's just between races and being tribal. Yes, tribal can be very, very strong, you know, but when it comes to race, when other race come to our country, whether being from the Middle East, from the West, or even our fellow Africans, we try to take very good care of them. It's so funny. Our Nigerians, how we can be so funny. When people come from so far to our place, we welcome them very well. But the people that is much, much closer to us, we don't really, I'm an Urobo man. Many of us may not know the difference between Urobo and Isoko. Many people will call that Shoki worry boy. It's not an Urobo man. It's not a worry boy. Sami Oposu, many faces like that. Many people will not know the difference. But you know how funny it is? We don't get along. Even when we almost speak the same language, we dress the same, we almost eat the same food. The closer we argue, the far, but we welcome Hausa people. They live in our village, they get stores, they get everything for 30, 40, 50 years. But the closer people, we welcome the Ijaw people who come from Port Harcourt, from Bayelsa. But the Ijaw people who come from Warri with us, we fight with them. Is it not funny? The far, so these are just the funny things. I don't get it. So I think it's time for us to find a way to understand that it is just very, very okay for us to disagree. Because at the end of the day, it will make us agree. It will make us know ourselves much, much better than just enjoying talking down on ourselves. That's what I want to say for now.
Thank you very much. I want to highlight something. Because I will let you go the floor, but I want to highlight something that you're going to weigh in on later in respect to this xenophobic behavior or attitude or whatever we call it. You know, they always say, be careful when you are throwing stone on the glass house or into the market. It can hit anybody, it can even hit a family member, if I'm correct. So take a look at this before we start to throw stones. Do we all remember this? Do we remember this incident in Nigeria?
Are you showing us anything? Oh, okay.
What
okay,
incident? We can't see anything. Okay, Ghana must go.
Ghana must go.
Do we remember this?
Very well.
So before we start to throw stones, we have to be
Actually, Ghanaians did it first. Ghanaians did it first.
It doesn't matter.
Ghanaians sent Nigerians packing first.
Let's stop that justification. We are guilty of
it doesn't
like,
matter.
all this.
No, I'm just saying.
Desta, hold on.
I'm just saying that is Ojoro cancel Ojoro.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Ngolika, you wanted to say something about the. I'll take it off, and when you finish, I'll bring it all back again. Go ahead, Ngolika. You wanted to say something
wanted to speak up about the unfortunate incident that happened in Abuja over the week. That's going to.
Ngozika, your network is not that great. You keep dipping in and dipping out again. So
Ngozika,
I'll go back
to 2G. You don't move down to 2G.
I'll go to this comment now, and I'm going to start with who have their camera off. Then CM. I don't know.
I don't think it's
just give me 1 second. Let me take the person out. Who is this person? I'm seeing a camera. Somebody does not have their camera. I don't know. I'll find the person. I'll start with you, Desta, in regards to what I just highlighted. Ngozika is frozen.
Desta, I think you mute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch it fully. Actually, Pastor.
Yeah, what is highlighted on the screen?
Okay, then? Okay, yes. I mean, it all just. I mean, this all goes down to the history of what I'm saying. They say he that comes to equity must come with clean hands. You know, and like I always say, if you make your home a flourishing place, then everybody will desire to come to your place. Everybody will treat you. If you can't respect yourself, then the idea that you go outside and you want people to give you the respect, you know, what happened in Nigeria was that when Buhari took over in 1983, they were looking for who to blame because the economy was not going well. And the easiest thing they could do was, and this to show you how inept our leadership in Nigeria is, whereby we think that the way to create wealth and to create a prosperous country is to start alienating people who are qualified for roles. That is, and I sometimes I come here and I hear people tell us endure. I mean, where does it happen that if you want to be progressive, it's just like you have a child and your child is not doing well in school. Maybe your child is getting in common entrance, your child is getting 80. Then you will start thinking, oh, instead of you to get your child to work hard and get 200, you will say, no, let them bring the cutoff mark down. Let them bring it down so that your child can pass.
Now, this is what happens. Over time, in the next 10 years, that child who had 80 already was incompetent, but that child will get into leadership. And when that child gets into leadership, he will spit out that incompetence there. That is what happened in Nigeria. When we did the Ghana Must Go, we had a leader who had ideas of how to grow a country's economy. And the only thing he could think about is, oh, the jobs in Nigeria are being taken by foreigners. Who was the easiest target? It is the Ghanaians. And he said, Ghana must go, and started sending the Ghanaians out. This Ghana must go. It did not even stop there. Example, when there was oil industry boom, what happened? We started chasing the foreign nationals out of the country. Some of us here are working in foreign countries as foreign nationals. Imagine if tomorrow in the country where you're working in, they start thinking that it is you that came to their country to work. That is the problem why the country is not progressing. Then they now start saying, oh, you people should get out. We will start playing the racist card. But in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, you had people that came out and they will start chasing foreign nationals. Oh, this contract must not go. And the truth about it, the contract is a bidding process and you should allow the best man to win. The best man wins, then you say, oh no, you chase the foreign nationals out, and then you bring in incompetent Nigerians that will come and ruin the place. No wonder our refineries don't work. Why? Because we employed people that don't even know the common physics, the common mathematics, the common basic algebra. Many of them are working in NNPC because some of them got 50 in common entrance. Some of them did not. That is the reality of it. Unfortunately, what happens in Nigeria is that because of this quota system and everybody must chop, we have not built a country based on competence. Until we desire to build a country based on competence, where the best get into the positions they need to be, and we must realize that there is a position for everybody. You might not be good in your academics, but you might be good in other things, and you have a place for yourself. Developed countries, that's how they are. Everybody is not at the same level, but everybody enters into where they fit into. You have people that work in the factories, you have people that work as doctors, you have people that work as managers everywhere, and they earn a good living. But what happens in Nigeria is because there's no middle class in Nigeria, there's only the very rich and then the very poor. Everybody is thinking of how they can get into that position of, okay, let me be in the position of, oh, okay, I can become very rich. And so even from the local government level, you have people that have already started thwarting the process. That is this Ghana Must Go. It is the one that we know, that the one that was very well published, but it is still happening. Because what happens in the oil and gas industry, in fact, recently, what did Tinubu do? His policy, whereby he said that if you are a foreigner coming to work in Nigeria, for each foreigner every year, you'll be paying $15,000, is it $10,000 or something like that? That is it. Look, it doesn't make sense because our system is not based on merit. In Nigeria, we have not built a system that is based on merit. We still build a system, we still depend on a system based on where do I come from? Who do I know? Let it be my people that will be here. So the whole thing is just comatose, basically. So when I see Nigerians complain about xenophobic attack, all these things we are talking about, if the way Nigeria is operating, if it is operated in foreign countries where most of the people on this platform are, do you think you would have a place in that country? Just use for people that are pastors, they said, before you remove the speck in another person's eye, remove your own. How many of us have looked at our own locality and said, what are we doing at home? What did we do at home? For the people that are pastors here, that know the Bible, when they talk about, if my people who are called by my name, it is not prayer. It is not prayer. He said, will humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways. What happens in Nigeria is, we go, we pray, pray for your country, wish your country well. But the same people are the ones perpetrating the wickedness that will never make Nigeria progress.
Thank you, Desta. I'm going to welcome back.
I think I was supposed to talk.
Jonaba, sorry, Elder Jonaba.
Please, my network went off and it might again. Please, let me just.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to go into this whole Ghana must go something, but Dexter, you're a student of history. You should know that in 1969, under Prime Minister Buzia's regime, Nigerians were expelled from Ghana in 1969 because of the Alien Compliance Order. As at 2014, when I left Ghana, that law was still affecting Nigerians and every other foreign national. So don't even go there with the Ghana must go thing. It's Ojoro cancel Ojoro. As far as I'm concerned, what happened in 83 was Ojoro cancel Ojoro. They did it to Nigerians in 69. Nigerians did it to them in 83. So it's Ojoro, we are level on that one. So that's that. But I wanted to. Is Ojoro cancel? Really, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to, because it's the reason. Okay. Let me give you you know the reason they gave. They said Nigerians were taking Ghanaian jobs. You know the reason Nigeria gave. Nigeria said Ghanaians were taking Nigerian jobs. So it's Ojoro cancel Ojoro. They did it to you. You too, for whatever reason, you had an opportunity and you did it to them. And let's be honest, despite everything, Nigeria and Ghana remain more binded than separated. I rather when I'm on Twitter and there's a bant between me and a Ghanaian, I know it's all bants. I know they reach hearts. We don't like each other, we yab each other, but we know say that the end. But you see this whole South African dynamic, it's a whole different level. It's a whole different level. So there's not even comparing it. So this whole Ghana must go thing you are trying to push, comparing it's dead on arrival. As far as I'm concerned, Ghana did it in 69, Nigeria did it in 83. So as far as I'm concerned, they've cancelled each other out. So that's my position on that. But I'm really want to talk about that guy that was killed in Abuja, because I want to draw attention to something.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Nigerians are selective sinners. Nigerians are selective sinners. They are selective sinners. They are the kind of sinners that will judge sinners for sinning differently. And it's annoying. It's irritating. A Nigerian will steal, do yahoo, cheat on their spouses, do every form of wrong thing, and they won't consider it sin. Where they draw the line is what two adults, consenting adults, are doing with their genitals. That is where Nigerians will draw the line. As every other thing they are doing, they consider it lesser sin. And I keep asking them, where did you decide with God that this one is lesser sin and this one is greater sin? You thief, you lie, that person where they look say you won't sin too big. Now the same hellfire, for those that believe in hellfire, when I go still land inside. This guy, it was even when he died that I even got to know about him, because although my work involves a lot of social media, but I am not a social media person. It was even when he died that I got to know about him. Apparently, the guy is an open homosexual. So we know homosexuality is a crime in Nigeria. If you're caught and convicted, 14-year jail term, non-negotiable. But the guy was quite open about his lifestyle. He called himself Abuja area mama. He called himself the gay Ashawo. That's what he called himself. He would dress up like a woman, go stand in the streets, and men would pick him up. Some of them knew he was a guy. So men that did men knew he was a guy and they picked him up. Some did not know he was a guy and they picked him up. Sometimes he said, I watched an interview of his when they said when he said some of those people that did not know he was a guy would pick him up, and then when they got to their destination and about to get down to it, some of them will find out he was a guy. Some of them, they don't mind, they'll just continue. They'll be like, why are you a guy? Why didn't you say you're a guy? Why are you doing it? But they will continue. The other ones will be so repulsed by it, they'll be like, take the money I gave you, just get out, I don't do this. So this guy was living his life, like it or hate it. The crime he was committing was for the Nigerians to persecute. They failed in, since this is a crime, they failed in prosecuting that crime. I did not see what gave anybody the effrontery. That guy was beaten to death. He was beaten to death because he was gay. And that is where I draw the line. You have no rights. Like, who Nigerians they can play God? Who told Nigerians they can play God? Decide who lives and who dies because you don't agree with their lifestyle. How? It makes me wonder, are you sure that everything that's happening to us as a country, are you sure we don't deserve it? Because at the core of who we are very terrible people. I went on the comment section of the blogs that posted about his death, and people were gloating. This guy is not the cause of inflation. It's not the cause of the bad governance you're having. He did not rig election, and you are celebrating that he was beaten to death. How? Why? That others should learn from him. It's even the stupid ones that are saying he's corrupting young ones. So all the young people in your family, nobody, no other person in your family is decent enough that they can have as role model. You are looking to strangers to make your young ones role models for. You are not role model. You yourself that you are talking, you're not role model enough for young ones near you to emulate. You are putting the burden on a stranger, and you take yourself serious. The thing has been pissing me off so much, because I've said on this channel so many times that when it comes to certain things, all these woke ideas, I'm very simplistic about it. Don't drag children into it. Don't force children into it. Don't force people into it. If I don't want it, keep it away from me. But what two consenting adults do with their genitals? Please, Nigerians should please get it off. Let it be. Fight the bad government you have. Face your governors, face your local government chairman, face your state house of reps. Leave what adults are doing in their bedrooms alone. It is only when children are involved or one adult is not consenting that you should do what a right thinking citizen should do. Stop going after people for their private lives. It's sickening. You kill somebody because you don't agree with their lifestyle, and you're celebrating, and yet you think you're better than Tinubu and his people. You're all in the same people. You're all in the same class.
Thank you, Ngozika. We lost that again. I'll go to John Abba. From John Abba, I'll go to Flagship. I'm sorry, why do I keep forgetting? We'll go to Elder John Abba, then we'll go to Flagship and John Elder. Elder, the floor is yours, please.
I want you to feel free to call me. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
No, going on forward, I'll be calling you Elder. Elder will be in your name in front of
No, don't worry about that.
Elder, please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. And I'm sorry that Ngozika felt that way. I believe that no one should be killed based on their sexual orientation, and it is what it is in Nigeria that we're that barbaric. And my condolences to those that love that the individual that are passed on. Nobody need to die that way. If that is the worst case scenario, let the law deal with it. But to stone somebody to death in 21st century is painful, and nobody should die that way. When it comes to whatever they are saying, a confused person will always define someone as confused because it's a projector. It is always suited for people who have the same narrative to carry out such and spin it to make it a reality. My advice to young people is that Nigerians belong to you. Make the most out of it. You can cry till Jesus comes. Nobody's going to do it for you. So if you think somebody is going to do it for you, then you are delusional. So don't believe in anything else. Believe in yourself and fight a good fight. And to those that comment or say like the word, pastor or no pastor. Now, the history in Nigeria with Ghana has been there for a long time. When you pick and choose a young man that is very intelligent, pollute themselves with misinformation, Ghana must go was not Buhari, but the simple that you don't like somebody, or you say it's a quarter system, is this, the best people should be at the job. That is not, you are even misleading yourself. The worst person surround themselves with the best people and have a teachable spirit will produce a good leadership. I don't know why it's that difficult for us to understand that no matter how brilliant you are, living among dead will soon die. So it's never about how intelligent you are and how you think you are. It's about the people and the teachable spirit and the people you surround yourself with And when you have already said that other people are collateral, that simply define yourself to be the most brilliant person, you already shortcome yourself. Because in your own world, everybody have what they have, and everybody have something unique. So let us distance ourselves from this bias, bigotry, hate statement. We can be a better people and speak. You can criticize me. I can disagree with you to agree. But when fact is not in your word, and simply because you think you have or you are eloquent and you can speak English very well and you can turn truth to lie or lie to truth, that is not going to happen. Go look at the history. When you want to, it's even shameful when you want to claim to present a statement and why you are presenting is not wrong, is not the right thing. Then it's become more. Can somebody mean their stuff, please? Is that jargon or what? So it become more disturbing. And that is what I say. I don't come here. I disagree with him. He knows my younger brother. If I go there, and even Dexter, my best, I want you guys. We may have it, and I'm a straight short person. Jargon, I don't. What he's saying and what we are saying is no different. We are just saying that there's a difference between a flat racist and being a tribal issue. And there's nothing wrong in being tribalistic. There's nothing wrong. The young man that will make Nigeria great again, if the person is going to vote for, he's a white guy. But he's not saying that we have a problem with low self-esteem or not accept ourselves who we are. It's your right to vote anybody you want to vote for. This is America. So nobody is confused. That is your belief, and that's what you believe. Let your belief carry you through. You know, I lost, as I summarize my talk, I lost a great Nigerian today that I went for his funeral. It's called Dr. Malam. Whenever you come, or some people call him Professor Malam, whenever you come to this area in this part of the world we live, they will refer you to Dr. Malam. He will help you get a house. He will help you get, if you are looking for apartment. And he was a Nigerian through Nigeria that today Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Shekiri, everybody come together to say goodbye to him because he represents all of us. He never look anybody where they come from. Rather, he look at us as a fellow Nigerian. My struggle, as in as much as I try to integrate it into American, I don't want to be like Paul, because Paul wants to be buried in Arizona. I still struggle that his body was buried here, but that was the will of his family. But it's such a champion that left Nigeria and started teaching in University of Jos with his family. But because the last baby have an accident, that have a medical condition, make him return to America, and eventually he died here. That's the kind of Nigeria I'm looking forward. When I pass on, when you know I'm not afraid of death. I can die any day. I'm never confused about that. Even if you cannot believe that I'm confused by the one chance man on the charter platform that have nothing to offer. If you come, I want people like Flagship, who speak so eloquently, Pastor Electricity, Pastor Andrew, Dexter, Jago, and then the Jago can free to smoke any way you want to smoke with.
Edda.
So you are all welcome. That's the kind of Nigeria I'm looking forward to. Not this Nigeria of talking trash of anything you want to because it doesn't go your way and nothing else exists. We all can disagree to agree. Thank you. And I don't know why you're saying Edda to cut me short. Don't do that.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, my Edda. Sorry, Edda. Our Flagship, the floor is yours. Please, going forward, we must recognize Elder John Alaba whenever he is on the platform. It must not be addressed as John Alaba.
You don't change that to Alaba or Abba.
Abba, sorry. My apology. To John Abba. Mr. John, John, I'm going to type my number for you in the private chat there. I would like to have a word with you, Elder John Abba. Is that okay with you?
Anytime, any day.
All right, thank you very much. Flagship,
Even though you're supposed to pay tithe.
Flagship, do you want to put any title in front of your name, or you're okay with Flagship?
No, I'm fine. I'm good.
All right,
Flagship is the title now. The flagship of the platform.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Let me call you by your title now. You see, Muammar Gaddafi was working on a project before his demise, which in my opinion was a good one. And his goal was to unite Africa and make Africa a symbol on this globe. But the West and those that be understood the power of unity that Gaddafi was trying to initiate in Africa, and that if he succeeded, Africa will get off their grip. My grandmother explained something to me many years ago with a broomstick and a bundle of broom. And she say, son, look at this. She took the single broom, bent it, and it broke. And took the bundle of broom and tried to break it. And she could not. She handed it over to me. I could not. She asked both of us to do it. We could not. And there was a stronger guy there in the compound. And she said, my son, can you come break this for me? And the guy could not break the bundle of broom. What she was trying to explain to me was the power of unity. The day that we Africans, as a matter of fact, the day that we, in whatever geographical region we find ourselves, decide to see ourselves as one, while still acknowledging our differences, then we'll begin to see the beauty in our strengths and how we fit to complement each other. South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, whatever it is, we're all called Africans. That's the one name that unites us. Why can't we, for once, see ourselves as one, so that we can begin to make bigger and giant strides in global affairs? We have the strength. We have what it takes. We have everything in us. We just need to get our minds to get to think unity together. And I'll borrow this from Vice President Kamala Harris. I heard it from her recently. That what the difference, correct me please, I'm going to paraphrase it for those who heard it. Our differences does not make us different. That's the way she said it. It makes us more united than differing us. We just have to put that aside. We're talking about making progress and advancement in the world. We sometimes just have to ignore our differences and look at what makes me me, what makes you you, what you have that I don't have. And if I put it together with mine, I can, or we can together come up to achieve something great. So my comment in summary is, let us on this platform, starting with, not look at ourselves and downplay anybody, young, old, educated, not educated, speak eloquently, don't speak eloquently, have a good voice or have a squeaky voice. There is something unique, beautiful in each one of us. And believe you me, we need each other. So let's figure a way out to start looking at our similarities than our differences, and we can make a better world and achieve greatness. And to the young man in Abuja, He didn't need to die that way. That was wrong in all facets. Nobody deserves that. I pray that God will give his family the heart to bear his untimely and very regretful departure.
Thank you very much, Flagship. Edda Jonaba, I've sent the number to your phone, to the private chat. I don't know if you've seen it. The next podcast will be starting in the next 5 minutes. So I would like to thank everyone that has joined and be part of this podcast.
Why don't you just let all of us speak about the Ghana must go thing now? I've not seen anything
No,
about
because there's another podcast starting in the next 5 minutes, so I have to bring this one to a close. Okay, so
this is what I want to speak.
I'll
talk to if I may.
Please, Jagun.
If I may,
Jagun, can you please hold on, please? Paul, the next podcast, please, it's an appeal. The next podcast will start, so this has to come to an end by 6 o'clock. We will deal with this issue of xenophobia. Tomorrow there's a podcast in respect to bigotry. Paul, you're welcome. If you want to weigh in personally on that, let me know. Send me a text message to confirm that, then we'll arrange how I'll bring you in. I'm bringing people in differently at different times. So just send me a text message if you're interested. We can discuss this issue of Ghana must go
oh no, just briefly. Yeah, whenever it's on, I'll just contribute. Thank you.
No, it's on tomorrow. So thank you, gentlemen.
I'll come in tomorrow.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is I'm bringing people in one after the other. So if you want to send me a text, then I will send you a message if that's okay.
Okay, I will look forward when it's on because I don't know the time whether it will work for me.
All right.
That's what.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I hope to see you in the next podcast, God willing, and join us and join the ladies. God bless you. Have a lovely day.
You want to cross the favor?
Is it going to be a background?
Just leave us offline.
No, that will not happen. It's ending. It's ending. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.